brings you to the lost and found, dear. Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form. When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dance in time, you're one of a kind. Shine on and feel my heart. us, two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dance in time, you're one of a kind. Stars shining with us, your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. And feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're lost. Even when I'm gone, like circles on from near and far, above the flower bed, as we watch the stars, and we'll never be apart.
Is he switching lanes?
Now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're about
fit.
to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Explore over 30 hotel brands in legendary destinations. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the command.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Recognize it's never over, and the flame that once had died. Awaken, will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the ties. Can you feel it? Rip the pain, wash it away, and send again away.
G2, the perfect team fight. They take it all. Here comes the Crow's storm. Knocked back, instant call, person. What is people? My God! Claps, everybody. You know the story. You know the legend.
A powerful legacy. EU winning on the score. Long forgotten.
The G2 2019 roster.
2019 was but a doorway.
Yes. Completing the trophy. Like me in 2019.
Don't listen to the old kings, Fnatic. Besides, you haven't won a trophy in years. And even if you did, we have Yike now and the prodigy Callist. There is no chance you win Spring.
No takes backsies.
Guys, can you let me out? What is this?
No. Anyway, losing that finals was an unfortunate turn. As for the might of Yike, that won't matter this spring. A single engage from Mickey carries harder than 1,000 blades.
We'll see. To Ionia then.
Welcome to the LEC live from Berlin, Germany, where we say goodbye to Noxus and hello to Ionia. It seems like when Dracos and Veri made the Chaos song, all they truly did was leak the official LEC script for Spring Split. From G2 falling off to failed backdoors to teams literally being stuck in Madrid, you name it, we got it. I'm Jeannie, I'm joined on the couch area, I guess, with GB and Jack. And you know what? There's only 2 weeks left. Regular season, which leaves the question, what can we actually expect here, Jack?
I mean, it's been a crazy season so far. If we could pull up the standings here, it's just absolute chaos. It's really, for me, so unexpected how all these events have turned out.
If you told me at the start of spring that G2 was going to be tied 5th with Vitality with autofill support, GB, I would tell you you're insane.
Yeah, you're right. Seeing G2 on a 3-game losing streak at this point, almost, maybe not even making playoffs. And then all just the teams like 3-3, 3-3, like 2-4, anyone can still make it.
Yeah.
And somehow Heretics has snuck into top 4 as well, which is absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, it's been really insane. And just as you said, the fact that anybody can still make it in the last 2 weeks, it's been the craziest playoff run so far. out of any LEC that I've watched, at least.
Let's have a look specifically at what we can expect this week, because two of the teams that are playing today and tomorrow are not actually going to be playing next week, even though we have 2 weeks left. So that's BDS and Fnatic, which to me means that the stakes for today and tomorrow are insanely high.
Yeah, and they're high for every single team. Even for Rogue, KC versus Rogue, looks a bit hard, but they still have a chance.
Okay,
Players. I see your face, and I agree, but it's the fact that there's a chance, and that's crazy.
You know, there's not just a chance for Rogue making it to playoffs. There is like something even crazier happening, GB, and I feel like you want to share that hot take.
Yeah, I mean, we got stakes for the teams. Let's
We
put
got
some
some
stakes
stakes.
on the analyst as well here. Here's my take, all right?
All right.
G2, they won't qualify for playoffs this time around.
Wow.
Right,
Okay.
yeah, it sounds crazy. They're 3-3 right now, but let's get into it, right? So, first of all, yeah, let's have a look at the percentage of scenarios that they currently qualify in.
Okay.
As of right now, 49% of them, they qualify straight to playoffs, which is fine. But are those numbers good enough for a team like G2? I don't think so, which means on the other 50% of the scenarios, they don't actually make playoffs. And in 34% of those scenarios, they have to play a tiebreaker for it, right? So let me
Dang.
run you through a scenario, right? It sounds crazy. First of all, G2 versus Vitality. With G2 on a 3-game losing streak and Vitality having a high, let's say, ceiling sometimes.
But they're an autofill support.
It doesn't matter because sometimes they just deliver. Jack, is it too crazy that Vitality could beat G2?
It's not that crazy.
It,
Alright.
it
It's a
could
crazy
happen.
league we're in.
It is a crazy league. So I'll say Vitality beat G2, right? Then we're moving on to G2 versus SK. I'm not delusional, okay?
That's pretty crazy.
Yes, G2 is beating SK. That is happening.
Okay.
Cool. But then the final one.
The final boss.
KC, current first place of the league, against G2, who already fell to them in winter, with the context of this matchup being that they are playing it in KC's home arena. G2 just came from a weekend of arenas going 0-2. It is not looking great for them, so I'm saying KC beat them, right? Which takes us to what those standings then would look like, because other teams are obviously playing at the same time. In my scenario, with everything I just outlined, G2 would have to play a tiebreaker with Team BDS. Jack, enlighten me once again. What happened last time G2 played against BDS?
1-1-3, baby.
1-1-3, baby. They lost. So my point is just, it's not too crazy that we live in a world where G2 isn't making playoffs.
I agree. And I think...
Okay, what
as you
other
talked
world we
about,
live in?
I mean, there's a fall from grace, as GB outlined, but I also think a team can rise from the ashes, such as Giant X. They looked horrendous in the first few weeks. Let's be real. They did not look synchronized. Nothing was working for them. But in that roadshow in Madrid, they showed glimpses of brilliance that we've never seen from them since. And now, going up against BDS and Team Heretics, is it so far-fetched to say that they could beat both? Team Heretics, yes, they are sitting at a positive record at top 4, but I think they can beat them. And the same with BDS. 1-1-3 has some magic, but consistency is not what they're known for.
Very
right?
true.
So you might think to yourself, oh, only 23% percentage of scenarios where they get a tiebreaker. But if they win both of their games, they're at 4-5. And if we can get up a little scenario here, there is a very real possibility that as long as they win 2 games, they will have a tiebreaker as well.
Wow, this is like the classic case of EU copium. So also just in, by the way, Gyoto told both of you to check your bank account.
I mean, he was saying that G2 wouldn't make Worlds.
Okay, but that was after that. What happened? But
Well, their fall off in spring. Maybe they fall off further in summer.
This is not even the craziest part, because we also live in a world where there is a chance that we have 8-team tiebreakers. Like that's 80% of the league here, GB.
Yeah, I mean, I think the math checks out. That is pretty crazy. This is what you need for the 8-team tie scenario. If you want crazy, this is everything you're hoping for. So you can follow that alongside Hope, keep track of this. Now, the scenarios are very unreal, but not impossible.
Yeah, and that just makes the league, I don't know, so exciting in these last 2 weeks. Because I've watched a lot of LEC, and sometimes the last weekend, it can be like a lot of
You haven't watched a lot of LEC. You literally work here.
Well, before, you know, I watched a lot of LEC. And a lot of the time, the last week, it would be like already decided. But these 2 weeks feel so crucial because I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen.
This looks crazy. 4-5, 4-5, 4-5. Oh
I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody knows what's going to happen.
But Giant will make playoffs.
Okay. Shox, however, is standing by with Fnatic, team's manager Anissa, as well as Humanoid, to have a little bit of a chat about the craziest of Madrid and being stuck in Spain and not being able to make it out. And you know what? Just let's head over to the Marriott Bonvoy pregame interview to see what happened.
Fnatic is playing BDS today, and they finally got back to Berlin. I've got Humanoid here and their team manager, Anissa, who can both talk me through the ordeal. Yeah, how did it go? How did you get from Madrid to Berlin?
Well, I mean, it took us a few days of being stuck there with pretty much nothing to do. And we are nerds without electricity, so it was the worst time of our lives, probably. But we survived, so yeah.
Yeah, luckily you have a wonderful team manager who probably had to fix a lot. This is kind of what your boys were up to, Anissa. Can you walk us through the atmosphere in the camp? Was it apocalyptic?
It was definitely apocalyptic. I had my players, we had to decide who we were going to eat first for information. That was Duffman, because he had more meat on him. So we were there in the hotel. We had no electricity. We were supposed to go back, and then we got told we weren't allowed to leave because the roads were a bit dangerous. So we had to go out, and there was like no cars on the roads. There's no electricity. The supermarkets were all closed, so I had to go and get like.
Is that Nutella? What is that?
So
okay, thank God.
It's fake Nutella. It's some Spanish Nutella.
Oh, I see.
Nutella.
Yeah.
But yeah, we had to get a bunch of stuff and put it all together. But luckily the boys were really great. Like we were all having fun. We were just chilling in the hotel lobby. Yeah.
You seem very competent in order to help them. I don't know about them by themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I did have to make sure that they were eating properly and drinking properly. But I think most of it was just them being great and having fun. I mean, we had guests like Noah come over to our team as well and beg to stay in Oscar's hotel room.
It was team building, really. Yeah. Marek, you also went to Prague for a little bit. Is that your doing?
Nah, I think we just didn't get a flight to Berlin, so we had to get a different option. And Prague is pretty close, so at least we had some fun times in a really good city.
Yeah, hashtag LEC to Prague.
To the LEC in Prague.
Okay, we just thought the same thing.
Yeah. It was fun, but we only waited there for a bit, so...
Actually, in Prague, Marek took over as manager because he speaks Czech, so it was quite nice that he...
So he got to weigh on you for a change?
Yeah, so he took us to the restaurant, ordered all our food, and usually in Germany it's me because nobody else, or before, nobody would speak German. So yeah, it was quite nice for Marek to show us around, and he took us to the square as we were walking back to the train station as well.
Lovely from Marek. The side effect is, of course, that there's patch changes and you really weren't able to scrim a lot, I think. What's the situation like? So how are you going into this week?
Well, I mean, the patch, to be honest, didn't really change almost anything as usual. The only change is kind of the Atakan, and it doesn't really matter too much. So
doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we played on it for 2 days. Yeah, I feel like it doesn't really matter too much. You just, it's the same. You just take it and you're happy if you get it.
But Fnatic and Atakan, you know, that's...
I mean, we will throw on it the same amount as before.
Okay, I see. Okay.
So nothing changes about that, but I think we are ready.
Okay, nice. Thank you both a lot for walking us through the ordeal, and good luck to Fnatic today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honestly, good luck to Fnatic. Good luck to every single team that was stuck there, because they only had 2 weeks of practice on a new patch. But then KC said, you know what? Let's throw ourselves in the mix as well and have our top laner miss his flight. Because, you know, why not? Let's even the playing field.
Yeah, it's chaos both on and off the Rift, it appears, right now in LEC, with a lot of teams missing practice. And as Humanoid said, it's not the craziest patch. New Atakan, a few balance changes, but it does definitely hurt the teams that are coming in with a lot less practice, a lot of maybe the new meta that the other teams have been playing in scrims. They haven't gotten to experience as much. So maybe, you know, they'll struggle a little bit with that adaptation.
Looking at what they were eating, though, plain tortillas with Nutella, and I guess plain tortillas with salami. What
I mean, that's crazy. Me and Jack, we had a club sandwich, I think.
Yeah, it was pretty
okay, why are you flexing? Yeah. Like, they were struggling, fighting for their lives, and you're like, I had a club sandwich.
Fighting? We were in the same situation.
You came back earlier, though.
That's true. I didn't have to go to Prague, so...
We got a direct flight, yeah. So that was lucky. Yeah. But I wouldn't say our food was the best either. It wasn't... We weren't living like kings.
So apparently Jack just hates Spanish food.
Okay, no,
whoa, that's a crazy statement, throwing him under the bus already.
I love Spanish food. Thank you very much.
Okay, nice save. But regardless, you're talking about how it's going to be a little bit more difficult for some of these teams to actually be able to play now that they've only had 2 days of practice on the new patch. So the way I'm looking at it, BDS and Rogue, like low-key, they got a good chance.
I mean, they got a better chance. A good chance is still optimistic, right?
I'm trying to be nice.
No, honestly, you're right. Sorry. I
feel like lumping BDS and Rogue in the same group. Are we doing a lot of disservices to BDS here? Come on.
I mean, they stayed and they had to prac and they could scrim, you
but
know.
Rogue are like, they need a miracle. BDS is like,
hey, it's the LEC, right? Anything can happen.
And they're against Fnatic. They could, you know.
Yeah, but you.
But you just said the GX was gonna make playoffs. So what do you
I
need?
think that Giant X will win, yes. But BDS is still like,
yeah,
they have better odds.
No, for sure. And to go back to your point as well, right? It looks impossible for Rogue. Like their schedule is insane coming up to this one, so they need everything. So right, even this to benefit their chances, yes, they'll probably happily take that.
Do you think KC done it on purpose? They're like, ooh, let's give ourselves 2 days and like make it a little bit more difficult. So if it doesn't go as planned against Rogue, we can be like, oh guys, we didn't have frag. Oops.
No, I don't think they did it on
Wow, who would have thought? Yeah, I think if anything, it really puts into perspective how not only the games today are super important, because again, Fnatic and BDS, these are the only games that they're going to be playing this week as well as tomorrow. And then for the side of Rogue, it literally is do or die. However, also, we would like to say that we are very deeply saddened by the news of the legend Maciej Szyszej Radzodniak passing. Szyszej won Season 1 Worlds with Fnatic as the MVP, securing his place in esports history forever. Thank you for everything.
So Szyszej, as you were saying, the MVP so far, I think he's going to go 70-0. I think Szyszej going 70-0 in this game. The game will only be 4 minutes long, but he will get 70 kills in a row.
You see the push around from Jarvan as well, moving into this area. Amazing from Szyszej.
Dla mnie Szyszej jest jak smok wawelski. To jest legenda, która gdzieś tam istnieje. Wszyscy o nim mówią, a był taki wielki midlaner Szyszej, który grał Gragasem na midzie. On tam beczkę przynosił na eventy, rzucał nią w ludzi. Fajnie, zabawnie było. Wygrał Mistrzostwa Świata.
Fnatic going to win the Season 1 championship if they can hold on. This Nexus will go down. Congratulations to Fnatic winning the Season 1.
GG indeed. Trzeba patrzeć na konia, jakim jest. Hej, to był turniej inny niż wszystkie pozostałe mistrzostwa świata. Czy to ujmuje sukcesowi Szyszeja? Nie. Wszystkich, których powinien pokonać, pokonał. Więc co miał zrobić lepiej w tamtym roku? W 2011 wycisnął z LoL'a ile się dało w 2011. Więc mamy Polaka mistrza świata i nie powinniśmy umniejszać temu, nie powinniśmy się tego wstydzić, powinniśmy się cieszyć, bo Szyszej został zresztą MVP całego turnieju w pełni zasłużenia.
So I want to ask you about your cosplay here. You are the best Gragas cosplayer I've seen at DreamHack.
To był słynny wywiad, bo on wtedy wziął ze sobą butelkę wody i udawał Gragasa, który był jego mainem. On był słynnym w ogóle Gragasem. On łamał troszeczkę metę wtedy, tak? Na przykład grał tym Gragasem, o ile pamiętam, na środku, co w ogóle wszystkich w ogóle głupieli przy tym, po prostu nie wiedzieli, co się dzieje.
I would like to ask the fans to support the idea of making Gragas Szyszej skin. Yes, I'm gonna make the post on the forum later and yeah.
So I think we're gonna have to see a petition form and a lot of signatures if we want to get that skin made. So help us out, get a Szyszej Gragas skin.
No i później zrobiono w sumie skina nawet na jego cześć troszeczkę. Te skiny Fnatica zostały wypuszczone chyba z 3 czy 4-letnim opóźnieniem, no ale właśnie pamiętam, że wyszedł i mogłem zagrać Szyszejem w ligę. Strasznie mnie to bawiło zawsze.
So when did you know that you had won?
Nexus fell.
That's a pretty good answer.
Był taką, nie chcę mówić maskotką, bo to jest deprecjonujące, ale taką trochę ikoną, a trochę właśnie takim pomieszaniem ikony z maskotką. Był zabawny, był wyraźny, był świetnym graczem i był rozrywkowy. Słowo legenda do niego akurat bardzo, bardzo dobrze pasuje.
And the legend will be missed. An honourable tribute going out there to Szyszej and all the best wishes to people around him as well, going through such a hard time. It's great, again, that we get to celebrate his life with what he loved doing, which was League of Legends here today. So it welcomes us into a very important day of memorial, but also a very exciting day for League of Legends, which I'm sure he would have loved.
It certainly is. I mean, we're going to be getting to watch Fnatic play up today against BDS. He created the beginning of what was an incredible legacy for Fnatic, who are looking to continue and claim some of the redemption of some of their former glories. Over the recent past splits, they have been struggling a little bit to find that success.
Yeah.
But given how the split is playing out, things are looking optimistic for Fnatic. They came away with a 1-1 in the weekend in Madrid last week. But overall, I think they demonstrated very strong performances against BDS, who, well, it looked like a one series until a certain Nico showed up and kind of dashed their dreams away. Fnatic and BDS are going to be jumping into the draft for our first series of the day. Jace and Varus are going to be taken off the board with Yoni and Azir quick to follow, targeting Humanoid in particular.
Well, our first day, by the way, of patch 25.9 happened in LPL today, not LCK, despite their promotion of it. We are into Ionia, and here in the LPL, Fnatic and BDS are going to welcome us into the Rift, and we're going to see what changes here, because there's some minor champion changes, a bit of systematic changes that we'll walk you through. If you're not familiar with what's happening on the Rift for now, but at the very least, all I can say to you is that things look similar. Ezreal banned to finish off against Fnatic, and now the only question is, do we just look at what we've been looking at for the past while? Kalista up and available, Vetti. Sejuani, big ticket junglers like things like Nefiri as well, we've started leaning back towards. Taliyah pairings still exist in this day and age.
Yeah, Taliyah, of course. I think she's kind of just the mainstay mid laner right now in the current meta. She does do a lot of what teams need in terms of having prio early on, being able to play through the side lanes. And with Rumble being the hovered answer, it seems that both teams are kind of sticking to what we know works well here in the LEC. 113, of course, known for his Nidalee. I don't expect that to be paired alongside something like a Rumble, something a little bit more aggressive, perhaps like the Xin Zhao. He's had some great Xin Zhao performances so far this split, and he's looking to replicate that level of performance. And his engages on this champion in particular are something you can't afford to underestimate.
No, you really can't. And again, things like Pantheon, okay, lock it in. Now, what else is going to be the setup here today? The only question I have to hover around is like the Gwen. It's up and available. This going in 3. I mean, Gwen is still just so broken.
Yeah, we did see some Gwen nerfs come through, but clearly not significant enough to deter the pro teams from wanting to prioritize her. A couple of damage nerfs, some of the scaling being hit across the board, and an armor decrease, but against Rumble, you're not too upset about that. Let's see what the mid response is here from Nuke. Of course, a player that has a very deep champion pool, but an AD mid laner is something that he is very well known for. He's going to lock in his tried and true Tristana as a response into the Taliyah, a champion that can match the pushing power, especially once you get a few levels under your belt. And I think there's not going to be that much violence in the mid lane. It's going to be a lot of wave clearing.
Yeah, he's a lawyer. Again, Humanoid's representation, what was he getting? I think the best he could do for him was 25 to life or something. If you need someone, you better call Upset. Now, as we lock in on the other side of the Rift, we see a Naught taken away. CC Chains partnering with Fnatic seems like a good idea when you have Taliyah Pantheon. I feel like, again, not much has changed in the ways of priority of champs, because we're still going through this battle of, like, what is the best engaged support you're going to get for game 1 before it gets banned out for the rest of the series?
Wallace taken off the board, Renata as well, Leona, Rel, all still available. Braum as a possibility could also be something that both teams think about when you've got Fnatic. They've got a great skirmish composition. Braum could be a way that helps provide that extra bit of utility along the side. We've got Pantheon and Gwen looking to try and threaten the back line. Kalista being banned away from BDS to take away from Upset, even though Kalista did get a couple of small nerfs this patch.
True.
Team's still very afraid of playing into that champion. So what else are they thinking about? Do they want to limit the support pool even more? Remember, Rakan is still available as well. You talked to me today about Sivir kind of being very prominent in the international meta as well. We've been seeing it a decent amount here in EU, mainly as a response to certain champions, things like MF, we see it come through from time to time. But the Poppy makes a lot of sense from the dashes of both Gwen and Pantheon, and potentially a Rakan to come through from Mickey.
I mean, also, something like Kai'Sa might now start rising up a little bit. Poppy can be annoying, stopping that ult midway if you can W, but I think even more so, a bit of range added into the mix for BDS seems like a better measure of finding success in this game 1. With Rumble pairing, Jhin is like the best AD carry. Set up around objectives, never looks so easy.
Fantastic siege with that combo. You drop the Rumble ultimate, you drop the Jhin ulti. It's a very effective way to push people off of an objective in particular.
It is.
And they can synergize nicely. Once a Jhin bullet hits you, slows you down a little bit, the Rumble ultimate comes down, slows you again, can maybe get you the follow-up for the Jhin ult. It's very nicely done. Fnatic, though, going to go for their dive setup, something that they practiced a lot in winter. They were using a lot of the Ambessa by Kai'Sa trio in winter, and now here in spring, we're seeing this combination come through with the Pantheon, with the Kai'Sa still, the Rel there to follow up. Fnatic's composition is very straightforward. It wants to threaten your backline, it wants to skirmish, it wants to fight, it wants a bit of an opportunity to scale, but once you get like 1 or 2 items under your belt, you want to be threatening that backline, you want to be passing this Xin Zhao, this Rumble, and you want to be getting on top of this Jhin and shutting him out of the fight as quickly as you can.
Whereas BDS, I mean, add that range in, let's think about the setup and what angles can they play. Interesting comps to start us off for game number 1. As Fnatic, we haven't seen them in an entire week. That's right, last time we saw them was over in Madrid. Now, maybe a week is extreme, let's say 6 days, if I'm right. Sunday, last week was the last time we saw them in the G2. Battle best of 3 on the big stage in Spain. And then before that, remember, all 3 games going to Koi. That last hit on the Nexus for Humanoid, I will not forget in a long time. That was something.
It was a tense one.
It's brought here. You know, we might be back in Berlin, but the crowd's out, the seats are full. They can give us some arena expectations, some vibes. It is, after all, a very important day. The desk was telling you all about it. It is the start of week number 6. It is a brand new patch. It is the second last week before the LEC goes on a small break, then runs right into playoffs. Fnatic with a win here, by the way, could be the first team to lock in playoffs. All they need is a series win against BDS, who are trailing from the bottom of the table.
We make our way onto the beautiful Ionian Rift.
I love the fountains.
The first time here in the LEC.
It's blue. Get rid of the dirt.
Such a fantastic description.
It looked like, you know, the ground kind of looked like Northern Territory back home. And now it kind of looks like the Central Coast in Sydney, you know?
30 seconds.
You don't. It looks like Wales.
Like the Central Coast in Sydney
Sweden.
is more like bright. You know?
Yeah, it is. There's a bit more sun than this. But
Whereas
this
I
is like
think
the
it's a
Central
lot
Coast
more
with
like,
the
there's a little bit more moody, you know, that blue tranquil feeling of calm, peace. I will be honest, Australia does not evoke calm or peace within me.
Well, that's not
Learned
very
yesterday
nice.
about a jellyfish that's the size of a fingernail that if its stingers touches you, it's immediate death. So,
yeah, is that the box jellyfish?
I don't know what it's called. All I know
There's
is
also
it's
a blue bottle.
terrifying and it's tiny and it's lethal. And
yeah. Why every time I cast, it's just another animal that's going to kill you brought up, and it's a different one each time. All questions to be answered, but as I said before, Fnatic, a very important series for them. Quick reminder, they will be the first one to lock in playoffs with a win.
They will also lock KC alongside
They will
them
too.
with a win as well. So KC fans should be excited at the idea of Fnatic winning this series. If BDS win, the league just gets very interesting.
Oh, yeah.
We end up in a situation where many things are not resolved and things just get a lot more complicated.
True.
But it's not our job to provide all that context to you right now. We'll see how the day progresses. Right now, Mickey losing a bit on the 1v1. Nice response from Ice.
Also towards mid, Nuke with a great start. Rocket jump start that he not only gives the slow, but it's 80-something base damage. And it's magic damage, as you see. The all-in from Nuke, he gets over the stones before they're fully thrown out. Doesn't get stunned. Small trade back from Humanoid, but Nuke and Humor already down half HP.
So a lot of trading happening in the mid lane matchup. I was expecting more of a farm fest, but I should have expected something differently, as it is Nuke's Tristana, a champion he's extremely comfortable on.
Yeah.
And something that he loves to try and get that early edge on in the laning phase. He has had a very solid split overall, I would say, especially after last year. We think of Nuke as being one of those top 3 mid laners given his performance. And while I would say his performance this year has been a little bit more up and down, in recent weeks I think he's performing extremely well. And the same can be said for Humanoid. Did get caught out a couple times throughout the games over the weekend, but overall I think Humanoid is having a very strong split. So I'm excited to see how these two mid laners match up in today's series.
It's definitely better than Winter. I think Winter, you know, was a massive slump, it felt like. I mean, Fnatic as a whole, we're asking a lot of questions of how their mid jungle's going to go, because it's always what we've talked about when we've really sold Fnatic. New Fnatic, don't forget, they've got a superstar bot lane that is also killing it at the moment. Now, before we get into more things, Fetty, I need to bring this up. You're going to hate me for this, but...
Do not.
I need to talk about cookies. I need to talk about
important right now.
I need to talk about biscuits before Razork gets between Ice and Paris. Mickey starts it off. There's a setup, and I mean, there's good damage coming down. I thought biscuits were going to be weaker. They got nerfed a ton. Bro, everyone with cookies, like, munching. Upset Humanoid. Mickey had biscuits as well. We'll see. Humanoid flashes away, though. Good tag, 1-1-3. Sets up for Nuke to fire down. How easy was that?
I mean, no biscuit was going to help him in that play.
He didn't even use his biscuit.
Didn't get a chance
he might have survived if he did.
Nice gank from 1-1-3 comes through into mid lane. The damage that was being done by Nuke earlier made it that much easier for 1-1-3 to follow up with the gank, and they find and execute well on the play. You could see that Razork was hovering on the bot side of the map, maybe fishing for something himself. They weren't able to convert it into anything, so it's BDS that's off to an early start.
It's great for BDS when, again, we just talked about the reliability of Nuke on Tristana. Teleport going to burn back in, but Humanoid down a flash, and when you've got a Xin Zhao, one of the best skirmishing junglers in the game, feels like that's going to be easy to punish here. Humanoid stuck against his turret, he's hugging it, like he's hugging his mother. And for Nuke, as he looks for the push out, whoa, that's what I would do. Just hug their mum, come on, man. You don't have to be embarrassed about it.
I love hugging my mum. It was just a strange description. It was that immediate moment.
You feel safe there. You go back and you hug the turret because that's where you're most at home.
I see. Okay.
You don't have to be questioning Betty. I mean, again, don't be embarrassed. Oscar ticking down. Gets out. Now, he doesn't have flash, so if he gets run into by Irrelevant, it's exhaust or death.
And wisely, he's going to choose not to die.
He
has the TP available. He's going to TP back into lane. Reinforcements now making their way towards mid lane to provide some support for Humanoid to help him push out that wave. Bot lane now has to be careful as Humanoid and Mickey and Razork all move into Fog of War. And you'll notice Paris moving up into the river to gain some information to provide that safety for Ice. Mickey spotted, no other follow-up threat seen. And with 1-1-3 hovering on the bot side of the map, it means that this bot lane should be very safe. Mickey, though, going to fight to the death for this ward.
But it's because I'm looking at Ice right now. The wave not in a bad spot, especially with Paris zoning off Mickey. He ends up getting the ward, but eventually the wave trickles slowly towards that turret. So for Upset, a lot better here as he queues, clears. Did he get enough of the wave? Those two ranged minions damaged enough as Razork starts moving in.
Paris going to face check.
He is indeed. He doesn't get a chance to get out. He's stunned up. He's ignited down. One more tick to do the trick, and Paris survives. Now, refillable pots definitely came in clutch there alongside the heal. He's at 80 HP.
Paris leveraging his mobility to get away to safety. Razork even committed the flash to get that kill, and he wasn't able to pull it off. Fnatic so very close to getting onto the kill scoreboard. They will not find one just yet. Oscar now ticking over to 6.
Off his ulti burst, Equalizer held in hand. Irrelevant's going to get hit by all needles. Oscar gets some revenge, and as the wave comes crashing in, he's still got the exhaust if he wants to get that enhanced blow, but Irrelevant shield, scrap shield is out.
Irrelevant has access to the ultimate. I imagine he's just going to drop that down, clear out the wave, go back to base. He should be able to pick up all of the wave and go back to base very safely. 1-1-3 going to start off the Dragon. Now, as a reminder, the Dragon spawn and the Grub spawn now disconnected with one another, which means that they become two isolated objectives. And it looks like Fnatic saying that they do not want to contest this. Instead, Razork setting his sights on the top side of the map, going to be trying to steal away some camps.
Leave that reminder for you for the time being while that Dragon gets done. Again, Grub's only one spawn now. So yeah, while Dragon gets taken down, a minute for the one and only topside objective until Herald at 15 minutes joins in too. 3 Grubs to the Mites, 2 is going to give you feats of strength. That's what you need to remember. Everything else is much of a muchness, you know?
And the thing is, you'll see Razork not even able to get much on the other side of the map, as Irrelevant on his way back into lane was there to offer support, prevents Razork from stealing away the red buff, and that means the BDS get their first Dragon of the game, and will also keep all of their top side camps very safe. So BDS playing a pretty much flawless early game so far, with full objective control. Of course, only a single objective taken, but getting first blood as well.
Well, it looks like they might be setting up for Grubs too, because Paris is already roaming mid. Mickey's going to back now, and Upset going to join too. The biggest question I had for coming into today, Betty, was like, how much are we going to see Grubs contested, right? It's only been a day of data in the LPL. It doesn't feel like, you know, again, when we could swap sides of the map, get first Grub rotation, then just handshake the second Dragon or third Dragon. Now it's the be-all, end-all. Fnatic having pushed through mid, at least going to drop some deep wards, but Grubs have now spawned. And I guess no contestant to start off here, not even on the dime of the clock.
I was just about to say, Upset is moving towards mid, so I thought that...
Nuke. Wait, great ulti, because Paris is coming in as well. He'll be able to find the setup, and Humanoid hopped on again. There's the auto. Paris may get the kill, but Nuke gets the credit. Razork, he's jumped in and he's popped the ulti from 113. BDS get a kill, but 113's ulti being down maybe opens up a barrel for Fnatic.
Nicely played by Nuke. I thought that he was going in way too deep because I was looking at the minimap and saw Razork had his ultimate there. Mickey was going to be there before Paris was. But again, the mobility that you have from this Rakan means that Paris is there to quickly offer support. It creates a 2 versus 2. Humanoid has already lost most of his HP. And so Nuke can find the outplay and he gets himself his first kill of the game. Oh, I stand corrected. It was Paris that actually ends up securing the kill.
Yeah. But still blood for BDS. 600 gold lead between mid laners, and Paris will just get himself a Kindle gem with that as well. Continues roaming. I think it's 07 to Cannon. As I'm surprised Grubs are just not even thought about.
I mean, I think they were, but the dynamic changed a little bit after that little mid-skirmish. Fnatic obviously down their mid laner was a bit of a problem, but Nuke, he needs to reset. So neither side is super keen to try and force that objective. Instead, they return to farming. Ice was in a comfortable position because he was actually still sitting bot lane, pushing away, but Upset's attention was being divided.
Oh, Mickey feigned the back. In fact, he didn't get stunned up. He stuns up Paris instead, who misses the engage. 113's coming in. Mickey's at level 6, so a Magnet Storm held for now. His flash just gets him out of dodge while top lane. Oscar Redden gets some help bullying down Irrelevant, opening up Razork for the Grubs in the meantime.
So Fnatic finally get onto the board as Razork's able to successfully gank the top side of the map. We'll be able to easily convert this into the Grubs, as you highlighted, because given that 113 tried to make a gank happen on the bot and Mickey was able to get away with his life, there's very little that he can do to stop this. So Fnatic responding in kind. We look back at the gank on the top side of the map. Initially starts with a Humanoid collapse after he gets that push into the mid wave. They get the flash out from Irrelevant.
Yes,
yeah, there it is. And then the repeat gank will likely come through from...
Oh, very clean.
Very easily done. Sorry, for some reason I was convinced that Razork was involved in that play, but he wasn't at all. So, Humanoid, nice gank overall. And they make the magic happen. Gold, pretty even on objectives. And Tristano in a good mood.
In a very good mood. As you would be as Nuke. Individually in the lane, he's loving it. He's got Yuntal arrows. Okay, that's locked in. Humanoid, a helpful hand with top laner. This is about how can this Gwen really get the game shifting in his gear. Oscar in at level 9 now, and he's trailing Irrelevant a little bit better, where you remember, Irrelevant almost solo killed him, what, level 3, level 4 mark at the start of this top lane in game number 1. So for Oscar, he's able to get closer and closer towards this Riftmaker. It's a wave right now, very good spot for Oscar as well. And Pantheon has ulti, so Razork, he can be anywhere on the map right now.
Dragon spawning in about 35 seconds. But look at Razork pathing towards the top side of the map. Has the ultimate available, and yep, he's setting it towards the flashless Irrelevant.
Indeed, to slow him down too. Stunned up, all the spears out, the movement's been given, and that exhaust we haven't seen until now. Oscar benefits a second time, and he's off to the races.
So Fnatic investing their resources on the top side of the map to set up Oscar Renin to be this giant carry threat as we transition later into the game. Razork, now having used his ultimate, poses less of a risk as the dragon spawns, but BDS not free from an engage as Mickey wants to retreat.
Great deadly flourish. Ice just pops the ulti immediately. The curtains will call, and Mickey, can he dodge them all? You know the answer now. BDS with their third. They get the feats of warfare as well, while Oscar's taking down the turret and TPing in. Irrelevant. The disrespect. He'll pop his ulti as Razork manages to scuffle his way out. If only just. But while bot's dying down, Oscar Renin is now becoming a game changer.
Interesting pivot there from Razork. He was originally hovering around the mid lane, but instead decided after Mickey's getting caught that there's not much that they can do to contest the dragon. So instead he looks to punish the TPing Irrelevant. They have more than enough damage to be able to get that kill. Irrelevant tries his best to respond, but after committing that TP as well, there is a 1.4k gold lead for Oscar Renin. He goes back and he gets his first item, the completed Riftmaker. And now Fnatic have a very clear win condition on the top side of the map as BDS gets their second dragon.
The problem is now, I mean, after the changes, right, like, we were saying, like, Gwen doesn't scale as well. Her mid-game is insane. Like, when Gwen snowballs a game these days, it feels unbearable, unbeatable. And as we already talked about in the composition, there's a lot of dive there. So if Fnatic get on their target, Vedi, it feels like Oscar's just going to 100-0 someone pretty quick. As second needlessly large after the Riftmaker. Nuke is now side laning up against him. Paris giving some defense just in case it evolves. As Mickey trying to do the same thing. Both supports just spot each other here with the enhanced blast cone. All in. Nuke. Okay. Gonna get some good damage down. Power of Tristana. Oh, damn.
Very good damage done by Nuke there. Demonstrating that, you know, Oscar, you might be the threat on your side, but I'm the threat on mine. Can't disregard the fact that it was Ice that picked up that kill onto Mickey as well, which means that he's in a good position too. So both sides have their clear win conditions. The bot side of the map going well for BDS, while the top side very advantageous for Oscar Inen. But so far, overall, the game state is pretty even. A lot of this is going to come down to how these upcoming fights are executed. Artican a ways away, but the Herald spawning very soon. 35 seconds will likely be the next big point of contention.
Jungler's all in though, 1-1-3. I mean, if the Herald is a contentious point, then 1-1-3 won't have his ulti. Normal irrelevant. They need something from this. It's a double spear out, and now the damage finally coming through, but a shot back from Humanoid, keeping Razork safe, irrelevant, overheating until the Harpoons come back in action. They fly. The poke is good, but Ice is also here to cover, so for BDS, the commitment is not done over.
I like the way that BDS is just punishing the positioning of Fnatic on the map. Razork thinks that he's strong enough to be able to contest the river, and Irrelevant saying it doesn't matter how far you put me behind, I still have the Liandry's. 1-1-3 is in a good spot with this Sundered Sky, and that duo just has more damage than the Talia and the Pantheon do. Nuke, though, isolated on the top side.
Snip, snip!
Still has his jump, though, so I think he's going to be fine, and Paris continues to hover around Nuke to provide that protection.
But Oscar holding ulti, Nuke knows he can't W in unless he gets a reset on Satchel Charge and can W straight out again. Because if he stays, it's Death Knells. As Humanoid with good poke again onto Irrelevant. He's running out of mana though, and as you said, TP is going to change the tides. Nuke is going to destroy Humanoid before he knows. TP, flash, ulti, dead! He hand delivers! Best Uber Eats driver I've seen in this decade.
Nuke with a fantastic flank TP to interrupt the TP from Humanoid as well and give the kill over to Irrelevant to help get him back into the game a little bit. The Herald going to be secured on the cross map. And I think both teams are demonstrating just great reactionary plays and recognizing, hey, we're not in a position to contest this objective right now, so we'll do something else on the opposite side of the map, with Fnatic diving Irrelevant on the top side, and here, Nuke TPing to bot to catch out Humanoid. So both teams being very proactive on the map, as BDS now take their turn to threaten a dive onto Oscar.
Oscar, though, how easily will he go down? He has Exhaust still with the needlework. Nuke's going to get to the AoE, or at least search for it. Oscar takes some chunk, and BDS kite back a little bit. The poke from Nuke as he stacks up lethal tempo. Still devastating, even with that one item. He's holding, he's emoting.
He is a threat on the side lane, and he's a champion that can definitely manage Oscar, which is crucial, just because he'll have the ability to wave clear and keep Oscar at arm's length for the most part. Of course, you already talked so much about that exhaust earlier on in the game. We've seen it in action once, but that could be a game changer should Nuke overextend or try to fight Oscar.
We are very focused on game changers this game, though, aren't we? For another reason, obviously, but Oscar in it. He's got his second item. We talk about him being a game changer because it's Gwen. As we keep saying, 1k gold ahead, Gwen insides too, the fact that she's constantly matching Tristana. Got a bit of sustain, so he should be fine in that affair, but...
I mean, it's important to keep track of items, and particularly when they spike. So Dragon in 30 seconds, and you'll notice that Oscar, 2 fully completed items. Irrelevant does have the Haunting Guys as a follow-up, which definitely not a bad second item to get, but he is going to be weaker than what we see from Oscar as component signs come through. But look at how weak Humanoid is in terms of itemization, so I wonder if Fnatic feels confident to actually force a fight around this Dragon.
Mickey reaching out to Paris. Paris reaching back. BDS with 3, and Fnatic right on that stack. You can see just hovering now. All about this vision game. Humanoid coming into position with Weaver's Wall available as well, looking for that one-set pick. Razork's now run out of that passive. He's got to stack that up before he can get E movement speed, moving enhanced W, enhanced Q again. We'll find that with the low cooldown as Oscar Inen moves into Fog, waits for that bot wave. Playing with time right here for Fnatic is a very good thing.
keep your eyes on 113. Remember, he likes to stack his Q up on the wards.
And he did just then. He gets a knockup. Humanoid flashes immediately, but into their zone of control, he gets a good flick back. All for Humanoid or nothing, says BDS. They won't be walking away empty-handed. Upset now flashes out and gets hit by the last curtain call. Ice brings up a double. Fnatic get whopped for 2.
This is what 113 is so good at with his Xin Zhao, his snap engages. Fnatic dancing with BDS in the river are not prepared for that quick engage to come through from the Xin. Fnatic find themselves split up, and Irrelevant, even though he was put so far behind, was quick with the follow-up, threatening both Humanoid and Upset on the backline.
Razork wants the leftovers, but I don't think BDS is sharing. Third Dragon. While those 3 grubs, and only 3 grubs, have gone to Fnatic, it's BDS who are making this bot side of the map work.
Again, look at that snap engage coming through from 113. He stacks up the Q, he gets the knockup, and they're able to split apart Fnatic. Oscar isn't even in the fight. Irrelevant flashes to commit to the play, but the ultimate from Ice was enough to help secure the kill. Now Irrelevant in the side lane.
It's a fight back from Fnatic again, and as you said, Irrelevant, this side lane might be his undoing. He's got no flash available, but the damage, where is the damage? He's just walking it out. With the scrap shield, he's taken a while to die there. Finally, the flick back involved with Razork getting his spears to connect. Irrelevant drops down. That's kill number 4 for Fnatic, but what does it entail? The push with Herald, the Snook and sides. Actually looks like for Fnatic they're getting more than you would have thought.
They will get the hit to come through. There you can see the buff to the damage being done to the Taz on the dive on the 113.
It's the ulti, but into melee range. 113's bought some time. The Herald's still smacking away. That turret going to drop down. Teleport burn from Nuke. That's a good deadly flourish. In place is Razork for now. The shield goes up yet again. The seismic shove misses, but BDS don't care. They've got everything they wanted. There is also a new Atakan that's just spawned in front of BDS top lane.
And their jungler is now dead for Fnatic. BDS, they force Fnatic to overstay on the top side of the map. After pushing in mid and bot, they get their resets to come through and can respond to the play, allowing them to, at the very least, trade kills. The question is, will they want to start this Atakan off? It's still a scary objective to do.
So many throws happen around, and especially, again, when we know the shredding
starting it off. Razork doesn't have his ulti available, but he is respawning.
Oscarinen has teleport, and Gwen in front of Atakan, I think for BDS, you gotta leave this one at the table. There is no way I'm gonna fight Gwen with Atakan damage coming in. And the debuff. Okay, Atakan a little bit less drunk this time. Yep, loses just like that. I guess there's no Lilia in again, there's no Zarus, there's no burn. When you tickle Atakan, you know, he likes to tickle back. They like to tickle back. I don't know what Atakan... Anyway, this is what new Atakan does. If you wanted to know, this is new Atakan. And let's be real, I am thinking about Lissandra Frozen Thralls. Maybe it's too complicated, but like the takedown, the slow, even the base damage, it feels really nice when you get a kill in a fight.
I'm curious to see the impact. I think it's something you'll feel, but how much of an impact it actually has, I'm not entirely sure. I liken it to something like Storm Surge, because it's quite it's snappy, it's fast, it just kind of happens in an instant.
Yeah.
And so the other advantages, of course, securing it are very nice as well. As the double knockback comes through from Humanoid, I don't think much more is going to happen. Just a bit of chip damage for now.
But it's pebble damage, isn't it? Like, there's not even a second item on Humanoid. He went for the Catalyst, and he's still not at his Rod of Age.
So I have heard about this, where basically you just sit on the Catalyst.
Is that it?
Just for the stats, because it's a pretty nice item to sit on, relatively cheap.
And then you go Leandru's here.
And then you can kind of build everything else. You can then maybe sell it later as well, if you just want to complete that second item. But it's to help you provide, it's to help provide you a little bit more survivability and give you that burst of mana. Obviously, like, it delays a lot. It doesn't help that Humanoid has also fallen behind.
Because it's 1,300 gold, is it not?
Like, I think it's 1,100, isn't it?
I'm back in the day, I know, yeah. Either way, it's a big commitment of gold, but interesting. I mean, at the very least, Humanoid doesn't need damage. I think we can both agree that
right
I mean,
now he's behind the curve right now.
Yeah.
But it didn't help that he ended up getting targeted a lot by BDS, and he got the nice TP play that came through from Nuke as well to catch him on the bot side of the map. And then, of course, in that previous fight, he died as well. So Nuke is hitting his spikes very quickly. Clearly, he read the Reddit post that I saw about the LDR, picking that one up second.
Yes. That and being in the LEC probably helps as Humanoid bursts down, but Mickey won't let him stand. Nuke flashes in. Ulti's auto, not enough. Humanoid gets away, but it is Mickey, the saving grace of Razork. He flies in, and he starts burning down this top objective.
A crucial pick for Fnatic as they take out the mid laner from BDS.
Gone.
And they're looking to convert it into the Arakan as well. This will be the first Arakan of the changes secured. And here come the pedals.
And look, level up from Upset as well. It's a sizable experience. Depending on what pedals are left on the map, reminder, it picks up everything. How many we got, Benny? How many pedals?
Sitting on about 23.
Okay. Remember, they're spirit pedals now. With every kill, they get another. Experience, adaptive force, and it's a plus 25% extra. So Fnatic, the more skirmishes, the more kills that go in their favor, the stronger and faster that this snowball rises as they try and stop the soul now from BDS acquiring.
Yeah, they're ultimately just going to have more teamfight damage if they can get the kill. I think of it as a win more objective, but we'll see how it actually plays out in practice as Fnatic immediately convert this pressure into a dragon. They'll deny the soul away from BDS, who's trying to steal away camps on the cross map. Pretty much the best thing that 113 can do right now. I'm sure they'd love to secure that top tower, which I think they should be able to get. It's relatively low. You can see Nuke pushing out that top wave as Fnatic invest more resources onto the bottom side of the map. Humanoid continuing that push.
I think we should also reference while we've been hyping up Nuke this game, every time we've seen a pick from BDS, gold has been going to Ice. And Ice is 1,700 gold up individually.
Yep.
Almost 3 items. That rapid fire cannon is such a big boon for Jhin. When he has a comp that can dive, when he can play safe at range, we talked about the setup for BDS. Feels like such an important item here when that Jhin is going to start whomping on people like Humanoid, on Upset as well. Hell, even Oscarinen getting poked out here. BDS, a very real threat that now exists in this game.
I mean, it's a very even game.
It is, surprisingly.
I think that BDS, we've had many mixed expectations from them throughout the splits, but towards the later half, I've gained more confidence in them as an ulti comes through.
Relevant does have flash again, but where's he going to burn a BDS defensive TP? But it's going to be 3 versus 2. Make it 3-3 with Paris coming in and sharing Glee. Charmed up. Good ulti with the quickness set up, though. He's not going to be good enough. Oscarinen gets bopped away, but in the meantime, Razork's just dead. Oscar's got Needleworks held out. Curtain call zoned out, and Irrelevant gets snipped back. Good shove back as well. All in. Upset jumps in, but doesn't get knocked up. Now Kite's away. Upset. KDA player no more. Nah. He's been away for ages. He sets up the fight so well. Ice gets shoved away, but not nearer towards Fnatic. 113 as well with a flash. They're escaping for their lives. Mickey wants to remount, but for Fnatic, that is a big win with individual characteristics.
A huge turnaround fight for Fnatic. It was BDS that was overstaying their welcome this time round. Getting that initial pick onto Razork was nicely done. They respond to the initial play. A good TP comes through from Nuke. You've got Ice already collapsing with Paris arriving just in time, creating that numbers advantage. With the Gwen arrival, you think maybe they can turn it around, but a nice ulti from Nuke to push Oscarinen away means that BDS get that kill, but now they overchase. The flash comes through from Irrelevant. They want more than they can get. Nice knockback from Humanoid to suddenly put Irrelevant so low, and now the Baron is being kicked off.
And now with Fnatic having a lead as well, maybe this Baron construes a little bit. Fnatic, all 5 members in front of the pit. We are going to flip this one, but no, Mickey over the wall with a Magnet Storm stops them all. BDS get nowhere near. Fnatic get the Baron, and Mickey again on engage. Reliable and effective.
A very clean Baron comes through from Fnatic. You saw the same thing I did, Hysterics. I was worried that they were going to flip that, but the target focus onto 113 to prevent him from getting into the pit was done beautifully. Fnatic now with the Baron, quickly converting that winning bot lane play into such a massive objective. Fnatic put themselves in the driver's seat here in Game 1.
You and I were watching back the G2 Fnatic Game 1, you know, from Madrid before we went into show, and we saw the same thing on his Nico. Which, by the way, seeing Mickey before show, he's like, oh, it's broken. No, that sounds like Fuko. No, it was very much a conversation of how good his Nico is. And his Rel is sitting in the same category. Now, sure, 2 out of 8 kill participation, but these last 2 engages have been slick. And Mickey playing defensive again. Equalizer down. Upset has to flash away. Deadly Flourish connects. Curtain call. Someone needs to get in front of Upset, but they can't. It's a great pick. BDS have caught Fnatic with their trousers down around their ankles. Razork gonna get a stun back because he can't do anything else. Humanoid will not commit the ultimate. And a mistake from Fnatic after an exceptional Baron.
I mean, I think that was just a really smart pick from BDS. We talked about it in the draft where the Rumble ultimate in conjunction with the Jhin is just such a great duo because they synergize so nicely together. And that was a great example of it. Irrelevant drops the ultimate onto Upset, the Deadly Flourish comes through to root him in place, and then the collapse from the rest of BDS. It's a situation where Fnatic for the second time get caught unawares of the engage potential that comes through from BDS. And BDS were able to slow the momentum that Fnatic are starting to build.
Gold near even again. Remember, Soul in 50 seconds. We time ourselves. We look at those items once more. Upset may have died, but he's a 3-item Kaiser on hit. Which I think, I'll talk to Jack Spectre about that later, but I'm sure he prefers this one rather than the crit build for Kaiser these days. As, you know, Ice is on to the Last Whisper, so will he have that item before Soul?
It's a lot of magic damage on the side of Fnatic, I'll tell you that.
There is indeed. Oscar in, good W. Can survive the Deadly Flourish for now. But Vetty set me up 20 seconds ago. And I see an Infinity Edge now on Nuke, so 3-item Tristana is also another big AD carry.
That is a huge AD carry. I mean, both of them are incredibly strong.
Mickey, angle, Magnet Storm. It's a one-man pick, but it's a good one. Nuke jumps back into the stones. Half HP, while meanwhile 113 jumped into the rest of Fnatic. BDS, not the team fight you wanted. Their sole opportunity now walking out the door.
Quite a few things happened in that play. Mickey got into a flank angle to catch out Nuke. As you rightly said, he re-engaged because Razork was looking to follow up with his ulti, but 113 interrupted it on the backline. The problem with interrupting it was he went too deep.
He died, yeah. Now, Charm, you can say that Oscar did the same thing. He just got nuked himself. Shut down to that guy as Ice is just trying to defend this one-hit turret. Good weave as well. Sets up for Humanoid to maybe find them all, but BDS, group of 3, equalizer down. That choke is beautiful. There's a shove, there's a flash, and a re-engage. It's onto Irrelevant. Meanwhile, Upset has to re-ignite to the back line. He's exploding and dead. Nuke now going to carry the rest of the fight, but he's stunned up. Again into Humanoid. He keeps doing it. Humanoid's dead as well, and BDS stay standing. Fnatic just thought they were finding the pieces to Jigsaw.
A chaotic fight across the board, but it's BDS that walk away victorious. They're going to get themselves another tower. I think it would be greedy to push any more, but 4 members down on the side of Fnatic. BDS showcasing their resilience. The gold pretty much dead even. But let's look back at the play. We see Oscar trying to siege the tower. He gets focused down so quickly while Fnatic tried to collapse. Humanoid sets his sights on the tower as the main objective that they want, and at this point Fnatic should disengage, but they are hungry for a fight. Yeah. They set their sights onto Nuke, and that Rumble ultimate was massive, the amount of value that they got from it. Razork then flashes in to try and CC up Irrelevant, who uses his Zhonya's to buy time. Meanwhile, Ice and Nuke are free to hit from a distance. Humanoid does his best, and he does get a kill back, but he's got nothing left in the tank, so he's forced to lose his life as well. Fnatic, I think, overstayed a little bit too long.
Yeah.
And look at the damage done by Irrelevant. That Rumble ultimate was massive.
And Irrelevant has started warming up again. A lot of flack on this guy in winter. I think he was not only quiet, but one of the weaker laners when we saw so much of him out of the past couple of years. I remember talking about SK Irrelevant a lot last year, and this year haven't had the opportunity. This game is warming me up to the idea once again. He's 1.7k gold down, but he's got so much teamfight impact so far. For BDS, he feels as reliable as that Gwen on the opposite end. Now, Dragon was taken. It went over to Fnatic. We're still on salt point for BDS, and they are still defending against this onslaught from Fnatic. But you see Nuke in the side lane. Even without 3 grubs, that Tristana will blast open a turret if left alone.
Completely right, Hysterics. I mean, Tristana is a great side laner because of how quickly she destroys towers, and she's going to pick up another one for BDS. Now, of course, when we think about gold, what's really more important is looking at the items, as so many of the players on the Rift right now are hitting those 3 items. That gold difference between the Gwen and the Rumble, really not that significant. You can argue that there's a big damage advantage to Oscar because he has the death cap over a completed Zhonya's in contrast to Irrelevant. But that Zhonya's in the last fight was invaluable because he can get into the front line, stall for his team, do what damage he can, potentially get another rotation out. Meanwhile, now Humanoid definitely at a point where he's dealing a lot of damage, but Nuke has completed his 4th item. So when you just get these front-to-back style compositions, that's where BDS is going to thrive. If they can survive that initial pick threat, that initial dive that comes through from Fnatic, then the re-engage from BDS is just that much more lethal.
And you have so much more tempo, and an overused word, of course, as Paris stop this back. No, Mickey gets out. The word tempo for Nuke, when he auto-attacks in these fights, satchel charge, W reset, and so on and so on and so on again. He's got more mobility in a fight because of Navori Flicker Blades. So with Nuke with that 4th item becomes that much more of a threat. His 1200 gold lead is showing its head a little bit. Now Humanoid's still sitting on that Catalyst. He's 3 items himself. Now with the Rabadons, maybe we look more towards Burst of Fnatic as they start tiptoeing through the fog of war created by BDS towards this Baron pit. The only thing up for a minute 15 is Mickey. Not going to face check here. BDS looking for the pick. Not going to find it. Mickey just walks past. Deadly Flourish. Also ignored.
Oscar on the flank. Ulti comes through from Humanoid.
Weaver's Waltz. Razork going into the choke. 113 has to flash over, but Paris is left isolated. He's ignited down. He won't be poked down, though, because Razork has run out of range. Humanoid, a good ulti. And they got Paris quite low with this flash gone. Is it enough to start the Baron?
I feel like you have to be mindful of the Dragon spawning in 45 seconds.
True.
I also don't know if Fnatic have the fastest Baron. I mean, with Gwen and Kai'Sa, it's definitely not slow. But would it be fast enough to stop this double AD carry composition from knocking on the doors of the Baron themselves? Looks like Fnatic are going to disengage for now, clear out the vision. You can see on the minimap, specks of vision, mainly controlled in favor of Fnatic, but that's because BDS is investing on the bot side of the map. They're getting ready for the Dragon, the ensuing fight to come, and Humanoid's ulti is unavailable, and so is Razork. So BDS definitely have that slight advantage for now.
Who's more jacked, Humanoid or Hugh Jackman? Wait for that one. I actually don't know.
We'll leave it to the fans to decide.
That's right. We know the correct answer. Don't disappoint us, BDS. They've lost that quickly, though. Fnatic walking into River has just shocked that vision you were talking about, Fetty, and BDS now have to regain. Thoughts about going to a top side. It's going to be spotted out by Fnatic with the cross, and it's a 2-man Dragon for now. But they might need upset there very quick. However, he's destroying that Dragon. Baron's not even started yet by BDS.
That's gone. Upset has to make his way over. The Baron is melting from the double AD carries.
Oscar's got his ult in hand, and he'll obliterate anyone. Ice sees him getting zoned out. 3K. Razork looking for the steal, blasted away, and Mickey getting into the thick of it, but he doesn't get a steal or anything of the sort. Fnatic running away with their heads between their legs. For now, Oscar just walks in, gets taken down. Razork jumps in, gets a stunned up, but he's isolated until Upset joins in. The angle's good, but one shot by Upset. A problem as he flushes out Razork, somehow still alive. 113 though, he's starting to thrive. Humanoid flashed on, Ice running to fight. Mickey crushes down, gets him. In the end, it's chaos, but we love it. And Ice will live in it. He breathes it, he feels it, and he lets the curtain fall.
That is a quadra kill and an ace for Ice as 9 members die on the Rift. Ice comes up clutch for BDS as the Baron falls away. And I mean, this was a good setup. Fnatic is disconnected. Ice gets a crucial route onto Oscar. The engage from Mickey doesn't have any follow-up. Razork gets pushed back by Nuke. So Fnatic have to focus whoever's in front of them. And this dive from Razork looks insane initially, but Upset follows it up. Using his ulti, he's able to help get the kill onto Nuke. The Otacon getting some value in that crunched up spot, but crucially, Ice is not touched. He commits onto Humanoid. Mickey gets a nice crash down into the stun. You think here Fnatic turns it around, but Ice just does so much damage. And then the ulti connects to get him the quadra. I mean, this is some great League of Legends.
He is. Ice, yeah. I mean, Jhin at the moment, if you look at tier list for the new patch, even though the patch is like pretty similar, Jhin has been up there for quite a while now. And yeah, and surprise, surprise, Ice also got a GA off the back of it. 10, 0, and 4.
I mean, the one thing I'll say about Ice is I know that when he joined the league, there were a lot of question marks about him, but ever since he's been in here, he's such a staple carry for the team.
He's such a good team fighter.
And he's someone that you give resources to, and he will deliver on them. A reliable carry that Fnatic will now have to find a way to fight through. They found some great plays so far this game. What's amazing is that the gold has largely stayed very even because of the carry threats on the side of Fnatic. But Oscar in that last fight was completely neutered, and it was because of Ice.
Yeah.
He finds the deadly flourish, he roots Oscar in place. Then when he tries to join the fight is basically already over. He gets shut down. And so Fnatic, it feels like that their threat from the top side isn't having anywhere near the same impact that these double AD carries are having right now for BDS.
4,000 gold, max build, full build, everything acquired. We are back to square one, and that is just a soul fight. Everyone on it, 2 minutes to go. Baron, 3 minutes till that returns to the table as well, and we already set it up before. A one-shot capability for Ice. I mean, it's surprising to see. Like, those boots will probably disappear shortly as at a 38-minute game. Let's see what Ice goes for. It's interesting to see Tabi on a Jhin. I mean, Swiftness just got nerfed. -5 movement speed. I wonder if that came into the equation for Ice here in this game. It's like his most popular boots.
I guess he's just most afraid of Razork, of course. Auto attack's still going to come through from Oscar and Upset as well.
I guess so. Yeah, mainly. What you hovering there, Betty? What are you doing behind the scenes? You're looking at the physical shield, eh?
Yeah, I was curious as to how big it was.
He's shielded 352 damage this game. And that's 1.5 shields. Well, if it maxes out.
Irrelevant, side laning again.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Razork. Irrelevant, he's not safe here. There's going to be a dive. It's a flash in. Humanoid doesn't care about the turret damage. But again, the zone saves him. BDS want to bring in the cavalry. Oscar in and behind enemy lines. Fnatic still here. Nuke's going to push this turret, but BDS need to act quick. 5 members are looking for the push. They'll find the inhib. They get in, they get out. BDS, the counterplay is hoping that Nuke can do the same.
I mean, respect to Fnatic for finding that play.
Okay.
It felt like such a heavy commitment, diving the tier 3 tower, but they make the play happen. They also convert it into an inhibitor. Smart and fast gameplay there from Fnatic. And look, the Dragon spawning in about 20 seconds. Irrelevant, while he does have TP, is going to be down for 10. If Fnatic can find and engage prior to his arrival, it's a great position for Fnatic to be.
I love risky League of Legends. I love when we're not playing safe in the harbor. That's what a ship is built for, but ships don't need to stay in the harbor. You know the quote, I said it wrong. Doesn't matter. Fnatic moving through the choke. The traps are set. Now down. Oscar in and look at his health bar with his 4th item as well. Leading into the Blighting Jewel. Fnatic have the damage. This is all for Soul. Fnatic are in there taking it down quick. Nuke wants to come in, but Mickey's zone has been great. Ice opens up the curtains, but it's dead. Humanoid takes it, blocked in. Ice doesn't get hit, and BDS are now kiting back, but do they want the fight? New Goldie's equalizer only hits 1 onto Oscar. He buys time, Mickey's engaged. It's only onto 1, so BDS snap. The exhaust onto Relevant would be enough if Nuke wasn't firing instead. All onto Ice, they say, with the GA. Upset repositions, but look at Nuke. Look at the Tristana. He's hopping, he's leaping, he's jumping, he's diving. It's close, but Nuke is running the space.
These team fights are absolutely crazy. It's a 4 for 3 in favor of BDS. The GA providing value for Ice, but BDS, they now have a direct access to the Nexus. It's just Upset standing in their wake. He needs to buy 15 more seconds to Mickey. BDS, they're looking at the inhibitors that they're going to look to try and end.
Upset has barrier, but what does it mean against a satchel charge? You can just put this on the turret and Upset will get AoE'd. Range at max at level 18 Tristana. Nuke's going to sit here and fire away. Upset needs to do it on this wave, but 113 ulti's out. More members coming in. Mickey trying to help. Nuke gets an open Nexus, but he crashed down. Mickey, great CC, and Upset will take him to the pound.
Fnatic keep their Nexus alive. 20 kills to 24, a constant back and forth. The TP to top lane.
Can they
Surely they can't. I mean, the respawn on Ice is coming through. Oscar, this was way too ambitious. Way too ambitious. He's got to turn his attention to mid lane, or maybe they just play for the Baron.
They're obviously reeling off Madrid. They're reeling off that Koi series. Fnatic are like trying to do it again or something.
We look back at the fight, and this engage 1-1-3 was a bit suspicious. The knockback as well onto both Mickey and Upset was not ideal. The re-engage comes through for Mickey, but remember, in the front to back, this is not ideal for Fnatic. Oscar just gets melted. Upset's forced to flash away, but then Nuke crucially commits in, and Upset cleverly uses his ultimate to get onto the back line, while Razork is just buying so much time. He's able to stall thanks to the shield. He gets the kill onto Ice, and if Ice had lived there, this likely would have been game for BDS.
True. They would have had the range. They would have been able to finish the game. It's only game 1. We're at 42 minutes. Fnatic got the soul. But it ain't over. They've got a bare Nexus. No wards to teleport to, so the backdooring relies on someone like Nuke hopping over. But for now, they have to defend top inhibitor. Bottom inhibitor for Fnatic likewise. The objectives, 3.5 minutes to 5 minutes away. We are in equilibrium, at least for now, waiting for those inhibitors to come up.
These fights have been absolutely crazy. One thing I will say is huge credit to Upset. So many of these fights, if he didn't commit super deep with his ultimate, they would not have gone Fnatic's way. And the way you described is this risky type of League of Legends, that is exactly what he has been doing. Diving backline with Razork and saying, I have to trust my mechanics to outplay here, otherwise this is going to end in disaster. And he's done exactly that for his team. And the same can be said for Ice. He has come up clutch for his team multiple times in this game. And it feels like that it's a battle of which AD carry can outperform the other as the final moments draw closer.
It's a push in from top from BDS. Humanoid gets a shout out in that as well. You saw his damage. He's got the most damage in the game for someone that's fallen behind and pretty much stayed behind to this Tristana. Props to Humanoid. His zone control, his picks, obviously leading the charge alongside a lot of that burst.
I mean, it's been nothing but a great game of League, right?
Yeah.
A lot of
It's been
standout
nice.
performances from everyone. And we're getting to
we've
those
had
final
the
moments.
past 3 weeks, we have had pretty decent games.
Oh, yeah.
Great games, some would say. We've had, you know, one hits off the Nexus. We have had some insane fighting, like Vitality started existing, Heretic started existing.
I mean, the league
bigger
is
capacities, you know?
very competitive right now.
It's good.
We don't know how things are going to play out, but as a reminder, if Fnatic win the series, they will lock a spot in playoffs alongside KC. If BDS win, well, things get kind of crazy.
Good sidestep. Oscar doesn't want to get caught out. He's full build now as well. One single minion trying to do something heroic. Through mid, and he's dead.
I mean, you got to remember, right? Fnatic have the Alicon buff and they have Chemsol, and these fights are still insanely close.
Yeah.
That's just how strong this front-to-back comp is.
That's why Riot introduced Elder Vetti. That, if anything, will end the game as BDS channel down mid trying to do it themselves. Look at the range, by the way.
This tower is not going to last long.
All it takes, and the AoE, they have to walk away. Fnatic can't stand in the vicinity of a turret. Nuke will kill him. All in from 1-1-3. It's Oscar in and caught out, but Mickey's engaging backline. Stuns up, holds the play. Quickness good from Paris. He's zoning, but he can't get near Upset. He just walks into an auto-attacking Kai'Sa. Last shot from Ice doesn't work. Upset walks in. He's alive! He's alive! Upset with a triple. He's taking them all down. You love the number 4 so much, Ice. Why don't you marry it? Upset will chase. Razork will get the movement speed. In for a penny. In for a pound. Ice will be the last to fall to the ground.
It's an ace for Fnatic, and they're able to win out on the final fight. The death timers are too long, and Fnatic will set their sights on the Nexus and game 1 of this series.
It's just about which AD carry can perform the team fighting masterclass, isn't it? Upset does it even better than the last. And that turret, I think that's fake. Spectators wigging out because this game belongs to Fnatic.
Impressive stuff from both sides. Some fantastic team fighting. A 50-kill game in 45 minutes. Give us more of that.
We wait because, man, it's really nice to see both teams taking risks. It's really nice to see both AD carries playing out of their mind. And one of them, who just did it that little bit better, is who Shox is standing by with.
Absolutely, it's Upset who had... What a game! I mean, what the hell is going on? Ever since Madrid, in Madrid, and now here, Fnatic's games are even crazier than usual. What is going on?
I mean, we kind of just landed 2 minutes ago from the airport. So we are still pretty jet-lagged, I think, from Madrid. But hopefully we can focus more for the next game.
Yeah, the NA excuse, but you are winning. Talk to me about how you approached that game. It just seemed like you had... I'm sure you were thinking about it. You were going in every single time. What does that feel like?
Felt good when it worked, felt pretty bad when it didn't, I guess. So that's just League of Legends.
Exactly. Wonderful quote. Thank you, Upset. Go ahead and prepare for the second game, and we'll kick it over to the desk to talk about that superstar performance.
Thank you, Shox. You know, it felt good when it didn't. It's just League of Legends. I mean, we talked about BDS starting off so strong in that early game, Upset even getting caught every now and then, but what a way to finish the series.
Man, it's so painful to watch BDS. It's like they have these glimpses of brilliance. They look so good, all their players. Nook on the Tristana in the 1v1, 1-1-3 with the crazy plays, and even Ice on the Jhin, doing so much, but then they just
whoops.
That's the entire point, right? It felt like BDS got exactly what they wanted. Nuke on the Tristana, which he performed on against Caps with the exact same matchup into Tadlia. As you're saying yourself, Ice on almost a signature Jhin at this point. And it just felt like every time we came to the late game objectives, they just never had a good fight set up. Like, they either lost a flash beforehand, or they just straight up had a bad fight that made it so they couldn't get it.
It also felt like every now and then we would see BDS forcing it maybe a little too much, like when they got Fnatic to dive top lane with 3 people on that tier 3 tower, and BDS are sticking to that bot lane push, or even in the mid lane, the game-ending fight, so to say. It's like, was that the right call, or maybe wait for that Elder?
Yeah, it felt weird. They were never really able to play on their own setup and play on that. So all the fights were very, very messy, mechanical, kind of fist fights going back and forth, where I think all 10 players played really, really well. Yeah.
But it's the point where it's just like in roles like this, right? You're saying it, they go super, super well, but it's still this exact role, right? That should just have been BDS with maybe 3 surviving members.
Yeah.
It comes back to just like 1 surviving member. Even roles like this, where Nuke's tunnels a lot on Upset, it buys Upset so much space when he decides to Kai'Sa ultimate in a bit. So Nuke jumps over, in comes Upset, and the fight is still alive.
Yeah, he played it brilliantly here. And it's so sad, because when Ice comes out of this GA, if he just doesn't die to Razork, if Nuke doesn't keep chasing Upset and kills Razork a little bit faster, Ice is alive for this ending attempt, and then they just probably end the game.
And you were saying this to me the entire time, Jack. They're not ending. They're not ending here. They can't end. And you were right, they couldn't. And then that's the overforce coming through as well.
Yeah, and then again, they have full control of mid. They can run to play the Elder that's spawning in a minute, but instead they greed for this like mid-inhib play versus the Nash. They give Fnatic the engage they need. Upset, I mean, he had a tough early game, but this is a new era of Upset. This man is not playing for KDA.
You're right, he's not. Aggressive. He's diving in, and yeah, sometimes there was a mistake with it this game, but it's also what makes moments like this happen.
Yeah.
But disappointing for BDS.
I think it also speaks a lot of volumes in terms of like how far Fnatic has come during this split, because when you're down, when you're that far behind, you don't have the best early game, to then be able to flip it and like actually stick it out and not mentally boom, I am impressed.
No, you're totally right. I think early game's still disappointing. The fact they hold on, super nice sight for Fnatic. They're still chasing that top spot in the league. But BDS, they're still not locked. And you not being able to win the first game in the series when you get that gold lead,
we've seen it before,
that's a
though.
bit rough. Yeah, but it's like we've had this conversation about BDS that they're becoming so much better around their neutral objectives, and it's what worked for them in the past. And then they were stuck on Soul Point for so long, and they just can't find that last dragon that's going to make the game so much easier for them.
Yeah, 3 Drakes and then giving 4 back-to-back to Fnatic. I mean, it feels
and
really
the
bad.
Atacon.
Yeah.
And the Baron.
Yeah.
And it's like, how much can you, like, you can't really give a team like Fnatic that much, because eventually they are going to be able to claw it right back. But BDS as well, I mean, for them, it's just, you got to forget this game, right? Because you can't dwell on it. You had multiple opportunities to end, maybe over-forcing it, over-saying it a little bit here and there. How do you just clean that up like that? Because we've seen that from them before as well.
I mean, I think it's just pinpointing your fight allocation, because it was very simple for them with the early game. I think 1-1-3, despite falling behind, put Nuke so far ahead that it made it so easy to play the map from the mid lane. But just making sure that you're not taking unnecessary fight that's going to be a tempo killer before the future objectives, where you're losing flash and all that, that's the only thing you really got to fix if the game plays out the same way.
Yeah, I think they're still missing that like strategic voice that is telling everybody to calm down, set up the objective, play it properly, play tempo. I think 1-1-3 is a player that loves to play aggressive, and he has so many ideas. But nobody is telling him like, okay, the early game is finished now. We can relax. We can play good, you know, classic, normal League of Legends. So they just keep trying to go for this high pace, high fighting, and it's not a consistent way to win.
Well, that is normal League of Legends here. Inconsistent. Either way, we're going to be back after this short break with Game 2 of Fnatic against BDS, so don't go anywhere.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LEC after a pretty crazy back and forth in game one between Fnatic and BDS. Fnatic, however, coming out on top, being able to close this out. It's BDS that unfortunately missed the mark.
Yeah, I mean, we just spoke about it. If you missed it, great late game. Sadly, objective round, the objective setup in the late game, not the best. But I think still for Fnatic's side, we're quite disappointed in that early game. And that's certainly something I'm looking at going into the next game that they got to fix.
That's true, but I'm a bit worried about BDS because I feel like they got all their comfort picks, right? They got Nuke on the Tristana, which I feel like he's looked great on.
Yep.
They got 113 on Xin Zhao.
Yep.
They also got Ice on his Jhin.
Yep.
Fantastic performance, but it still wasn't enough to win. And then you're looking at a game 2 here where all of those picks are out, and they also decided to opt back to go to the red side when they banned 2 mid laners out from Humanoid. Are they going to then again ban 2 mid laners? And Humanoid was still pretty damn useful.
Maybe there's like a method to the madness. This is like the first game, you know, that they throw, and then they go like, actually, like last week where they were going up against Vitality, and they were like, oh, you know, like we're going to change it. Instead of Engage as being in jungle and support, we're going to change it to AD carry and mid. Maybe that's what they want to go for. I'm just trying to be positive here because, you know, they still got to go up against G2.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I think, like, ban-wise as well with the mid laners, I actually think, like, with the amount of mid... I get the Yone, but even with the Azir, I think you could have been happy. Yeah, I think you could have been fine in game 1. You could could have picked Talia into that, and Nuke would have been fine with it. I think actually Fnatic has the most options with Humanoid having expanded his champion pool with the Aurelion Soul. So even if you opt out for not banning the Victor, giving that to Nuke, he's proven that he likes playing A-Soul into it. So I could easily see the mid lane matchup being swapped up a lot going into game 2.
Yeah, and I'd like to see 1-1-3 on Nidalee.
Oh,
they did
that's usually a game 3 special,
but
right?
it's so difficult with the champions around it.
What's interesting actually though is that Fnatic didn't ban Nidalee, but instead they banned the Jace and the Varus, who you'd really want to play with that Nidalee, which I think was a big reason that dissuaded BDS from actually picking it. So I want to see in this draft, can BDS construct more of a poke comp? Because now they've kind of lost their bread and butter front to back that they normally go for, and I feel like their secondary option is that poke composition.
It then also brings the question in terms of like how much can they play off of that poke composition? Because again, it's not a problem of the early game. It's just a problem of setting up those Baron fights correctly, setting up those Drake fights correctly, not getting just picked off, not giving up too much while you're trying to split push.
Yeah, and honestly, just keeping on draft, Jack, I'm curious on your viewpoint as well, because Kalista, we have just come from a weekend where we've seen her be permabanned first rotation.
Yeah.
This time around, it was the second rotation. Has the nerfs been that impactful?
I mean, she is the lowest win rate ADC in the game.
Right, but she's always, yeah, okay.
But she's always been pretty low in solo queue, like pro jail. But at the same time, they were pretty big, I'd say. I'd be surprised if she still ends up being like a you know, 1-2-3 pick, 1-2-3 ban. Maybe more of like a 4-5 that you go for in more situational drafts, especially when the Poppy's out, when the Talia's out.
Yeah, starting off again with the Jace ban, so to me that's telling me that I don't want to give BDS the opportunity to go for that poke comp either.
Yeah, but so beforehand they were banning Varus here, right? And out of nowhere, Maokai has come through. Another great setup champion, and that's honestly what BDS often needs for a guy like 1-1-3. But that means that there's a lot of options available. Either the Victor or Varus will get banned, or maybe none of them, and that's just a Poppy instead. So the first pick for Fnatic, there's loads to choose from.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe a Varus first pick here for upset. And it's also the Jhin is out, which is one of Ice's like favorites into the Varus. So then he maybe has to go for more of a scaling route or the MF that we've also seen. Oh, it's actually going to be the Poppy ban setting that up. I mean, that's also Razork's one of his favorites for sure. Looked very good on it. But the Kai'Sa is out to pair up with it, so you don't have this like easy to set up dive comp that a lot of teams have been pairing with it.
Even from mid laners, you got Talia out of the way. I mean, Ahri is still available as one of the options that we often see from that side, so there's still options, that's true.
Yeah. Rod of Ages Ahri did get nerfed, but still very impactful. And
I mean, I'll be honest, I liked it better when I didn't see the Rod of Ages anyways. Like, I'm getting flashback to Jojo, who actually did damage on the champion in the arena. Like, with a Vi, I kind of liked it better.
I mean, I don't know. I think Rod of Ages was pretty...
I mean, it was too strong. I'm not trying to defend that build.
Yeah.
BDS does get the Varus though, so it kind of gives them the opportunity to go for that poke if they want to. Yo, Aurelion Soul.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Okay.
The Aurelion Soul here. So the Aurelion Soul makes up for the late game factor that Kalista is missing. So now you have both a strong early game in the bot side and having a really good scaling option in mid. Ooh, and the Nocturne Orianna combo from BDS here. I'm liking a lot both drafts. I do wonder, like, as you get later on in the game though, Aurelion Soul gets really tanky. Kalista is one of the ADCs that can also go more of a tanky build, so it'll be hard to pull off that one-shot Orianna Nocturne combo and actually kill the squishy targets from the side of Fnatic.
Depends also on the range, whether or not Nuke is going to have an opportunity to get close enough to be able to give that engage to Nocturne.
Yeah. I mean, normally the Nocturne just like sits behind and then they like coordinate it and play it well together. And it's like, it's pretty easy, but at the same time, my mid laners and junglers, they have messed it up a few times.
So. All right, spoken like a trade to carry.
Well, I'm curious to see what the support matchups start to look like here, because bot lane is going to be a pivotal role. So the nerf that was to Kalista is like, she lost a little bit of HP, a little bit of damage early, mostly just trying to nerf that early laning.
Yeah, they nerfed the Rend, but they did give a higher AD scaling.
Yeah, but it's like level
I think
6,
when she gets to
80
18, then in total she's gotten 13 more damage or something like that.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
You know.
Wow, that's a huge power spike.
Level 18 Kalista power spike. But so yeah, I think now the Varus matchup should be a lot more favored for him. And then especially if you're maybe looking to leverage that 5th pick counter pick for the support department, I would like to see that.
But I am curious, right? Because in my head right now, this makes it scream like having a winning bot lane seems so good for BDS when they already have the Varus. You're saving maybe support for 5 instead.
Yeah.
But that also means that Irrelevant might have to blind pick engage like a Sign, like an Ornn instead when you already have a Nocturnes. And that has been proving difficult.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure if I love that one. I like more of a Bruiser on top here, I think, that can Because two ways you can play Nocturne is either just as like a straight engage and send it type of champ, or you can just use the ultimate to create chaos and fight around it. And I think if some bruiser that can leverage that chaos, I'd like to see much more for the side of BDS. Let's see what they opt for. They did ban kind of two, like the Renata ban makes me think that maybe they just want to go and engage support on 4. But at the same time, the Renata is also a great blind pick. Oh,
Shen?
It's a Shen top.
What?
So technically speaking, and technically speaking, Flex, right? We actually don't know where it's going.
It's going top. This is not going bot. I think
But that's a crazy combo with the Nocturne ulting in. You have the Orianna engaged too, and then the Shen ult to keep you safe so you don't get just one shot.
Yeah. If this Shen goes support, GB, you get $100. If
Whoa! Alright, I know what I'm rooting for now.
I mean, GB usually tends to win these bets, but then he never gets what he's promised, so I wouldn't get too excited if I were you.
So far, I think Jack is only lost.
Well, the Shen top, the buff was actually very significant to his early
He's had
laning
like 3 in a row. Riot's been very adamant at getting him back.
The most recent one just makes his Q deal 1% more max HP damage, which is way stronger. And we got two very interesting drafts here. The Gragas top into the Shen, and the Nico support blind pick here. Ooh, I'm not sure if I love the Alistar. Very weak early lane. Would like maybe more something like the Nautilus or something.
The Nautilus is banned, so that doesn't
Yeah.
really give them an opportunity to do so.
Leona's still available. Did see some buffs here as well. But
Yeah, I think I like the Leona more. I mean, Alistar does scale up very nicely, but you have the Gragas to stop his engage, and just the early laning phase against this Nico.
And I am not getting $100.
You're not getting it.
Uh-oh.
That's the sad story of the day.
Well, that's what I care about right now.
Well, predictions for the draft. I actually really like the BDS draft overall. I think Shen, Nocturne, Orianna, they cooked.
Yeah, I mean, I can see how Fnatic could win, and there's certainly good skirmishing options, but I think getting to that point where Asol just completely outscaled them, and then not being hit by Nocturne with Shen ult, with Orianna ultimate, like the combo pieces for BDS.
And it all rides on.
And it's all good as well with the Alistar because it allows them to stay back and peel off the Vi from the Varus, so you can just have your AD carry in the back doing all the damage they need to do.
Let's go 1-1-3.
I will say that
No bias.
if Fnatic gets first on an objective and they start setting up where, you know, they're not really allowing for the backline to actually come through with a dive on Nocturne, but Var is in a position to do damage, can be difficult for BDS. I'm really hoping they clean up that mid to late game.
Yeah, objective control here and decisiveness for this lineup of BDS is going to be incredibly important.
That seems to be the theme in general for quite a few of the teams that we have playing in general. Fnatic, though, I mean, they've already had that first game under lock and key, so not too much pressure here, but they could make this a 2-0. GB, would you like a prediction for the draft?
Yeah, I'll say 2-0. I don't care. Fnatic good.
All right.
Fnatic good.
Fnatic good, draft great. Both of these teams cooked, but let's head over to our casters. Maybe they could also give us a prediction for this draft. Do you think it's going to be 2-0?
Oh, I refuse to answer that. I am unbiased. I'm just here for the ride.
Whoa.
Yeah, trying to hey, where's the $100? Where's the $100? I'll give you a prediction. Give me $100. Okay.
Why are you suddenly going?
Because GB got off on it.
You got $100, eh?
Yolka. Well done. Big shout out again. Oscar in and pulling out Gragas when earlier on, obviously, we had a nice ode to Shushay. And it really feels nice at Fnatic here today. Pull out this pick. We don't see it all that often. Now, Oscar's already played it before. He's got a wealth of top lane champions already in his splitters. We're going to 1v2 level 1. How many people are getting involved? Mickey's just going to send the Tangle Barbs out. That's his start, but he does have to burn the heal. Veti, I want to start with BDS, though.
Okay.
That's a submarine comp. Like, normally we just get the Nocturne Orianna.
No, it's not a submarine comp.
What do you want to call it?
Sorry, submarine comps were specifically for Twitch and Evelynn with the Shen, because the idea is like a submarine, you sneak underwater and you appear out of nowhere.
Where is the cow and the
yeah,
two
so
blokes?
I don't think a shadow monster, a clockwork lady, and a ninja actually had a name. I'm sorry.
Well, okay. What do you want to call it then?
I mean, I'd call it a dive comp.
Okay. So deep water dive comp.
Deep water.
Yeah, okay.
Does everything need a nickname?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
It really does. Because, let's be real, 113 is going to ult in, Irrelevant's going to follow, Nuke is going to have the ball on, boom. Big shockwave.
So my impression of Shen, typically, is that he should never really have kill threat on you.
But?
Because he has great trades.
Yeah.
But in order for him to kill you, like, it should be super obvious that he can kill you.
Yes.
So if you're dying to a Shen 1v1, you're doing something egregiously wrong.
Well, I'm just worried that Oscar Rinnan in this game, because remember, Twilight has told us where the blade is. If it passes through...
Yeah, you get a bunch of attack speed
and remember now, empowered health ratio is up to 5, so you get an extra percentage. As they were saying, it's been buffed, and you were telling me, as we're in pick and ban, Shen the past 3 patches has been that subtle, like, here's a buff. Here's a buff. You know, like, not many people talking about it. And then we're like, hang on a minute, this guy's pretty good.
So it was, I want to say 2022 Worlds, where I was talking with Odo about Shen, and I was like, why isn't Shen competitively viable? Like, I think he's a great champion, especially with how side lanings and lane swaps were so prominent. I was like, surely this champion makes so much sense, because he can also be a very difficult champion to dive. But basically, Odo argued that the problem is his wave clear.
True.
And it's something where, like, if you have to invest early on in something like a Tiamat to be able to wave clear, then you kind of don't necessarily have control over the wave. And if you're getting a Tiamat, then you don't necessarily have the ability to freeze the wave and all that. But naturally, champions will get to a point where if you buff them, then it's kind of hard to ignore.
True.
So it's cool to see Shen back. His global presence is something that I think is always very scary. And I remember back in the day, we used to see things like Nocturne, Twisted Fate, plus Shen.
Oh, yeah.
And then you had these side lane monsters attacking everywhere. Is Fnatic setting up for a dive bot lane?
They are indeed. They've slowly been working towards this, and Razork now has Paris in place. Nice pulverize, though. Paris pops away Mickey because he wants to rework it into Razork. Ends up being a 1-for-1. Upset now has to run out before Ice turns it into more. Humanoid is going to be a follow-up gank. 113 has an angle here. Standing in place, Humanoid gets chunked. 113 doesn't get the range.
I love the idea from the dive from Fnatic. The way in which Mickey turns into a minion, has the ability to tank up more tower shots, but then Paris responds by knocking Mickey out of the play and turning the tower aggro onto, I think it was Razork.
Yeah.
So we'll look back at the play and just keep your eyes on Mickey in this whole setup. So he's the one that's going to take initial tower aggro, gets the root, switches over to a cannon minion, and then this play from Paris to flash in, punt him out of range, and now Razork can't do anything because he's super deep and he has no way of getting out. So they end up turning it into a 1-for-1, and crucially, it's Ice that picks up the kill, and Razork gets the kill himself. So no major advantage gain for Upset, whereas Ice still got the wave, got a kill, and is now going to have a nice first base.
I mean, the fact that he's up as well, yeah, it's huge after a dive. Also, Nuke, Humanoid, believe he was forced out. Good chunk again as Humanoid just comes back. And this is just like the last game. Nuke had a very explosive laning phase, came out of it with a lead, and although a small one, was still significant enough for us to turn our heads. Once again, another good early game as he's gone back for his tier. He's also teleported back in, and he's just going to try and stay in this 1v1 for as long as possible against the Scaling Dragon.
Now, Shen is a really strong trading champion on the top side of the map.
He is.
His trading ability against Gragas will naturally get weaker as Gragas gets more levels under his belt. Oscar has chosen to go back to base first, and he's now starting to win out on some of these short trades. Admittedly, Irrelevant hasn't actually spent any money on any items just yet. So I expect that top lane to be like many top lane matchups where it's just a bit of trading back and forth with no one really having any significant kill threat on the other. But Irrelevant off to a good start in the laning phase, has a decent CS advantage. You can see something similar for Nuke in the mid lane. And on the bot side of the map, it's also pretty even, but thanks to that early kill given to Ice, he does have a slight gold lead. So across the board, pretty even. Setting up for the first Dragon of the game. 113 going to be starting this one off. As a reminder, there is no cross map for Grubs.
But Irrelevant with his ulti also has teleport, by the way. Oscar and you know, he's teleported obviously earlier on to get that HP lead that he had in his lane. He's now walking towards bot. As BDS start this Dragon, they'll have this uncontested. It's only Mickey disguising himself as Razork, while Razork sits top lane. So even though Irrelevant is walking down now to match, there is that TP extra that you have to think about from BDS that as they hit their level 6.
That's very true. And the reason why that's valuable is because, as you're rightly saying, You Shen ult to one side, you can then TP back to the tower on the other. And so they identified that the swap was coming through from Fnatic. Irrelevant changed plans, started walking towards bot side of the map, expecting Ice to go back to base and be able to match up towards the top side against Upset. Now the question is, will Fnatic choose to swap again? Is Fnatic interested in getting out of this laning phase?
Then they lose
they
grubs,
want to
don't
keep them? Exactly, that's the other thing. But by swapping out of it, they would lose an ability to really contest with their bot lane for those grubs. But level 6 is there for Ice, and that's something Fnatic's bot lane has to be super cautious of.
Same with 113 as well, right? But a turret dive seems a little bit extreme. But you know, Vetty, with only 1 grubs now, it does feel like that conversation has to be worked into, like, you know, when you see things like Shen on the map, you're like, well, it's going to be a bit more predictable. Our bot lane has to be top. We have to get pressure because only 1 set of grubs. How much do teams value it? It's my question of the day. Like, where do we sit on grubs when we are in a new patch and there is only 1 spawning of them?
And it's a scary fight for Fnatic to take because, as you already mentioned, no TP available for Oscar. It is going to be coming up soon, so that advantage window that BDS has is slipping away. It would be cool if they would think about some sort of dive play by leveraging the channel to be going. Oscar has a lot of ways to interrupt it.
He does.
So Irrelevant has to be very cautious about when and where he uses it. Part of the reason why Gragas is a pretty good pick into the Shen, just because it's a big neutralizer.
Upset gets chunked a little bit. Ice is going on hit, but still, Q hurts like anything. As 113 starts up grub, spawns some mites, he thinks about it, but wants to pop the ultimate, and into the shadows he goes, and Stand United interrupted, but it gets the shield. 113 sets up for Ice to get the kill. That's 2 on the Forest, as Mickey is going to be a re-dive, but Tangle Barbs hits onto 2. Good burst, and Paris in trouble. He took a turret shot. The minion wave was cleared. Well done by Mickey once again as he's brought company. Razorka's ultied in and ultied down. Ice will not be able to move. No sleeping safe and sound either. 113 gets away with his life, but that all started with the rebound thanks to Mickey.
So the first thing I was going to say is that Oscar interrupting Irrelevant's ulti onto the top side of the map, I don't think really did them that many favors. But then when the extended play comes through for Fnatic, it ends up working beautifully. So the Shen ultimate in conjunction with the Nocturne ultimate means that Upset really can't do much in this play. But BDS, they want to go back past the tower, and Mickey wisely is able to kill the minion, and he keeps Paris within tower aggro, allowing them to get a pick. Razork and Humanoid roam towards the top side of the map. The collapse comes through onto Ice, and they convert it into another kill. Nice response there from Fnatic, but also nice idea from BDS, because that's how you want to be using the Shen ultimate in the early game.
But remember, Stand United, I mean, it's a big cooldown, right? 200 seconds, which if any math wizards are out there, that's over 3 minutes. That's crazy. Like, for an ultimate in League of Legends these days, that's kind of up there with Maiden, with like Kael's Judgment at level 6. It's a very long cooldown. I saw you hover over and see 190.
No, it's got 100 seconds.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
But 190 in total in this game.
Oh, in total? I can check for you right now. Yeah, 190 seconds in total.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a long ulti. 3 minutes, 10 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's not repeatable. Paranoia, well, the range might be minimal. Its cooldown not as long, so we still have the option of pairing it with Nuke, as 80 carries are now sitting mid. Irrelevant Oscar and back in top, and Humanoid and Nuke are just sitting down bottom for now. Nice shadow dash, Oscarinen. He just gets pummeled a little bit. And remember, every time Shen completes an ability, as Body Slam misses, Irrelevant gets a nice little shield thanks to Key Barrier, which is great. It's based on bonus health as well, as he's going Tunneler.
Now, Fnatic did get grubs off that topside play as well.
They did, well spotted.
And Dragon going to be spawning in about 50 seconds. 113 looking to secure the crab. I don't think he'll have any issues securing it. Mickey not going to stop him from trying though. We saw his Nico come through in the series versus G2. I want to say it was game 3.
That was game 1, wasn't it?
No, it was game 3.
We looked at it just before.
We won. He won in that game and they lost game 1.
Okay, well it wasn't game 1, ladies and gentlemen. Paranoia comes in. Let's spark it up. 113 has no follow-up though, so Mickey gets thrown in. Pop Blossom, 2-man, and whatever game it was, Vetty, it was a bloody good one. Mickey's doing it again, and Fnatic are starting to run away with this a bit.
And this is why I wanted to bring the topic up, because Mickey was so good at finding these engages with this champion in particular. This time, with the help of Upset, he gets thrown in with the Kalista ultimate, connects a 2-man ult, and they punish the aggression from BDS. Now they can start off the Dragon, and this is a very different early game to what we saw in game 1, where Fnatic are the one finding these advantages.
And look, Oscarin having a natural lead in the Shen lane. Jungle now very much ahead as Razork equalizes Dragons. Bot lane also equal on a 2-kill Varus. Kind of just shows you where Upset's at now. It's Fnatic, 2k gold lead in total, but I'm starting to look towards, you know, this Herald spawn at 15 minutes, towards these first items coming on the board. Betty, I feel like Fnatic are roaring in this game when they have an Aurelion Sol in the position it's in.
Yeah, Fnatic did talk a lot about how this week was obviously a difficult one for them, getting back from Spain.
Yeah.
And,
what did Upset say in the interview after game 1 with Shocks? We've landed as 2 minutes ago or something. Obviously, that's sarcastic, but.
And I think like seeing some of the missteps that we see in their play is understandable. But again, some of the resilience, and I'm going to keep harping on about it, but this Duffman effect, whatever roster he joins, he finds ways to improve their decision-making in the mid-game. And I think that's something that Fnatic fans have been very eager for a long time, which is this idea of they're not just fumbling this mid-game decision where they over-aggress, they let their excitement or the momentum overtake their decision-making, and instead they're making more calculated plays. And again, it's not flawless, still things to work on, but a nice development that we're seeing from Fnatic, and the same can be said for BDS, who at the beginning of the split did not look very good at all. But now they are very competitive with Fnatic. Their team fighting is still very strong, but the unfortunate reality for BDS is that they find themselves very close to being cut out from playoffs, which only welcomes the top 6 of our league.
The reason being because BDS, unlike other teams in the league, have actually played a lot of games. So just a quick reminder of what's left this series against Fnatic, then Team Heretics. Third place ain't safe because BDS are normally our third place team. They ain't safe. You know, we normally rely on them to be outside the cusp of Fnatic G2. Obviously, this split and this year has already shown very different feelings with KC moving to first stand.
And of course, being at a scoreline, assuming if they lost this series and then won the next one 4-5, a lot of like potential tiebreakers, a lot of teams are sitting along that scoreline, but also Heretics, it doesn't seem like an easy opponent right now with the way that they've been ramping up. So BDS would very much like to turn this series around. And with the composition that they have ways to do it. And so it's just a question of how well can they execute upon this composition. Great side lane threats with the Shen, with the Nocturne. The Wombo combo potential is there. Let's see if they can pull it off. Only a 2k gold deficit for the time being. They slowed the game down. Rift Herald spawning in 40 seconds.
You know, the problem I'm worried about with BDS, Fetty, is like with this comp, when those ultis are down, if it doesn't land, if they don't find a pick, then it feels like they're in trouble. A lot of these comps when, you know, like we got the release of Nico back in the day. I can't even remember what year that was. When we had a lot of these Wombo comps, like the Aphelios meta. Once it was all down, once those big blown ultis were down, and these comps that could stall out and really team fight and play with it always looked a bit better.
Probably part of the reason why Ice is going for a non-hit build rather than the lethality.
That's a very good point.
But yeah, you're right. Often these compositions, shout out to Kadrol, is that he used to call them shotgun comps because that's what they are, like a very powerful upfront burst of damage.
True.
But the reloads takes a second. And so unless you find value out of that initial shot, it can definitely be a difficult composition to keep in an extended fight. But we'll see how they play things out. They're the first on the Heralds. Right now, Fnatic in a bit of an awkward position. They're still only making their way into their jungle. They've got a face check into Paris. It's making it very difficult for them.
Irrelevant's also in Fog of War. Maybe that's why Fnatic are proceeding backwards as Mickey disguises himself, but Herald's just going to be gone. The fight afterwards is Razork onto Paris, pops the Unbreakable Will. There's the Paranoia. Here comes the dive, and Stand United Shockwave. It all lands. An Upset is first to go. The ulti in response, but Mickey does it again. He said his Nico's great, and he's showing it once more. The skies are descending for Fnatic as Humanoid gets a good ulti, but look at Ice. Betty, you told me to watch the on-hit. He follows up afterwards. Mickey can't save the play. And 1-1-3 with a triple kill. Finally, BDS surged to life.
I mean, the shotgun was lethal from BDS. They take out Upset immediately. And even though Mickey found a nice return engage, it was a heavy commitment from Fnatic to trying to kill Nuke. And good job they were able to do it, but it came at a massive cost. Look at the engage come through from 1-1-3. He's the man you need to track. The Shockwave follow-up with the Shen as well. Connects onto Upset. The flash doesn't matter. He gets shut down immediately. They try to lock down Ice with the ulti from Razork. He flashes away to safety. But now Fnatic is committing way too deep. Look at how far they're flashing in to get the kill onto Nuke. They finally get it. But Ice is free hitting on the back line as 1-1-3 working with Irrelevant to clean them up. And Ace, a 5-for-1 teamfight win for BDS.
Always a commitment from 1-1-3 in that fight. Body blocking for Ice. Really nice detective work here. 1-1-3 sourcing the crime and seeing that in the end it was Razork. I guess if Humanoid hit that ulti and he's maybe 3-4 items deep, then we start worrying. Then we start looking at a one fight for Fnatic. But too much of a commit, as you said, Betty. Too deep, too early. BDS, a surge for them in this game. 1k gold lead, Dragon now in their favor too. Nuke's gonna get bottom turret with it. We're just watching to see if Fnatic can do anything topside, because this is just a straight out another win for BDS here in the early game.
That fight was just a great demonstration of how the comp works. And now the pressure is on Fnatic because they need to find a solution. How do we keep Upset alive? Because Flash isn't necessarily enough. The combination still came through. He tried to flash away from the Shockwave, and it's still connected onto him. And the terrifying thing is the fact that a Shen is going to be following through. And do you remember that 1-1-3 didn't ult immediately? The Shen ultimate came through, but he actually waited because he wants ideally the timing to sync up so that when he actually connects, the Shen is there immediately.
And the Shockwave layers it for it as well,
Right.
so Shen gets a free
So
E.
exactly. So the Shockwave sets up, and then the Shen arrives, and then the follow-up CC. And admittedly, you could argue that they overcommitted because Ice also threw his ultimate in there as well to make sure they got that kill onto Upset, which is where it could be a little bit of an overcommitment, but they ended up making it work out nicely. And we'll see if they can pull it off again.
Oscar just going to get chased out. A couple more of those. As a taunt, a very fundamental mechanic under a turret. But what's up next, Betty? I see Dragons far away. I see Atakan topside in a minute 30.
These outer towers going to be the next main objective. BDS setting their sights on this tier 1 in the top lane.
Sees him. Nice. Extra magic damage. And Oscar, who is going AP Bruiser with quite a bit of health in the build. It's going to be nice for Irrelevant with his bonus magic damage. Just doing more stuff like that. Minute till Atakan spawns. Ice is trying to get this push in mid, get priority, and maybe move up to top. BDS moving as a 4-man unit. Nuke standing by. But you can see, look, Upset's like, no way, he's not even near the turret. Look how far back he is on the minimap. That guy was standing here. No way. He doesn't want to get deja vu.
I mean, Upset, he has to play very careful now.
TP?
Oh, that bit of a miscommunication there. Razork was threatening the collapse, and he decides not to go for it. So Oscar just TP's in. They don't get anything off the back of that play.
Well, he's got to play bot now because Dragon's up in 2 minutes 50, right? Like, or Atakan if they just...
It's unlikely they'll just, like, rush an Atakan.
Right? They have on-hit virus. Oriented damage early is not that bad. Well, I guess we find out the answer, but Irrelevant's going to go bot regardless. Humanoid goes down there with TP. Oscar and just groups in case they do think about Atakan, Betty.
I think it's such a dangerous objective to start is the only problem, just because of its, like, raid-wide shred. Yes. The fact that it doesn't die particularly quickly either. Observer's highlighting for us right now how dark the map is for Fnatic, but I think this makes more sense. BDS just chipping away that top tower. They've got the Herald, should be an easy secure. And now that's all outer towers secured for BDS, and that makes it much easier to find picks with the Nocturne. And this is the thing, Fnatic is now very scared to pass that middle point, because a single overextension, and before you know it, you've got potentially a minimum 2, but potentially 3 threats flying at you in a side lane. And that's part of the reason why Upset has to play so defensively. Humanoid, he's a bit like, okay, I'm assuming they're all on the top side of the map, so I should be fine here, but he's got to get out. He's got to run because the threat is definitely very real.
It's so nice when you play a comp like this with Nocturne and you have deep vision, when you have all those outers remaining and you can push in consistently. People like Upset have to worry, like, hang on a minute, where are they? I've got a ward there. He is not leaving mid-turret.
Oh, he can't afford to.
That's a mother's hug. Like, if we contested last game where Humanoid was hugging his turret, that's definitely a mum hug from Upset.
For sure. He feels very safe underneath that tower, which might be a bit deceptive, but at least for now, he feels safe.
Whoa.
They're gonna duo this?
No. Ice is coming up. Ulti, he's spotted. Nothing can be done. Humanoid had his ulti, didn't want to pop it. Shen ulti's up.
Gonna give this. Okay. Well, I didn't think that a team would just start this one up, but I was wrong. Nicely secured by BDS. Good use of the Shen ultimate to wrap that one up. They got themselves 23 flowers. This does seem 23, 24, 22. That seems to be the area that most teams...
Because I feel like early game, like, you know, like there's 16 on Fnatic right now, right? So maybe in solo queue when people are a bit more lazy to pick up flowers because they don't know how much it's actually worth, which is between 20 to 40 gold, depending on where you're at per flower. As Paris might be caught out. Caught out in his own jungle. Unbreakable Will there. Fnatic might have found a pick, but Paris gets out thanks to the Wolf. And the Will keeps him alive. Meanwhile, top lane, Irrelevant has no turret there, and he might be close to dying, but all it takes is a flash, and Oscar and him will match it hand in hand. Paranoia in response, but the cooldown's needed. You get yourself a shield. Oscar in, and he's already burnt the flash, but eventually dies. That's a pick for BDS while Fnatic get the dragon in response.
Bit too deep there from Oscar. We've been talking a lot about how neither of these top laners can really kill each other. And it's just... but yes, Oscar did very much try. He got the flash out from Irrelevant. He thought that that was a signal that he could afford to collapse, but then the Nocturne ultimate comes through and is able to trade the kill back. So it's BDS that lead in kills. They have a 1.5k gold lead overall. A lot of that sitting in the jungle on 113, and of course on Ice, who has a second item completed, but doesn't mean that Upset's in a bad position himself. 2 items done as well. Humanoid is slowly ramping up with the Rylai's already completed along with the Blackfire Torch. He's actually quite close to that Leandries as well, foregoing the boots for now.
He's scared. Everyone in a side lane in this game is scared. Yes. Where is Shen? Where is 113? Is Nuke in Fog of Oregon?
And the scariest thing is that Nocturne ultimate early, long cooldown. 11, it gets a lot shorter.
Yeah.
And it gets
experimental hexblade as well,
terrifying. Right now, his ulti's on a 69-second cooldown. So, yeah.
Okay. So a minute, every minute.
Give or take, yeah. So we return to this state of neutrality because the Arcane was taken so early. Baron becomes a point of contention now as a possibility. BDS continues to slowly gain control over the map, but there's no added towers left for them to take. So it becomes a little bit harder for them to decide on the next play.
Paris has to be careful again. Razork's going to smite him down. Tangle Barbs. Unbreakable Will is pulled out again. No objective up until 45 seconds, but that's the Baron. So Fnatic want to edge onto this. Paris has now run out of his ulti. He'll be caught out and taken down. Upset with the kill, and Oscar, and even though he teleported in again, this time it feels like he's going to be able to get a wave off it, and Fnatic have a numbers advantage for 25 seconds.
And so this is the thing, when there aren't really objectives on the map to play for, it becomes very easy for players to just step out of line, because you believe that you're in a position that feels safe. But of course, Fnatic don't actually have to worry about a potential cross map because there's not really much on the map for BDS to play for unless they're committing to a tier 2. So they can afford to overstack. They can afford to have Mickey roaming with Razork and their AD carry. And this was an example of Paris just being a little bit overextended. He chose not to flash away knowing that Razork had the ultimate as well. And so Fnatic find themselves a quick pick. Now, the good news for BDS is not much really comes off the back of it because there's no objective on the map to play for. True. So Baron is now alive. And this is a point at which Fnatic have to be a little bit more concerned because given that the map is completely dark for them, they're going to fish for what they can to get some information.
Paranoia, that's the fish onto Mickey over the wall. He's so low as well. He'll be feared and eventually corrupted by the night. 113 has opened it up, and that Baron may shed a blight.
And this is the risk that we were talking about. Going into these areas of darkness, Nocturne is quickly able to collapse onto you, and so BDS find themselves a pick, and they'll start off the Baron.
Ice is going to do this incredibly quick. Look at the on-hit beginners. Fnatic have to play this numbers game with a disadvantage. Mickey's up in 10, but nowhere nearby. Teleport burned in. BDS in front of the Baron. The engage starts off again. The skies will eventually descend upon them. The weight of the world seems heavy, but Upset is who we now watch. Setting up with a rend in hand. Razork jumps in, but kiting back his eyes. He's still hitting Baron though, and Baron's hitting back. Upset's getting reset off it, and I'm worried. I'm so worried that again, Upset will put everyone in tears.
That's a triple kill for Upset. And remember that in the earlier engage, BDS were targeting Upset. This time around, Upset could play without the fear of that wombo combo coming through. The Baron is going to be turned over to Fnatic.
Ice. Oi, oi, oi. A little bit late. Upset flushes over the whole wave. It's a skill check again between AD carries. And Upset likes those odds.
10-10 in kills. Fnatic get themselves the Baron. And remember that this started off by getting a pick onto the Nico, so the engage is gone, but Razork just dives in. BDS get a little dispersed because of the ultimate coming through from Humanoid, who's just dishing out damage on the backline. And crucially, Baron is doing a lot of work to BDS as well. So the coordination is just falling apart for BDS, while Upset sees this as hunting season, throwing spear after spear, playing with nothing but confidence. He secures the triple kill. Humanoid picks up one at the end, and they convert it into a Baron.
Humanoid just sits there AFK pressing Q on a shed. Highlights over to Upset, but Humanoid made sure that this 3 item is big, but the submarine starts it off again. Under the water we go, Parrot. 3-man knockup is good, and there's the first kill for Ice. He has open season. Mickey can't get him, but Oscar Rinnan knocks him into Razork's hand. A pulverize in response. Upset's still alive, and again the battle of 80 carries seems to be won out by none other than the Fnatic 80 carry. Once again, Fnatic makes sure this fight remains theirs.
BDS don't want the game to slow down. They don't want the momentum to go back in the favor of Fnatic. So they pull the trigger again. They lock down Humanoid. They do get the kill. But this time around, again, they don't have any threat onto Upset. And when you give this man the freedom to free hit, he tears your team apart.
Got a Chuck show. He's only 2 items with damage, but it seems to be enough. And he seems to be so hard to kill. Open inhibitor through mid. 6k gold lead, and all of a sudden, Fnatic are setting this up to be a 2-0 slam dunk.
Fnatic have so quickly swung this game in their favor. BDS's composition looked terrifying after it was just deleting Upset from the fights. But this engage comes through onto Humanoid, and they think they get the wombo combo because it's both of them together. The shockwave connects, Upset still gets knocked up, but that follow-through doesn't quite come. So he's able to create enough space. The 3-man knockup comes through from Mickey. Another knockup is going to come through after that with Razork in the thick of things. He then locks down Ice, working with Oscar to do what they can. And again, it's just Upset dishing out damage on the backline, allowing for Fnatic to clean up the fight in their favor.
Him and Mickey have been on a tear, and once again, like, Mickey goes in at 100 HP, he's thrown in, lights are turned off. Looking for the switch as Oscar Rinnan just goes blindly. His team were elsewhere. Oscar's going to buy some time as Fnatic need to help him. Eat some humble pie. Shockwave used, but Oscar's out of the way. Now here's the re-engage. Nuke goes golden. He buys some time. 113 tries to get him out of the way, but there's a semi-ult coming through while Ice needs to poke, but Humanoid's already killed off one, and the chase begins yet again. Mickey's Nico does it so much better. You watch Upside with the Stand United under the turret mean absolutely nothing. Fnatic are playing with fire, and BDS are burning their feet.
Humanoid melts through the lineup of BDS with the skies falling, getting a nice stun onto Nuke. The Dragon's Breath doing monumental damage. It's another ace in favor of Fnatic. And BDS, they find themselves with little to defend their Nexus.
It's Fnatic who are really fighting to show their worth of first place, and this series is giving us a lot of data. The first team to lock in playoffs. All it takes is a Nexus explosion as Parrot gets explosive cast back, and his ulti, it's not up and available, so that's an ace. Fnatic will move closer to 10k into the final blow. Paranoia against Agragas. There will be an E coming up. He gets over the wall. 113 has no one else. There's Upset. Flash already burned, but 113 is in the heart of it all. Humanoid gets over. Shockwave can't kill him, and Upset is now on the chase. Humanoid is flying. Once again, the skies have just descended into his back pocket. Somehow it fits. But Fnatic just keep getting kill after kill. BDS just want to keep fighting. Credit to them, but Fnatic win every single fight.
Fnatic are overstaying. They want the tower as well. They know they have the numbers advantage. TP available on Humanoids.
113's not up for 30 seconds. There's no shockwave. Explosive cast. Nuke gets sent to the side. Upset steps forward, but it's only inhibitor for now. 2 inhibitors down and 1 more to go.
Fnatic playing with nothing but confidence as they look to lock a spot in playoffs. And they will secure 2 out of the 6 as KC will be locked in alongside them. The race for playoffs gets ever closer in our last 2 weeks here of the LEC. And BDS, while they will not be removed from the top 6, their chances have gotten a lot harder.
Yeah.
But of course, the game not over just yet. But with a position like this, they're going to have to find some miracle to turn this game around.
Well, Baron's up in 55, but it really needs to be an Elder game. I mean, 10K. You put it in the too hard basket at this point.
I mean, Upset is literally half an item off of full build.
He is.
He's likely going to get the GA next, so even if they do one-shot him, he's going to be able to come back.
What am I saying though, Betty? We've had 13.5K gold comebacks. Like, anything's possible in this game, but 113 can't get caught out here. Paranoia to turn the lights off. Would it even help him? He's going to do it anyway. Re-engages to die. 4 versus 5. Humanoid is ready to bring the lights off, but from the universe to say goodnight. Upset is a good shockwave in response. Health bar's blighted, but Ice, even though he gets the kill, BDS, will it be enough? Maybe the answer is yes. Nuke did a great job. He keeps the game going.
It's being a 1-for-1. The base of BDS is in tatters, but with the Baron respawning, Fnatic can turn their attention to it. No smite available for BDS. Pings are coming down though. Nuke has the teleport available and it looks like BDS want to fight.
But 113's not there. The lights will remain on, and for Irrelevant, he needs some kind of shadow dash from the gods. Nuke shockwave not available either. The steal, no. Can't beat a smite as Nuke has run in right in front of Razork. Humanoid is unleashing the beast. Unfortunately, makes it well done in the end for the stake, and Paris will just sit there and loathe while the rest of BDS drop down. Fnatic are making this look so skilled, so classy, so nice with another triple over to Humanoid for BDS against the first place team. This truly is good night.
Fnatic set their sights on the Nexus in what has been a hard-fought series against BDS. They're looking to lock their spot in playoffs.
The first team to do it in spring of the LEC 2025. Fnatic are your best. KC will follow. And this is what we've got here in Europe. This is Fnatic in peak.
Fnatic have continued to ramp up. And that game one was an intense back and forth. A masterclass performance between the two AD carries. But this one, it just felt like once they'd figured out how to respond to the composition of BDS, they just did not let them breathe. Valiant effort from BDS trying to fight back with their composition, but it just was not enough as Fnatic was able to pick up the series win.
But you can tell us who your key player of the series is at LEC on X. For now, we sit with Razork, Humanoid, and Upset. Upset had one hell of a series. Hard to go past him, but for Fnatic, a job well done by all. Mickey's Nico, he told us the win rate was good. He said his Nico was good. And every time we have not been disappointed. Okay, Mickey, you heard us. Your Nico's bloody good.
And now for Fnatic, it ends up being this fight race for first up against KC as they're challenging for that top spot now. We will be seeing KC very soon play, but with Fnatic only having a single game against Heretics left, it's going to be an interesting one just because Heretics have surprised us so much.
They're sitting 4-3 now, and you know, again, 5 becomes a lucky number, right? Like our 7th to 10th. 3 and 5 for BDS, SK, Ginex, Rogue. We've got 4 teams that can no longer reach 5. Yeah. So now we've got that solid number that you said at the start of the split. It's like, oh, maybe around 5 will be it, right? But we're going to hear more from the champion. I want to hear what his win rate is now, as Mickey stands by with shocks after a very good Nico game again, brother. Pretty good.
Sure is. Welcome to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in with Mickey, who locks into the playoffs with Fnatic. Congratulations. Let's go. Sick. It's very loud here today. I think maybe, you know, you came from Madrid, so maybe you were expecting it to be very loud, but I feel like they're not leaving you hanging. Yeah, you proud of them? It's nice.
They all came with us from Madrid.
Maybe they're actually walking with you, going to Prague with you, finally making it. How was that actually? Because we laugh about the situation, but obviously you are preparing for a week where you want to lock into playoffs. There are some patch changes. So how overall well prepared do you feel? And yeah, it seems like it was pretty good because you 2-0'd them quite easily.
I mean, it was a bit stressful, I guess. We only had 2 days of scrims, but we had a lot of time to do some team bonding. We were just like traveling, I guess. So that was fun. And honestly, we don't really need scrims, you know. It's like,
no.
So yeah, I think we're gonna have a lot more days now in the upcoming days because we actually don't play the last week.
Yep.
So we're gonna have more time to actually get good for playoffs. And yeah, because I think today was maybe not the cleanest games. Yeah, could have gone either way. Could have been a 2-0 for BDS as well.
Well, let's talk about it, Mickey. The early games, what was going on today? You know, I sometimes think that you need a good start to win, so you could see it as a positive that even if you don't get a good start, you're able to fight back. But what's your read on it?
I mean, I think game one we had like a solid start, I guess. Mid was a bit behind, but top we had a pretty good lead. I think that game we were just kind of getting caught a lot and took unfavorable fights. And I think game two, I guess they just played like Nocturne Orianna, which is something that makes picks very easily. I also kind of misjudged that I can't turn into a minion. He can still just click me and smite me. That's like, but they got better into doing Nash and dying 4v5, so yeah, I mean, it was kind of all planned from my side.
Hysterix asked what your win rate was on Nico, do you know?
Yeah, I'm 100%.
Of course. In every game you play? Yeah, you do keep track. When it comes to your bottling performance, and I think specifically that game one where Upset had to do a lot. I remember in Madrid, he was your lawyer and he said they needed a glue guy and he's our glue guy. But I feel like maybe you can repay the favor to Upset because he's playing with kind of a new energy, it seems like, ever since you are by his side. A new form of aggression. Seems like he really seems to be able to do a trust fall on the team and particularly on you.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's been performing very well or just very consistent, and he's been like a big voice in our team about what we should do in the game, and he's just very proactive in making sure that we're actually good. Yeah, I think the game one, I mean, he did get caught after the Baron and kind of like wasted some of our time, but besides that, he played well.
Why did so much? Is this the life of an ADC, really?
Yeah, I mean, I can't defend him from that one. Like, that was illegal.
Okay, I see. Well, he is our Kia player of the series, Upset, so.
I think he deserves it. He played well.
Have you won any?
Last week, I guess, against G2.
Oh, true. Yes. I was going to ask you about that because I'm seeing a lot of rumblings. Okay, I was reading Reddit. They're like, is Mickey the best support in the LEC?
Yeah, depends on the day, I guess.
Depends on the day, I guess so, but I can say you're doing phenomenally. Now that you're locked into playoffs, it's all about that playoff berth. I think it was really, really close even in winter, and I think sometimes people are a little unfair, I feel like, towards Fnatic because of things that happened with Fnatic in best-ofs in the past, but it was a commendable way to go out of the winter playoffs against a team that ended up winning it, right? How do you feel about that atmosphere in Fnatic? From the outside, we always connect Fnatic to, well, they're not going to make it in the end, something's going to happen, and then, of course, the MCOY game happened last week. But how does it feel overall in terms of the mindset?
I mean, I think we still all believe in ourselves that we can actually win against everyone because we are showing it quite often. We have glimpses of hope that we actually can play good League of Legends every now and again. It just happens that sometimes, you know, we have games like today, for example, where we are just like quite impatient and we just take unnecessary fights. But I think, yeah, the longer we will have to practice it, the better that we'll get. So I'm confident that we can for sure do better than in winter because I think in winter we were kind of just like a bit more flippy.
Yeah.
If we can actually win games. But yeah, with the removal of lane swaps as well, it's a lot easier for us to actually win. So that's nice.
Okay, nice. Thank you so much, Mickey. Good luck, of course, and congratulations on this victory. That is enough from us. Here on this side, we're going to head over to a quick break. And when we come back, it's going to be the second series of the day, Rogue versus KC.
What the f***? Send a top 0-0-1-0-7-1. I go. Kalista, no please. Kalista, keep up. Very strong top side. Bye. Kill bye. I block. Sorry. Info. We win. I win. Nice, good fight. Triple kill. Nice. I can go Neori now. Okay. We kill them all. Lol. Le Mao.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome to the Marriott Bonvoy pregame check-in as Rogue is taking on KC, and it could be a stressful weekend for Rogue, I want to say, starting with this one immediately. Adam, I feel like we talk every couple of weeks. How are you feeling right now ahead of this, I guess, the most important weekend of spring?
Yeah, you can say I'm feeling pretty good right now. Let's say that if we lose, we're out of the split without even playing against Koi, so I'm feeling pretty happy about that for sure.
Why?
No, I'm just kidding, of course.
Oh, no, I thought it was something about Koi specifically.
No, not really. I mean, we're just trying to make the best out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, I remember, I think last split, we said that I think we cannot get worse than we've already been. Maybe it was a lie. Maybe it was not a lie. I'm not sure, but
yeah.
We'll just play the games and see what happens.
Exactly. I like that you take it with humor. I know you did on Twitter as well. We have the tweet that you sent out of like, oh, it's versus KC, and then Kamita replied, sorry, Adam. People maybe not know, but you were his employee. You were playing for Keiko back in 2020, 2021. So, yeah. Does that make it any easier?
I mean, against KC, I always like, to banter between like them and me. It's always like been pretty funny every time. And also I like to taunt Kana a little bit. I think I know this guy since my first World with Fnatic in 2021. So I'm always like kind of happy when I play against him. There's always like something special. So
yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
Also, apparently he missed his flight or something, so he got there late.
That's true. So let's say he still like jet lag a little bit and make him understand that he is slightly better than Korea.
There we go. Yeah. You tweeted a couple of weeks ago, I think it was, no, a month ago, I was checking all your tweets and you after one of the series, talked about how confidence was something that you guys were definitely lacking in a lot of the spring, but that maybe you'd taken a step forward. Do you feel like you've taken enough steps forward in order to, well, ideally, win both of your matches this weekend?
Maybe. Maybe. I wouldn't say that we're going to be like the most confident rogue we've ever seen so far, but the only thing that I'm really looking forward is that we have kind of like a slight mind going into the games, where it's like, even if we lose, we still have the feeling that we tried our best somehow, so let's just play without regret.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Time to play with no regrets for Rogue. The question is, will it even matter? Because their fate is entirely out of their own hands now. Even if they win their remaining 2 games, they might not make it through to our top 6.
It's like that one tattoo of that guy that said no regrets, but it was spelled wrong.
It's better than no Rugrats, let's be honest.
Well, I quite like them, but not sure they want it to be that kind of kids' TV show. This is real, mature.
Oh, very mature, yeah. As opposed to Rugrats, which was very immature, obviously, at its time. There's some very good theories about Rugrats and its immaturity. I'm Medicum, joined by Namira for the second series of today. As you can see, Rogue have KC today and then play up against MCoy at the end of the split, in our final game of the split. Carmine on the other hand, sitting at the top of the table right now, technically behind Fnatic because they've not won 6 games yet, but they are 5-1, our least losing team. They have Rogue today, then Vitality and G2 next week in Paris. I think Carmine Corp have been a bit fortunate over the last couple of weeks because they had a disappointing showing 2 weeks ago, and then everyone else, you know, crap the bed a little bit. And now
we'll say there's blushes have been spared. That's the way we'll face it.
That's how we'll go, you know?
Yeah, because, this is a team which we expected great things of coming through out of Split 1 and then going into first stand as well. Haven't seen them for a little while. They've had a little while to readjust, re-aim the sights, see if they can come back with fire in their bellies.
See if they can do that as they players take to the stage. 2 blue teams and a blue rift as we are in the Spirit Blossom time of year, apparently. Spring has sprung. I'd say we're almost approaching summer these days. We get to the start of May.
I hear that's how the season's work.
It is. But like, it feels like Spirit Blossom could have come a month earlier and would have felt more fitting. You know, April showers, all of that jazz. Now we're in May dismay for Rogue, and May, something that rhymes with May that's good for Carmine Corp.
There are many May the 4th Star Wars things that go to.
Oh, true. It's the third thing. You can't make a single Star Wars reference today, Namir. You have to save them all up for tomorrow.
Great. Okay, well, now I'm going to spend the next 24 hours thinking about all of them.
Well, then you'll already be like 90% of the way through tomorrow. So just going to think about them and have like a 3-hour period at the end of the day.
The timing windows were quite misjudged.
Yeah, it's like a doomsday clock of Star Wars jokes for all of us. Let's get into draft, though. We are playing on 25.09, the second region to be doing so. LPL had a few games on it earlier this morning, and honestly, in terms of picks and bans, nothing's really changed. The big thing that we've been talking about backstage is the idea of playing around rotations and moving around the map and resets with slightly different timers. You're going to be on different item spikes. Whether you want to swap early is a debate as well, because of course the grubs don't spawn as early as they used to.
The changes which have come through, I don't think we'll see the fruition of them right now. These changes, when you have like grubs moving from 6 minutes to 8 minutes, the difference in the herald spawn timing, that will be discovered in a little bit. We've got a little bit of time to sit on these patches. Maybe Casey will show us some changes through that as we get through to our first couple of bans.
And we do. Maokai, Varus, and Talia taken away by Carmine Corp. No real surprises there. Rumble and Neferi removed by Rogue. They have leashed the dog, and alongside it, Kana's Jace. No surprises from either team, in my estimations at least. Looks like pretty conventional bans with a couple targeted at certain players.
Now, are we going to get something like that Vi picked up early with the Talia ban? Azir feels better. Can also go towards the Yone as well, and that can pair up nicely with something like a Sejuani later on.
Yeah, Yone will be locked in, likely going towards Vladdy in the mid lane. Can, of course, still be flexed top, although we're seeing a lot more Yone mid.
I don't see Knock-Knocko on the Rift here, so I don't know.
That is true. Azir the pick into it alongside Sejuani from our rank. So already very standard drafts from these two teams. For Carmine Corp, the question is, well, you don't have an AP top laner apart from the Gwen really left available. Do you want to pick the Gwen here to make sure it's not banned out in the second phase? Or do you go AD top with an AP jungler? Lilia for Yike, something we have seen a couple of times this split.
And sometimes you can get away with full AD. I don't think you do that into the Sejuani, so that is not something you want to do, and that's why the Lilia comes through. Very fitting for our Spirit Blossom as well. Yone and Lilia both at home on that one. Very strong mid jungles for both sides. Long range carry for the side of Larson, one which he has made an absolute career out of on is Azir. Legendary pick for him, though it's fallen on some sadder days, I suppose, with Rogue's recent... Yeah, hard times for Rogue's recent splits. And that is the Lilia Misfortune combo as well. Sleep goes into the bullet time. The bullet time, for some reason, does not wake you up.
Yeah, it's like being in the Matrix, okay? You have to be pulled out of it. You can't just wake up of your own volition. But if you die in the Matrix, you do die in real life as well. So that Spirit Blossom bullet time combination, very, very powerful.
Dodge this.
I can't, I'm asleep. The Azir, as you say, for Larson, his most played across the course of his career. 50% win rate on it all time, just under his all-time general win rate of 50.4%. He's got 72 games on it. For Patrick, we will see the Jhin. Ice had an absolute stormer of a game one against Fnatic on this Jhin. I think maybe changed a few people's minds about the power of Pro Jhin.
I think in the last year, Jhin has been hyper carrying games in a way which I just haven't seen from this champion for many years. No, it's not the case anymore where you're always against double, triple tank and you just don't have the staying power. I mean, right here, you have 3 squishies, one of them being in the jungle, which is often where you see one of those tanks. You can ban out the Alistar, maybe ban out the Leona as well, and Jhin has very little front line to stop him.
Yeah, really you're looking at things like Rel. Nautilus can be a tanky pick, but isn't a tank.
Yeah,
and
for
then,
the first 4 levels of the game.
Exactly. Right? You know, just get Aftershock off. What are you talking about? But yeah, I wouldn't mind the Leona ban. Was buffed slightly on this patch as well, with the passive having a slightly longer duration and her Q costing less mana. And there's the Renekton ban. So Carmine Corp just trying to remove some of the easier picks for Adam in that top lane.
Rogue, I think there's another angle they could go towards as well, because they already have some engage already from the Sejuani and the Azir. You could even go towards someone like a Braum, the Leona is banned, and say, look, you want to pick something like that, Rel? All right, play it in something like an anti-melee support, like that Braum coming through. Makes it a lot easier to fall back for your double long-range carries, right? Very much setting up for the front to back.
Yeah, interestingly as well, Braum can actually intercept the Lilia because it's a projectile.
It's a projectile.
So yeah, it just sends a little seed at the opposition, and that lilting lullaby doesn't quite work out the way the Lilia would want it to. I wonder if Carmine Corp have thought of that. Maybe a Braum ban here could be on the menu.
Oh, it's all about top lane.
Yep. Instead, will be the Yasuo against Adam.
That's a Gnar. That's a Gnar angle if I ever did see one.
You feel like it's going to be Gnar, don't you?
Yeah, to the point where I'm thinking, Adam, the thing is, normally it's like, well, save your support counter pick because it's so important to get ahead of Kalista and Targamas, blah, blah, blah. You do have Adam on your roster. They lock in the Rel, they take that away from the Misfortune, so now maybe you are locked in something more like Khan, Nautilus, the 2 last picks available to you. Notably, not that heavy front line, and then Kana will have to blind pick in top lane.
Likely going towards that Gnar with the Renekton and the Yasuo bans. For Carmine Corp, I'm wondering if there's anywhere else they could go. You could look towards a Braum of your own if you really wanted to. Intercepts the Glacial Prism relatively well. Poppy? Could be Poppy top.
Okay. I mean, I would imagine that's just a Rel lane counter.
It's
also,
good into the Rel lane, yeah.
And Poppy is a good laning support in general. What this doesn't do is add much to your wombo combo with the Misfortune. You're just hoping that the rest of your team, particularly that mid jungle, can help with that too. And Kana, we've seen him do despicable things. Won the title, of course, on that Gnar as well.
Yeah, so you do still have enough wombo combo in the rest of your team that the Poppy doesn't have to facilitate it too much. She also allows you to disengage fights if you need to with the Keeper's Verdict. Rogue and Mbessa would be okay into the Gnar, but I would worry later on into the Poppy whether or not you're just going to get locked up there for a while. Instead, it is Aatrox for Adam. Second time he has brought that out this split. Adam actually going through a ton of champions so far this split. I'm just having a quick count. 5, 10, 13 different champs. That's pretty impressive.
That's a hell of a lot. I would imagine that's one of the most wide champion pools in the league.
Yeah, it would be more impressive if they've won on them.
Okay, don't consider that tone of voice.
Put that out there.
Jeez.
But he has won on Aatrox. 100% win rate on the one game he played.
Wow, sample size. KC have a good wombo combo team comp. They have very good side lanes too. The Yone and the Gnar both able to bully out opponents if they get ahead. And also, Yike is an extra carry. This Lilia, very unique in the way that she can carry the game. KC, if any one member gets ahead, I think they've got a good ability to kind of flex around who is powerful on the Rift. Rogue on the other side, they really need that backline to be strong so they can kind of hold up their end of the bargain while the front line tries to buy them that space.
Yeah, the concern for Rogue is if they do start falling behind, who's going to match Ione in the side lane? Who's going to be able to deal with the threat of even a Gnar in the side lane, who when he gets to 2-3 items can become pretty difficult to deal with? The Aatrox from behind doesn't have as much team fight power. You do have good CC. You've got Sejuani with a non-committal Glacier Prison. You've got the Rel as well for that follow-up, but Targamas will be on his A game. He can stop that Rel from finding those engages. On to the Rift we go for the second series of week 6. Only 5 days left after today of the LEC here in Spring, or at least of the regular season.
So, planning to enjoy, of course, with the new patch coming through and the wonderful visuals as well. We're feeling blue, but in a good way.
Yeah, not blue habadi babadai, but instead, it's just a blue man.
I do miss when we had all of the blue man group and Rise just flinging blue stuff everywhere. Blue dabba-dee dabba-die,
Exactly,
that was a fun
right?
one.
But the thing with Blue Dabba-Dee Dabba-Die, I can't remember the name of the actual song or who sung it, I apologize whoever it was it was before the era of the internet being commonplace. And so you'd be on like a high school playground, or you'd be like just going into university or whatever, and you'd be like, I don't know what he's saying. And everyone would have their different interpretations of what he was saying.
Did you have the MP3 of Linkin Park's Numb on your phone?
Yeah, exactly, right?
Good days.
Good old LimeWire. Wonder what's happened to that since.
I wonder what they are. I hope they're doing well.
They're doing fine. Let's go back onto Summoner's Rift and have a quick look at what is happening early doors. A couple of wards being placed, nothing too consequential. We see a few people with biscuits as well. Patrick and Execute deciding that biscuits are the name of the game in that bot lane.
Yeah, it's just a snack for the road. It does help you a little bit to that laning phase still, but much less powerful than they were. I think we were definitely getting to that point where it felt like biscuits were turning around mid-game fights to the point where junglers who would normally have no use for them were actually taking them in that part as well, so they could win one fight in the mid-game with an extra 200, 300 health turnaround.
Yeah, the fact that it scaled off your missing health, if you used it like 5% HP, you'd get up to 200-300, as you say. It was very difficult to deal with. Nothing too surprising in terms of lanes. It looks like Yike is going up towards the top side after clearing his Razorbeaks and his Krugs, whereas Malrang will be pathing it down towards bot, starting on his red. Kalisz taking a little bit of a trade here, but Patrick's also been chunked down by the Carmine Corp bot lane.
Yeah, so, of course, in a couple of levels, Poppy will be able to stop the easy crash downs. You have to play more about the mount-ups around that realm. And the level 2 comes through. Control there, and that's important. They have control over this bot side as Malrang's making their way down towards bot side, which of course means that Yike can't do anything around the bot side of the map. Didn't plan to anyway, but it's just nice to have everyone kind of synchronizing waves and the jungle pathing.
And there's always the risk that Lilia, although her first clear is not the speediest, it is slightly quicker than a Sejuani, so she could have looked for an invade. If you had the push, you could go in and try and steal away that blue, but that's not going to happen, as you said.
I had a really strange deja vu moment where I remember Team Shadow Dogs Unleashed, and was it Tarzan in their jungle, like explaining that a 5-second clear speed difference is enough to get a gank off successfully. Yeah. That was just some weird locked vault of a memory I had there. But yeah, clear speed can be very, very important. A little bit less important when you have the jungle starting on opposite sides of the map, going towards the other side though, because they're not actually interacting that much.
100% agree with you there. And it looks like not really much interaction happening across the map. Only bot lane has seen any...
introvert League of Legends, my favorite.
Hey, look, just don't perceive me. That's my dream way of being, as the Ignite goes down on Targamas, but he'll be able to walk away. Execute stepping on the buckler to make sure Targamas couldn't walk forward and get the shield. Both the summoners, both the Ignites being burnt by our supports, but it's much ado about nothing.
So, the big thing, though, which we haven't learned yet, and we'll be watching these games because they're the first ones on the new patches, how do people move around first resets of the game? Do you swap as a bot lane if you feel like you're not getting the best of it early? Do you wait until a little bit later because Grubs now spawn at 8 minutes, not 6? There have been a couple of player interviews over in LPL who played on this patch in the morning. I think it was Beichuan, who's just joined BLG, saying it's much more about the early laning phase now because you do have that extra couple of minutes where it feels like people don't want to leave lane as much, but we haven't learned enough about that just yet to have conclusive results.
We've had so many debates backstage, it's like, oh, if you swap a 4-minute timer, but then you want to swap back,
who's driving the bus?
Exactly. We have no idea. Schrodinger's lane swap for now, okay? It is both dead and alive. And as much as Riot try and kill all possibilities of lane swaps, they do seem to keep coming back to life. Kalisz is stepping a little bit too far forward. We'll have to use the cleanse. He was a bit greedy in his positioning, trying to get a trade onto Patrick. Knows that Yike's on this side of the map, so if Patrick and Execute had overextended, Yike could have immediately run across instead of doing his Krugs.
Does he have any pots ticking right now? No, so he's sticking around really on low HP and just really hoping that there's no fourth shot from Patrick to flash forward and kill. I do get a little bit spooked out when they get towards that low ammo, but it should be okay for now with Yike coming down and on vision. Rogue know the score.
Yeah, Targamas stepping forward, just pushing Execute back. not really much going to happen here. Yike's just covering for Kalista and Targamas to make sure that he can get this push out. Does mean he's delaying his jungle clear a little bit, but his Razorbeaks haven't respawned yet. He did just do his Krugs, so... Oh no, did he do Razorbeaks into Krugs? He must have done, because he started Razors. So he's already cleared his bot side, and he'll be back up towards the top side by the time his camps are respawning.
So this is the time where, you know, last patch, bot lane would be running top instead.
Yeah.
Normally, most of the time anyway, because it's a minute before the Grubs would have spawned. Now it's 3 minutes instead, and as you can see, Miss watching go back towards bot lane. Rel holding down the fort. Well, not Rel, the other one, Poppy.
Poppy is holding down the fort.
I saw the champion icon, like, oh yes, that is the blue side. No, it's Poppy.
It's Poppy. It's Poppy. It's interesting though. We were talking a little bit about Yike spending a bit more time down towards the bottom side, could path towards top to get his clear. He's decided not to do that. He's instead playing down towards this bottom side, pathed out towards the dragon, maybe trying to see if the dragon was being taken by Malrang. But Malrang's got a full clear off in this time, so he's about 2 camps ahead right now. It's a small advantage, but these things can compound because Malrang will hit 6 first. He just needs another camp and a half to get there. Vladdy being harassed down by Larssen in the mid lane. The extra range the Azir gets, especially when he gets towards level 6, can just make it very hard for the Yone to trade in effectively.
It's 10 CS up too in the early levels. Larssen doing really well in the early laning phase. Malrang shielding in that push. Kana has walked in towards mid lane instead, and he's going to be walking across the place. We now do actually see our AD carries heading towards that top lane. It's a 6-minute mark.
And Kana just like running down towards bot, but must have been his TP to get to top lane. Adam TP to bot lane, so overall, just a nice exchange for Rogue, as Yike is going to force Execute down to about half HP, but there's a few different steps in there with Yike spending more time bot side, Malrang being able to do a full clear. He could then shadow mid while Execute goes for the engage, and there's the knockback! And Vladdy thought he was safe, but he just wasn't. Rogue get first blood.
Great pounce onto the Yone by Execute. It's going to give Larssen the ability to push in that mid lane for another wave, lose some CS towards that Yone who is already down, doesn't have the teleport, won't be able to immediately reset. What this is really going to lead to is a bigger mid lane advantage.
He's going to have a large lead as Larssen gets that kill, as well as Adam is yeeted back by Kana. Does still have the flash, will pop the World Ender as well. Gives him that extra movement speed, can trade back in onto the Gnar, but Yike coming around the corner with that Oracle's on. Targamas going in for Execute, will get Shadowing Strikes. The Aftershock and Execute won't be enough, but the shield from the crash down will. Ignite was ticking, and Execute gets out in the nick of time.
Patience, the name of the game there for Execute. Times out the steadfast presence and won't get blocked with his dash out. Ult now coming through from Patrick. The Execute damage from the ult does hurt. Where's the 4th shot going? Not enough. Oh my god, I was about to say not enough to kill, but it got close.
I mean, we've had both the AD carries being low and then both the supports being low. It's some sort of symmetrical mimicry here in the top lane between, between the bot laners in the top lane, I guess is the best way to phrase that. Malrang coming towards mid. Vladdy does still have the flash. Steps forward, steps back, and dodges the Winter's Wrath. The Grubs are up in about 10 seconds time. 8 minutes, the new spawn timer for those, as we've mentioned a couple of times here. Only 3 Grubs spawn throughout Summoner's Rift now. If you get 2 of them, you'll have some mites and you get the objective. If you get 3 of them, you have a little bit more damage from the true damage burn that you put on when you use those auto attacks on towers or spells.
Yeah, 2 is enough to get you the feats of strength, worth noting as well. Just that 1 stack, which can occasionally be valuable there too. Yike has level 6. Red side, typically worse for taking the growth because you're stuck against the wall and your choke points are a little harder. Let's see if KC can do anything about that if they want to. If they can, there's the wall stop.
Targamas goes in, there's the bullet time follow-up into the bait, sealed. The combination perfect from Carmine Corp. They'll lose their support, but they've killed the enemy jungler, and Yike should be able to secure these grubs.
Telling you, your worst enemy when we're taking grubs is this line there. The wall stun comes through. Magnificent wall stun from Targamas to set up the play. And now will be all 3 going towards KC. Might secured, and that first stage of the feats of strength there for them also valuable. KC using the terrain to their advantage.
Really nice stuff there from Targamas. Good engage. Execute looking for Kalista, who has the flash and has the cleanse and has Yike on his way across. There's the cleanse invested. With Yike coming across, Patrick and Execute decide they don't want to go any further on the play.
So Rogue, they stumble a little bit there. I think they would have felt like they could have fought a little bit better, but it's one of those problems of playing against a Poppy. Sometimes you think, oh, I don't want to get close to the melee champion, but then you realize by walking back, you've just put yourself closer to a wall. Not exactly the place you want to be either versus a Poppy. KC take the advantage there. And, you know, KC have not had the best early games in their recent run of form. When I think of their 2-1 series and their last 2 series out, where we were wondering, actually, you know, are they still our top team? Because by that point, we hadn't seen Fnatic and G2 stumble in the same way. Blushes were spared. But it was their early game, I think, often called into account the most. this was a little bit of a better sign here. Still behind, but a good spot up there towards the Grubs.
I mean, generally, at 15 minutes, Carmine Corp are about 700 gold behind. Good. Melting Lullaby here will get the sleep. They follow up onto Execute. They wake him up a little bit late, and they'll manage to get the kill. A couple of tower shots tanked there by Yike, but even with the Ignite, it's not going to kill him. The curtain's open. A TP's coming in as well. Targamas tanks a shot. He'll die to it. Beats go over to Rogue, at least a beat of Warfare, as Larssen goes in for another. Kalist will fall. Larssen gets his third of the game.
Great accuracy from Patrick on the ultimate, gives enough damage to turn around some kills. So, feats of strength for the Warfare part of it. Claimed by Rogue, haven't claimed up the total one so far. It's a little bit concerning that the Nara is starting to get some gold in that side lane versus the Aatrox. We will have to keep a close eye on that matchup. We'll go back to presumably what happened in this top side. Yeah, biggest thing which I noticed at the start of this play was Patrick's flash. Yike was looking for the Q flash, doesn't get it onto the Jhin. If that happens, I think just the damage coming through would have turned around this play. Potentially an extra flash roar for the Misfortune could have killed Patrick. So that starts things off well enough, so at least Jhin can fire back, using the very last of the mana to get all 4 shots on target. I mean, Targamas, good job body blocking for your AD carry, but they don't survive either. Did his part of the job there, but Kalist couldn't make it out safely.
Yeah, Kalist did still have the flash there, but there's always the risk of just Larssen flash ulting you back, and then you don't have that summoner for a future play. Rogue with about 1,000 gold lead, 11 minutes into this game. A lot of that concentrated on the Azir. Bird the word for Larssen here. 3-0 with the Nash's Tooth already complete. And as I was saying, Buff, and you were talking about before the fight started, Carmine Corp on average about 700 gold behind at the 15-minute mark. They do really struggle throughout the early games.
And particularly when you have Patch, hang on, there might be a fight coming up here, big rotation. Do they back up when they see Execute? No, here comes
TP behind, bait sealed onto 2, Glacial Prism going wide, Bloody very low, but he'll snap back. Targamas now stunned up, there's the bullet time. Only really going to clip onto Execute. Adam coming into the middle of the fray as well with that teleport. He'll find one, good Narm onto the back wall as Kana looks for 2, and he'll find him. 1 for Yike, 1 for Kana. And in the end, Roga cleaned up in the top side.
Kana misses flights, does not miss ulties, gets himself a great amount of kill participation in that top side. And KC, with the 3 grubs, will be able to take at least another plate here, probably the whole turret, with the next wave coming in. And you know what? It's not 15 minutes yet, and they've just got ahead in gold, despite our worries before that. They've gone from 500 gold behind to 700 ahead-ish.
You're saying they're going to lose about 1,500 gold in the next 3 minutes? Yeah. Okay.
Exactly. We're going to have a little bit of a mountain range here. Up, down, up, down.
It will be fun. We'll see if Rogue can oblige us with a little bit of a comeback, because right now they have fallen into that hole, as you say. 1,000 gold lead for Yike alone. Leandri's complete on him. He is in a very strong spot. Patrick getting forced out by Vladdy, who just puts his soul back in his body and clears out the wave with the support of Targamas. Next objective you have to feel will be this Drake. It's been up since the 5-minute mark, but neither team has really wanted to focus around there for now.
No, it's been much more about that top side. Pretty much every fight's happened in the top side. That's where the bot lanes were kind of pushing and pulling against each other. Patrick, good accuracy so far. Goes back for the first item collector. Kana just going mini. That could be a problem. Forces the flash.
Oh, he's just going to knock up on it because there was a ward on top of it. So he kind of walked forward into it, and then the Infernal Chains will lock him up. Really nice ward there from Execute. You can see it was autoed once by Kana. He then walks forward, trying to auto that blast cone, but just trampolines himself up and down.
I mean, you've heard of wards save lives. Apparently they take them too. Good kill that. As we were saying, we were keeping close eyes on that top lane matchup. Kana was getting value. Adam gets a kill back. That's important. Dragon now not started. Misses the flash.
Yike with a fancy feet, though, might just look to go in. Blooming Burst not quite going to connect onto Patrick, so he walks away. Yike will have his flash up in a couple of moments' time and has that Loathing Lullaby, but I don't think we're going to see them get in for the Drake. Keeper's Verdict was channeled, and Targamas doesn't find a target to deem guilty.
So Rogue get themselves their first objective, which is the Dragon, compared to the Grubs on the other side. Well, all this is happening as well. You do have Larssen safely getting farm in a side lane. He's got himself 3 kills, so even though this number doesn't look that good, these items looking very good for this point in the game. You know, that Nash's Tooth allows you very good pressure in a side lane. If you are left there, you can start whacking a tower, do even more damage to it. And Rogue have a team comp that want to play front to back later. You protect this Azir, who has a lot of gold on it. We said even just coming out of Champ Select. If the backline of Rogue gets ahead, that's scary for KC. They'll have to dive through the double tanks onto them somehow, especially when they're doing so much damage.
It's going to be a worry for Carmine Corp to get on towards that back line, but Yike is in a really strong position on this Lilia as well, and when you have your flash on Lilia, you always have an avenue onto the back line, right? Just flash, Blooming Burst, and then Blooming Blows, in fact. Blooming Burst is Nico's Q.
Yeah.
Hate they're so close.
Do you miss the days of Unstoppable On-Stop, Unstoppable Force?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unbreakable Will.
Somewhere the Dragonborn says Force, Unrelenting Force.
Oh yeah, sure. If I could just shout Fusra Darwin every team fight, I'd be happy. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Obviously, I'm not a Dragonborn.
Sorry, y'all. We'll overlook at this once.
But yeah, Karma Corp kind of they evened out the gold where they've taken that little gold lead, but it's been relatively stable for the last couple of minutes. You can see Yike starting up the Rift Hold here. Rogue have done a good job of reacting to the fact that Yike is going for these objectives. He's kind of just proccing his passive to get that extra movement speed as Malrang walks in, but isn't really going to find much happening.
So again, we will draw your attention to the fact that Poppy has Flash and there is a wall right here. We have to be very careful about those choke points if Poppy's in the area, which she is with Flash. Targamas can get some really nasty damage down. Rogue needs to be careful of the terrain they're in.
Interestingly, I think Adam's TP is just about to come off cooldown. So teleport in from Kana, put some pressure on that bot side tower. Rift Hold secured. Vladdy is on the wrong side of the Rift right now. His Execute will lock him up. Fate sealed. Glacial Prison going wide, but the Emperor's Divide does not do so. Vladdy will be the first to fall here. Unbinds his soul, but still goes down. The bullet time and Loating Lullaby finds 2. Marang falling lower. Adams, though, still very tanky with the World Ender coming out. And Rogue will try and turn it around. Adams stepping forward. Curtains open. Yike, the first target. He'll eat 2. Keeper's Verdict knocks back 1. But Adam continues to chase forward. Yike has to flash away and will escape the clutches of Adam and Larson.
So it's 2 for none and the Herald over to Rogue, which they managed to pick up as well. I was a little bit worried they wouldn't be able to pick up the Eye. They do get that. And as we go through into the replay, the biggest thing to note here, KC are late. They are late to the play. They call in the teleports anyway. And Vladdy was kind of waiting for the rest of the team to engage so he could have a better angle. They don't get that engaged. So he's left out on the other side and the pincer gets snapped open instead. Rogue, very reactive, very quick reactions to them to split one side of the fight, reform the battle lines and take another kill.
Yeah, you can see Carmine Corp just thought, well, with the bullet time Loating Lullaby, maybe we can take out Adam before he pops the World Ender. Maybe we can kill off Malrang, but don't quite have the damage, and the gold swings in Rogue's favor. A minute and a half too late for our statistics.
Damn, whatever shall we do?
Yeah, we'll have to start tracking at 17 rather than at 15, I think, Nymera, to keep the narrative alive. But still, for Carmine Corp, a little bit of a disappointing last fight. They're in an okay position overall. You've got Bloodthirst to complete, Blade of the Ruin King, Triforce complete. Like, they're strong. The risk is, though, Larson has a Seekers, already has the Nash's Tooth complete. There's a Sundered Sky on Adam. Like, they're not going to be pushed out of side lanes too easily. And I think one of Carmine Corp's big power points in the mid game was their pressure they could apply inside.
For sure, I was just about to highlight those items points as well, because not only the sidelines, which you're completely right at, because I mean, you have a Yone and a Gnar with 3 grubs. They want to be hitting towers. Now, not only can you get that in the sidelines, once you go into the big fights as well, the Lily of Sleep is not going to be as impactful onto that stasis of Larson, who's getting a lot of gold. He is getting a lot of free time. He's free to farm whatever he wants, and Counter's caught out in side lane.
It's the Flash trying to get away from this one. Mega Gnar a long way away in the permafrost. Sends him to an icy grave. Rogue have 9 on the board.
Rogue are doing really well in this early into mid-game. They're finding good picks. They're getting gold onto their carries. Adam is not falling behind in the split push matchup. Kinda almost even in gold now with a matchup that's supposed to be ahead. Rogue playing well, and this is so important for them. This is on death's door for them. If they lose this series, technically they're still alive in the playoffs race. It's very, very hard though. They need all the help they can get. So winning games like this, potentially, we'll see if they can convert it into anything. It'll be so important. Targums to spot out Malrang going into the bot side turret. Herald spawned down there as well. Slams in, gets half the inner turret HP.
Yeah, importantly, if they win this series, they have 8 ways of making it through to our playoffs without tiebreakers.
7 more than they need.
Yeah, they then have 476 ways of making it into our playoffs with tiebreakers, and about 540 ways of not making it through tiebreakers and all. Yike. Almost falls, but the Keeper's Verdict gets the knockback, but now you can't really fight. Oh, did you see that? Patrick channels the curtain call. Someone aggroes the Drake. Patrick gets knocked out of his curtain call. Slight miscommunication there, perhaps. In fact, it may have even been Patrick aggroing the Drake with the curtain call.
Yeah.
Still, Rogue get the dragon, they'll be happy. And it's their second dragon of the game. Vladdy trying to defend the mid lane tower. Will do so, clears out the way before Rogue can get any demolished procs off on it.
And as we're going into this next stage of the game, again, we talked a lot about side lanes. This is pushed up. This is starting to get pushed up as well. You're contesting in the mid lane, and there is some wards around the place on the blue side, but this is not where KC want. They want someone to push out one area, black out the vision, and use that as a staging post to stop Rogue from safely farming up, sitting chill, and walking towards the objectives later. They have 2 dragons. They're happy with that. They're not behind in gold. They're not under threat of the split push. Rogue are playing towards their comfort of this composition right now.
See if they can start to play a little bit more towards that. Importantly, for anyone who didn't watch the first series of the day, Fnatic, well, I can do spoilers, but on the LEC broadcast, it's not really a spoiler,
It was literally the game
It was literally 30 minutes ago. Fnatic won, which means Carmine Corp are qualified to playoffs no matter what. They are playing for position now. If you get first position, you get to choose your opponent and you get double elimination. 5th and 6th do not get double elimination. So fighting for at least those first 4 spots, but first gives you the best chance to make it through playoffs because you get your pick of the litter. TP coming in from Carmine Corp here as Kana joins this topside play towards the Atakan.
This is the new Atakan, of course, Thornbound. It's not getting contested as it seems right now. Rogue letting this go. Will say, from the games I've seen of this, Atakan does not feel as immediately powerful. That's a good wall stun.
Yeah, a kill does help you, though, in making it a little bit more powerful. And Carmine Corp will find it. Great stun into the wall. Follow up from Kana with the Gnar. Overall, I think they got about 14 extra petals from it, as Adam is going to be TP'd behind here. Overall, they're about 38 right now. They get 1 extra petal every time they find a kill. Vladdy TP behind Adam. Adam TP'd out after taking the tower.
Yeah, so from what I've seen on the current patch, a lot of people are just giving up the Atakan if they have better position elsewhere. They don't want to give up lives for it. Of course, it's nice, but it feels like a win more objective. We haven't seen all of the implications about this because it is a new patch, but this is what happens with it. Basically, you get more petals. Your petals are more valuable, which means you get more XP and the adaptive force. And also on a kill, you get a little blast around the enemy that has been killed, which we actually just saw on the screen there when they kill execute, which gives a slow and some damage as well.
And you also get a petal if you kill someone.
Yes.
Which is, you know, that little bit of experience and adaptive force.
Rejoice.
Oh, it's so happy. It's spring. We've got the lavender, we've got the tulips, we've got the spirit petals. What more could we need?
I like cherries. Cherry blossom.
Cherry blossoms, yes.
I think that's very spirit blossom.
I would say, you know how you get people bouquets sometimes?
Yeah.
Getting them a bouquet of just cherries rather than cherry blossoms would perhaps not the best advice.
If someone wanted a sweet
treat, if they like
treat,
cherries, it's true. It's true.
It's a little treat as well as something nice to look at.
Perhaps a fight in the mid lane? Patrick stepping forward. Across the wall comes Marang. Cleanse out from Kalist. He'll survive. Good knock into the wall there as Adam tried to get in the middle of the fight, but he just can't move at all. Adam will fall. Larson dives in. The Emperor's Divide does nothing at all as Rogue walk away with their tails tucked between their legs.
Yeah, both summoners out of Kalist, but it's not the kill. Rogue overestimate themselves, and Adam finds himself right next to a wall against the Poppy. Targamas been pivotal to most of the picks which Carmine Corp have found so far, and this will also open up the mid lane turret as Rogue have to seed that.
Yeah, Targamas has been involved in every single kill for his team, even keeping Maurang a little bit interested as he started up the Wolves. Blighty jumps in, Patrick flashes away immediately. Curtains open, Kana can block this all though. More about dissuading Carmine Corp from going for more than anything else.
Feels like it's a big momentum shift, actually. A lot of gold just lost there. A lot of positioning as well, because when you lose that mid lane out of turret, you lose a lot of the ability to defend vision into your own jungle. You can't, well, look at Larson, you can't walk up to the same level that he was before. It was a good angle from Rogue. They very nearly picked off Kalist, but sadly for them, the implications of losing that play, heavy.
See, gold basically even between the two teams now. Next Drake up in a minute's time as Rogue will be looking for it. Will be Soul Point, Infernal Soul Point as well. With an Azir and with a Jhin can do a lot of work in a team fight. Kalist now with no summoners for that dragon fight either. Let's have a look at where we are in terms of flashes. Only Patrick has his down on Rogue, whereas only Kana has his up for Carmine Corp.
Which means that Targamas has got to be doing overdrive on disengage for his AD carry. I think if the MF goes down too easily, that's a big problem. Kind of taking some damage off for Execute though, that's important.
He's going to chase him down here. Gets the Gnar into the wall as well, and Execute just wasn't with his team. Carmine Corp find a pick before the play really even begins. Drake up in 13 seconds. They'll try and get control over the mid lane, but the problem is with the Glacial Prison carving out, the Emperor's Divide follows up. Kalist stepped a bit too greedily forward. Larson with the Zhonyas and flashes away. through the Loathing Lullaby. He survives, but the Fate Sealed will mark his demise. Adam with the World Ender, just trying to retreat now as Carmine Corp have found 2 off the play in totality.
So carry for carry traded, Dragon is still alive, and when you have the Lily up, the objective damage is never a problem. So that will be Dragon going over towards KC. They delay Soul Point, and Rogue, who we had assumed would feel a little bit more comfortable, and we've gotten to our bigger objective fights, don't really set up that well for them. And you miss out on another important play. Canna's now jumping on Patrick.
And Patrick has no flash here as well. Targamas just looking to knock him into the wall. The chase continues. Patrick's dead. Kana gets the kill. And that's 2 times in quick succession that someone from Rogue has just been totally mispositioned.
And that's 2 times in a row where Kana has been the one to punish them. Yep. This guy's like a second jungler playing on the Mini-Gnar. Finds Execute as he's looking to set up vision around the play. Greedy with his flash, perhaps. Ends up getting taken out very, very easily. The rest of the team nowhere near. If you're a support, you do need damage somewhere near you to make sure that you can set up for them if you're the one that's picked up. Larson goes in, does end up picking up Kalista there, but he's out of position after that point. Uses the Zhonya's and, well, basically can't escape the extra mobility for the Oni after that point. So all you've done then is traded for carry for carry. You don't have the DPS advantage.
Overall, Carmine Corp coming out on top of the play. They have about 1,500 gold lead now. 2 items on their carries. Riftmaker, Leandries, and a Seekers now for Yike as well. Makes that Flash Blooming Blows combination a hell of a lot easier. As Rogue actually only at 2 items on their carries as well. So nowhere near as strong as they'd like to be. Larson with only about a 150 gold lead after having such a strong start to this game.
They do have the Feats of Strength, which gives them some extra stats, but it's just...
Boots was slightly buffed on this patch as well.
Yeah, it's not really enough to make them feel good in this situation right now. Rogue have got to be kicking themselves, because they were in a great position for multiple parts of this. We're saying, hey, look, this is a really comfortable point for your composition. You can play around objectives, you set up well, you're not losing in side lanes. A couple of bad picks where KC have been very opportunistic. I think that Vladdy and Kana doing very well to jump forwards and follow up on plays which have presented themselves, have brought KC into a good point. And you know, it's a sign of a good team to be opportunistic even when you're behind the pace of the game, to potentially get back into it.
KC have had a bit of practice doing that this split. The last few series haven't been as strong as they'd like them to be. The Glacial Prism coming out onto Targamas. He doesn't get an opportunity to move. Meanwhile, Kana jumping in. Goes Mega a little bit too late. Magnussor's going to chase him down. Loathing Lullaby onto Execute will spell his death as Rogue begin to retreat. So far, we're 1-for-1. But the supports have fallen. Yike still chasing in. But won't go any further. Curtain's now open. Yike jumps back. Clipped by 1. Vladdy stands in front of the 2nd and the 3rd. Or the 3rd and the 4th, in fact, and Carmine Corp will be able to walk away.
And get yourself a mid laner like Vladdy, puts his body on the line for you. What looked like a good pick onto Targamas is not a clean pick. KC, again, rallying to the defense well. I think they are responding well to the opening play, something which I thought Rogue were doing better earlier in the game, but I think they're starting to lose the idea of what these skirmishes are midway through them. I think that they're kind of jumping at some plays. They're not calmly sitting back and realizing, look, we have long-range carries we can peel back. We don't have to be jumping at every opportunity.
Yeah, sometimes you find with a team that hasn't won that much that they get to a mid-game, late-game point and they're like, okay, we're in a good position here. Let's force it. Let's just go for every play we see. Let's over-invest if we lose a player. Let's not... If we think a fight is lost, we'll send it all in because otherwise the game's just going to be lost. We've lost so many games from this position before, right? And it feels a little bit like that for Rogue. Perhaps a few regrets sneaking into the players. Kalista flashes and cleanses away. Execute no longer has the flash, but he has backup. Yike and Targamas now on the front line as the chase continues. Keeper's Verdict channeled, but it's a helicopter at best as Targamas cancels it in the end.
So getting the cooldowns out of Kalista is important. This is something where it's summoner economy, right? This is down, which means that someone like this, or like this if you're in the right position, can use that overlapping cooldowns, where you don't have it, to make a big play around, say, the Dragon in a minute and a half. Doesn't lead to much right here, but maybe this is an investment of that Rel Flash to catch out Kalista later.
Yeah, one weakness for Rogue is they don't have a teleport up for that Dragon, unless Adams will be... well, they have Larson's, but they don't have 2 teleports, that's what I'm trying to say.
Your mom lets you have 2 teleports? Wow.
Well, you know, I try and go to McDonald's on the way home, and she's like, we got McDonald's at home, you know. So,
it was teleport at home, like TFO. Flash. Yes, you can teleport us. Very short location. Wasn't there that guy that's found a way? How long? Hang on a second. On top side.
Oh, Vladdy going in. Pops the Fate Sealed, goes in with the Soul Unbound, chases Adam down, and Vladdy. Whew. That was nice.
While you were using Flash, he was studying the blade. Gets himself a kill on that top side. Vladdy solo kill. Takes Vladdy, Adam's flash off the board too. Important tool down. Rogue now out of position on that side lane to set up for the next couple of plays around the Dragon and the Baron.
Tarkamas trying to chase Malrang out of the jungle, puts a little bit of vision down. And Corp will start up the Drake. Kana recalling in the bot lane, likely has an item, does have that teleport instead, decides to TP in immediately. Malrang, though, can sneak in here. Swellseed goes down. Vladdy dives forward, Keeper's Verdict knocks out Malrang, and Karma and Corp will secure the Baron for themselves. The chase continues as Kana's looking to execute once again. Yike going forward. Swellseed into the Magnustorm pullback. Larsen's coming in from the side here as well as Kana gets the Narm into the wall, but the follow-up just isn't there for Rogue. Yike continues to step in. And it was a 2v4 for a while there. Karma and Corp get out of it. And Yike just waltzes away.
Really clean Baron take from Karma Corp.
Yeah, it was nice.
Starts off with an opportunistic solo kill on the side lane by Vladdy, but then KC immediately just say, all right, we can disengage the jungle with a pop, the ult, clean take, and Rogue, they're completely behind the game now. They are now going to have to deal with the side lane push, which has actually come online. Now it's Vladdy, he might go for another one.
Yeah, I think Adam's
got to be
dead.
careful.
I think Adam's dead. U3 lands. There's the World Ender. Vladdy has the Fate Seal back up and has the flash, and we'll just, oh my god! Oh, I've seen less clean combos in Tekken, man. That guy just absolutely demolished him. Then dodges away. Permafrost onto him, though. Larsen's chasing him down. Vladdy will die in the end, but he got a TP, a flash, an ultimate out for it. And all the meanwhile, his team is taking Drake and taking names as they secure 2 tier 2s.
Just cut the clip a little bit short. You can chuck it in the montage. Vladdy really playing well individually on the Yone, and Rogue falling apart a little bit now against the Baron buff in the other lanes. One turret falls, the second one will fall down here, and Rogue, it just doesn't feel like they have the setup to pick anyone out of position. Targum is protecting Kaliss on the bot side. Kana, too hard to take down in that mid lane as well. Has a hull breaker for even more tower damage. Rogue, there was a moment in this game where they felt like everything was going to plan.
And then minions spawn.
My dude, that was okay. We can at least give it like 15 minutes of really solid
Yeah, it was
play.
solid. It was good. 17-minute mark. They were 1.5k ahead. They were in a good spot. Just had to play team fights.
Yeah. Good singer, though. Good singer.
Oh,
But yeah, it did feel like they were playing towards their champion identity. Then I think the mid lane dive where they tried to catch Kaliss, that's where things really went awry. The ads count, I think you can forgive one overstep. That one which they really went for that mid lane play, though. Things fell apart. That's on them. I don't think it was necessary, and it fell. The game's just fallen off after that point.
Yeah, it really has. They have put a lot of emphasis on killing off Kaliss. You can see he hasn't got a kill yet, right? He's had a couple of times he's had to burn Flash and Cleanse, and then the rest of Carmine Corp very willing just to come in and defend their AD carry. Yike having a storm over game as well on this Lilia. 5-0-3 with a 3.5.
It's not okay.
1,000 gold lead. Yeah, it's not the best.
Yeah, this is what's happening in the jungle matchup right now. Yep. You're not allowed to see it. That one's it's verboten.
That is verboten. Yeah, Yike on his Lilia is always a delight, let's be honest.
Yeah.
He knows exactly the limits of the champion. Rogue here trying to defend their remaining 2 inhibitors. The mid lane one will spawn in 3.5 minutes, but guess what else spawns in about 3 minutes? It's a Baron and an Infernal Drake. And Rogue aren't going to be let to leave their base in that time.
Trying to play around some of the vision around their base. But how do you defend from this? You have to push up lanes. Feels like if you go too far, you get caught out. Adam's trying to force something.
Larsen going in as well. Kana not quite Mega Gnar yet. Does get the Mega Gnar. Larsen pops the stopwatch. Magnustorm comes in as well, but Larsen goes pop first. Kana's going to die as well, but the follow-up coming out from Carmine Corp. Vladdy misses the Fate Seal, and because of that, his fate is done. Adam finds 2, double-looting Lullaby, though, from Yike as he chases in. Watch out, Eep! Adam's going to fall to Yike with the Leandries. The curtain's open, and Patrick quickly shuts them, realizing Carmine Corp are looking in. Malrang's going to fall. Carmine Corp will walk away. 4-for-2 the exchange, and the Nexus in their eyes.
It all looks fine until the other carry turns up. Yike brings the 3,000 gold lead to bear, and Carmine Corp will look towards the Nexus.
We wondered how they bounce back after a week off, while Carmine Corp have shown the blue wall is as tall as ever. 1-0 against Rogue.
There was a little while in that game where KC were made to think, to stumble a little bit. Rogue had a good start to this game, but it really didn't feel like they could last more than that time.
Well, we'll see if they can last longer in game 2. We're going to go to a short break. We'll see you right after this.
needs a map?
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Lord, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly. What do we do now?
Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this. Say it.
What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're about
fit.
to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Explore over 30 hotel brands in legendary destinations. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Whoa! Damn, it feels good to be back. Wow, you really want to be in the voice comms. No, that's not. I want to TP, I want to TP. There, kill the TP. Can you long me? Yeah? Look at flash. Look on the canna, buddy. Hedgehog's no flash. Jin followed me. Not bad. Look at my E, baby. Step 2, step 2. Okay, I just make head right there. Wait. I will kill this guy. Okay. Kill him. Good job. Yeah, kill them all.
Welcome back to the LEC, where KC leads 1-0 in the series against Rogue. You know, it's crazy. Really wanted to be in the voice comm, so they kind of predicted that they were going to win.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
That's how I want to look at it. But honestly, like, Rogue, early game, GB, not bad.
No, honestly, not at all. I think we're continuing throughout this spring to still see improvements from Rogue gradually over the course of it.
There's 1 week left, buddy. What do you mean?
And that's the problem, right? And you bring a great point. That is the one problem for Rogue right now, because they're playing against KC. Their next game is against MCoy. Improvements are not good enough unless you're winning. And they desperately need wins against some of the best teams our league have to offer. And while the early game gave us a lot of hope for Rogue right now, we just need so much more from them, and it's such a dire situation.
Yeah, it's a bit similar to the BDS game 1, I think. More hope you've got from BDS for sure. But I don't know, Rogue, it feels like a little bit too little too late. And I think, you know, if they lose this series, they're pretty much out.
But they're technically not out, Jack Spectre,
please.
and that is the important thing. They can still, in some scenarios, make it with a 3-6 score, but obviously,
It's giving
you
well,
want to win.
actually.
Well.
I mean, like, yes, they have to win this. If they want to have their own faith in their own hands, this series is crucial for them to be on that leaderboard and give themselves a shot. Because what do you mean you're going to have to wait to see how your game's going to go against MCoy, but also how every other team is going to play their game? And we know anything can happen. We know chaos is a theme of this split. But from Rogue, it's like, you said it right. It's a little too late.
Yeah, and it feels hard as well when you get Larson on the Azir, you get Malrang on the Sejuani, and you also get a good early game going, and that it's still not enough. It's kind of like, what more could you really ask for from Rogue? I don't really...
A win?
Yeah, but like, in terms of setting up that win, I mean, I'm not sure what they have in the tank.
No, I mean, sure, we didn't know what BDS had in the tank earlier, and then they brought out the Nocturne composition, would look good for a little bit, but I think that the fact is still that coming into today, KC is the #1 team, and I don't think they played like a #1 team against Rogue, who's a 10th place team. I think, yeah, we're right. Rogue, it feels bad coming back into a game 2, and you're going to have to find ways to manage the same early game you just had. But KC still has some shakiness to them, and I think they still have some things they need to work on too. I think that was really the story of this first game, where it's, well, yeah, Rogue got ahead, but KC as well, they're not looking as good as you want them to be, especially since they've come off first stand and haven't been able to deliver the same performance.
If anything, it feels like there is still hope for this series for Rogue specifically, because if they can look back at this game and figure out what they need to do to clean up after that early game kind of like didn't go their way no longer, maybe next game's a win.
I mean, maybe, but I mean, this is one of the examples I was talking about, where it's just it's overextension from KC in a play where they've already lost the Rift Help. They're going in for plays where Rogue is then able to manage to find kills, right? And these aren't necessarily champion specific. These are in-game mistakes that they're making that then Rogue is allowed to then clean up after.
Yeah, and it feels like kind of our league right now is filled with these games against the supposed to be top teams versus bottom tier teams. Like the BDS Fnatic series, what BDS is like 7th, 6th place, while Fnatic is now 2nd place. But it didn't really feel like it when you're watching it. Both games looked very close up until suddenly Fnatic won. And it was kind of similar story here. And it just posed the question, is LEC really good? Or are
you not entertained?
I am definitely entertained.
Have I heard this question 2 weeks in a row now?
Yes, but it's a question that keeps coming up to mind when you have a game like this with KC. It's KC against Rogue.
So have you thought about the answer yourself?
Well, I think we're good.
Okay, perfect.
Okay,
because
respect.
I think the bottom tier teams don't look as lifeless. They are playing the game. They're trying to do things. Rogue, for example, if you look at their winter games compared to their spring split
absolutely,
games,
absolutely. Yes, you're right.
So I don't see an argument for the league just being worse. Yes, maybe our top teams, could be a bit cleaner, all that jazz. But our bottom tier teams are also still way, way better than they were before.
How much are we going to say, oh, but KC only scrims for 2 days too? Because Fnatic said it didn't really impact them that much and it wasn't like too big of a deal. So I guess for KC, potentially also not. Maybe that's why they're not cleaning up their act early, but it's also something we've seen throughout the entirety of spring. So I feel like there's questions surrounding inconsistency here.
Yeah, I mean, potentially. I still think that the laning phase from the KC bot lane is not as good as it could be, right? I think Kallista's a superstar when it comes to mechanics, and I love how he has the confidence to play the mid to late game, always almost overstepping his own boundaries. But then that is the point as well, that sometimes it does get overstepped, and I think laning phase, we've seen it quite a bit. So if Rogue actually wants to find... Well, it almost sounds crazy. They maybe have to play for Patrick against Kalist to find an edge. And you're laughing, but the laning phase we've seen from Rogue was actually pretty decent from the bot side as well.
But it's interesting because I think the eye test for me as well has been that KC's bot lane has looked pretty weak. But Kalist's early laning stats has actually been really, really high, with really high CSD at 14.
That's crazy to me.
Yeah, I was also surprised when I saw it. And it just kind of speaks to maybe some of the strengths of KCR going a little bit like silent, as it's been like more the Vladdy and the Yike show in a lot of games, and even Kana show. dictating more that early game, well, I do think that Kalista is still quite a bit better than Patrick, and I don't really see that being the ideal win con for Rogue. For me, I think Rogue, if they want to try to win this series, it's about Larson, it's about Malrang, and it's about Adam. I think it's all about that top side, trying to get those players ahead. Malrang playing for top and mid, and trying to snowball that.
Yeah, I mean, Rogue have selected red side here as well, so you definitely have the opportunity to get that. But I think for Adam as well, into Takana, it can be such a mismatch. You really have to find that specific matchup where you know Adam can kind of take
Maybe
over
guards.
with it. And well, guards is one thing, but we've also seen more ranged champions, right? Like Jace has been a contested pick, but I don't think you can give that when you're red side, because Casey will just first pick it, right? But it is one of those, like, is it at Aurora? He started picking up more ranged champions, Adam. That could be an avenue for you. It's one of these more cheeky ways of skill testing Kana that I think that they need to find for Adam.
I think as well, then, this is a very important series. Do you want to try different avenues? Is this like, okay, well, we're down in the dumpsters anyway, let's give it all we got, or is it, do you want to play it safe?
No, there's not, okay, but there's no save here for them because this is comfort for them, right? This might actually just be the best thing for them. When BDS, when Adam was playing for them at Worlds Play-ins, and they had to play against PSG Talent, and they were on the verge of getting 3-0'd by them, and they had to reverse sweep them. That was through Adam's champion pool at the time. That was him just saying, well, here's a Garen into a Jax. Here's my champions that I'm so famous for.
We need some gods.
Well, we might need some gods, right? I mean, I'm not saying that that is exactly what you need to win, but I am just saying you never have a reason to play it safe when your players are known for breaking the limits with champion pool-wise.
Well, this is the time for Rogue to prove themselves and put themselves on that leaderboard. An incredibly important series, but also for KC to prove that they are worthy of that first spot. We're ready to head into the second game of the series, KC versus Rogue. So casters, take it away.
Where do you want us to take it, Jenny, huh? Where do you want it to go?
The second series.
I was going to keep the series here because the crowd is here. Or the setup is here.
Couldn't have done it in like Freak's basement like the old days.
I mean, we could go back to Madrid.
True.
People seem to enjoy that.
Vamos.
We are going back to Madrid, you know. It might be a slight technical pause while we get everything set up there, though.
Yeah. I don't know if we've unlocked the tech tree for teleportation IRL just yet.
It would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Would you? Okay, we're waiting for the second game to start, guys.
Okay, pause concept. What do you got?
I'm going to go on a tangent.
Right.
Tune back in 2 minutes, okay?
Yeah.
If you could teleport, would you teleport?
I mean, yes.
What if it's your atoms are taken
the
apart
Star
and then
Trek
put
thing.
into another place, like Star Trek? Yeah.
It depends how good the teleportation
Are
is.
you the same person?
Why are you bringing philosophy
I mean,
into
it's
my
a good question. Let's
League
get
of
into
Legends?
draft. Let's get into draft. All right, so bans coming out from Carmine Corp, as you say, as we talked about, Rogue have picked the red side. Carmine Corp will get rid of Pantheon and Maokai. Rumble removed by Rogue. We'll see if they go down the same with the Jace ban.
Rogue really prioritizing counter pick for Adam. He has been very lane dominant, and in fairness, if you give Canna a winning lane, you lose games of League of Legends. So I understand the logic there. How much else do you give up for that, though? Right now, Vi, I mean, it is yikes to the Vi, I suppose, not the biggest bad to give over. I know, memes aside. However, giving over something like a Jace, which I assume is the last ban, well, it's not even that. Well, what happens if there's a Jace now? Just kind of shred people with that.
Is it Vi Jace? I mean, the question is, do Rogue want to play Jace even if it's open, right? Adam
I mean,
has
if we
played
go
it a
by
few
arcane
times.
logic, if they lock in Vi and Jace, it is like the worst combo in the arcane like main characters. The fail duo.
I do like the Talia ban because the Azir has already been played, and like Azir is kind of the best into Talia generally. So getting rid of that Talia, making sure Vladdy can't get it, does make sense from Rogue. But as you say, it gives Kana his Jace, which he has won both his games on. And I will say, all statistics for Carmine Corp are kind of made up because they've won most of their games.
True.
So it's a little bit like, oh, he has a 100% win rate on this champion, but he also has a 100% win rate on Renekton, you know? Like, does that mean anything?
I mean, it does look a little bit different. It's like, wow, you've got a 100% win rate when, like, Kalist had, like, 10 kill Kai'Sa games or something like that.
Exactly.
And
like Jace, Kana is very good on the Jace, we'll say that. Sin and the Victor are the locks for Rogue, so strong mid laner that can dominate lane if he gets ahead, and then the Sin are very good at skirmishing. Carmine Corp currently looking, well, they're hovering Shen.
It was hovered by Adam before this because Shen is ridiculously powerful. Was played in our first series as well. That champion is very, very strong right now. We do actually have the Jace fight coming through.
Collective groans from the audience, guys. I'm on your side, okay?
And the Akali as well. So not only are we fighting against the Yike Vi curse. It's also, I guess, the Arcane Vi Jace nerf as well. They did nothing good on screen together. It really
They had that one fight in the mines. In the oil thing.
I think there were things which went wrong there too.
There were a few things that
Morally
went wrong
speaking.
there. I mean, sure, but you know, the kids yearn for them. That's all I'm gonna say. Kids yearn for the mines. Akali is the second lock, as you said.
2 steps away from Chicken Jockey, and I'm very afraid of it. Kai'Sa locks in.
I just hope the audience doesn't start throwing popcorn at us. Kai'Sa is the final lock-in, as you say, for Rogue. So they have their AD, their mid, and their jungle, whereas on Carmine Corp's side, they've gone mid, jungle, and top lane to kick us off.
For me, the Kai'Sa is a takeaway from the other comp, because if you're diving in not just with Akali, but then also a Kai'Sa flying through it, which we know Kalista is disgusting at. That's a lot of inception there. If the Kai'Sa came in as well, no one is surviving that. The Victor gets immediately blown up. I don't care if you build his Zhonya's later, you don't get to play the game. So while the Kai'Sa, I don't think it fits really with the Victor as a double backline carry duo, and I don't think it necessarily fits with the Xin Zhao, it does stop the worst case scenario from KC, locking that in, having a massive dive comp onto you.
Makes a lot of sense to get rid of that. The Scion banned away by Carmine Corp. They're just trying to get rid of things that have okay matchups into the Jace or can survive into the Jace. Nautilus removed by Rogue. Again, something that really facilitates diving onto that backline. Nautilus is so good at that. Leona does fit a similar wheelhouse and has non-committal engage with the Solar Flare. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Rogue picking up an early Leona, or I'd say early R4 Leona. Carmine Corp going to get rid of Nico.
Very lane dominant, you can often carry the Kai'Sa through lane if you're against a more lane dominant AD carry. I mean, obviously, we would have seen something like a Jhin or an MF into that as lane dominance before that. Something like the Rakan can also do a decent job, can heal you up through that laning phase. Of course, you probably know more about Rakan than me, actually, with your time spent.
I know a little bit about Rakan.
You know a little bit about that champion. You know what? They would have loved to have something like a Poppy here.
Yeah.
Not available because that first game. That is the nature of Fearless. Same kind of thing with Talia, right? Against the double, I guess technically triple dash champion would have been really nice.
If I'm Carmine Corp, I really don't mind Kalista here. I think it's a little bit short range, but Kalista on Kalista is very good. You've already got the Ashe band away. You are just looking for a ton of damage, and Fate's Call gives you the ability to get the support onto the backline anyway if you're going for that dive. Doesn't have as much self-heal, where something like a Poppy would be really strong, so maybe they won't go towards it, but I wouldn't mind a Kalista at all.
He's also, I believe this split, maybe not this year, definitely not this year, but this split, Kalista's actually unkilled on the champion.
Oh, wow.
With the Alistar coming through, it feels like they're kind of maybe sacking lane a little bit and saying, look, we just want to get through the laning phase, and it's the Zeri for Kalista, champion which he did so much damage on in the ERLs when he was on Carmine Corp down at that level.
Actually, his most played across the course of his career, but has a lower win rate than his career win rate. Therefore, he's bad on the champion.
That's the way it works. Oh, we get ourselves. Is that locked? That's the
Yorick. It's Yorick.
We get the Yorick.
Let's go! I love Yorick.
We have had a lot of Yorick over in LPL. It hasn't really caught on elsewhere, but the whole idea about Yorick into Jace is that if you hit the Morning Mist, that goop you throw out with the E, Jace hates life. Yorick is one of the most obnoxious 1v1 champions of the game. Has a ton of sustain through from his Q, the last rights. Has a ton of ability to get towers killed as well. If you leave him alone in a side lane, you die. Yeah. So there are a couple of things you can't do. If you get hit by the Morning Mist, that's bad. If you get hit by the Dark Procession, which is the little cage around you, that's even worse.
Yep.
Kana has to play out this individual matchup very, very well. This is probably the hardest Jace matchup in the meta.
It's so strong. I've loved Yorick since his changes where he was playable in jungle
Yorick
as well.
Mori?
I remember, I mean, the good old days of Yorick. He was really powerful. But also, obviously, you have the Eulogy of the Isles where you can apply less pressure into lanes that you're not playing in. You can put your Maiden to work running down towards the bottom lane. You do become Maidenless in that situation, obviously, but it gives you an extra point of pressure on the map. I've been very excited to see a Yorick come out in the LEC. And we see Adam bringing it out in this game. I hope... I'm trying to remember if we've seen one at all so far in LEC.
It doesn't spring to mind. See whether works out for Adam. It has always been about that lane pressure at various points of his career. The Dexter asking for gods. This seems a little bit antithetical to that one. Yorick a little bit more morbid. You're down the river Styx as the Undertaker.
It's our first Yorick of the LEC. So good memory from both of us, although bad memory for not 100% memory. Middling memory. That's what we are here for.
Oh my god, it's Flandre in the LEC. Where did he get here?
Oh, well, we have Kana. We might as well have Flandre, right?
Yeah.
Kana on that Jace will have a little bit of struggle into Adam. Adam's running Grasp. You do sometimes see Yorick's go for the Conqueror just because your ghouls can stack it up for you really quickly, but Grasp gives you a little bit more sustain in the lane, and obviously if you want to be trading with the Jace, having that Grasp is very solid.
Often what we've seen as well, again, this is a matchup we've seen a ton in the LPL because Jace is kind of first pick ban over there. Yorick's become the de facto answer towards it. What you often will see is the Jace have to go forward towards full lethality. If you go towards Shojin or Black Cleaver, you don't win the extended fight. You must go for burst, take short trades, and make sure the Yorick just never hits you. So you're not likely to see more of the Bruiser from Canna. Of course, we'll track that build as it goes through, but that's the logic that I've seen elsewhere in the world.
Let's see. Well, I'm going to have a lot of looks towards that top side. I'm wondering if Adam will put extra points in the W early as well to make it so it's 3 auto attacks to kill the wall instead of just the 2. Obviously, Kana can just use that ranged form to get the 3 quick auto attacks off, but we'll see. It's going to be an interesting one. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Vladdy and Larssen are fighting on a matchup we, again, don't see too often. Vladdy coming out on the right side of it for now with that 5-point strike early on. Larssen taking the wrong side of the trip.
Typically, we even see the Akalis go towards the Electrocute right now as well. It's gone towards the Conqueror, which is better for, well, we'll see if he goes towards the Yorick. Akali doesn't win the 1v1 matchup versus Yorick either, though, because no one really does. You're really important to see if KC can shut down Adam. You want to make sure that he doesn't get free time in lane. And the first level going really well for Canna. This is your point to make sure that the Yorick doesn't have wave control, so drop some XP and things go bad.
Ooh, Timeless going in onto Execute here, who has to flash away. Ignite ticking. Execute does still have the heal. Will be able to survive for the moment. As you say, like Adam, you are still playing ranged into melee. Until you get your ghouls up, until you actually have a way to push that lane out, until you have the goop of the Morning Mist, it's pretty difficult to trade in. One of the trading patterns you'll look for later is hit the Morning Mist. If Kano is in range, you can walk up to him and last rites him. Otherwise, you just use the Morning Mist to force Kano away, and then you clear out the wave as he's running away from your little ghoulies.
And the worst thing about this is that once you do get those ghouls up, you can't even hit your Qs because it hits the ghouls in front of you instead. One of the big changes to Yorick and why we saw more of him is that his ghouls are more consistent to bring up and they are harder to kill as well. I think they do a little bit less DPS. Also, this patch, this is actually nerfed Yorick. We didn't see the strongest form of it, where your E was doing a little bit more damage, which is crazy to think. Your E was doing more damage.
So
then we will see what this champion hopefully can do later on. Fan of the champion when it starts getting ahead. One of the real masters of 1vXs, where you get 3 champions in your lane. Not right now though, and Yorick is doing exactly what you need to do. Go towards the Yorick before they really have that power.
Get up towards this top side. Adam will heal up a little bit with that Doran shield, but it can be difficult for him to get his ghouls up in time. If you land your Morning Mist, the ghouls that are on the ground will spawn automatically and chase that target, but otherwise you need 3 of those graves. You see that little pink thing standing next to Kana? That's a grave. You need 3 of those to be able to spawn your ghouls. Here we go. They go for the tower dive. Kana goes in first. Dark Procession. Kana's locked under the tower. It will be a 1-for-1 in the exchange. A plate falls as well for Carmine Corp.
Yeah, so the problem here now is kill went over to the Yorick and not to the Jace. So the individual matchup going the side of Rogue. That is a problem. Adam will be able to teleport back towards that lane, get himself a combat arm, gets himself a Sheen on the first back. That's a problem for Canna.
Engage happening onto Kalista as well, who uses the barrier, tramples Sun onto Execute into the Pulverize. Execute trying to dance back to Patrick, but can't get close enough. Carmine Corp get a kill in the bot side.
Forgive me for thinking this was a scaling lane. It's got some great combos there from Targamas to punish Execute, who realistically should not be in those sort of positions, caught out very easily. Kind of breaks that cage, but Adam gets some good damage back.
Both of them about half HP. Kana with a little bit of an HP lead has got biscuits and a refillable alongside his tier. He knows where his bread is buttered, needs to be able to survive through this lane. Got for the bone plating as well, which is an interesting choice, maybe for later on in the game. I think the second wind may have been slightly more advantageous than the 1v1. Dark Procession misses as Kana steps to the side and dodges. The wind becomes lightning as well. Kana's been watching some Zeus. He puts on his fancy feet and just dodges away. It's hit with the second wind becomes lightning, but Adam and Malrang will back away.
No boots, slowed, still dodges. Not sure how that manages
to
happen.
Things, man. Just
kind of things. Misses plane fights and some skill shots miss on him.
Yeah. It's, you can't be perfect in every aspect of life. That's what That's what's happening with Kana. Targamas coming across to help Vladdy push out this wave. Vladdy will hit 6. Grub's still a while away from spawning. Remember, the 8-minute timer for them is now the case, and it looks like Targamas is just going to be roaming around the map. Patrick and Execute actually moving out of the lane on the bot side, knowing that they weren't winning out on those trades early doors. There's already BF sword for Kalist, so he's in a very strong position.
So even though Grubs would have normally spawned at this time before this patch, you can still swap up if you want to avoid the matchup. You still have to lane, you know, true for the first few minutes of the game. That will kind of wear off the, you know, the alarm that comes through lane swap detected after a few minutes, and you can escape that matchup just for a little while. Does mean that Adam is going down towards that bot side of the map. And basically the grand scheme of this is just Patrick and Execute get a frozen wave in top side so they can farm safely. They still have the same matchup in top side, but they get a little bit of choice of where they want their wave in the next phase of lane.
Yike and Vladdy going to step in towards this topside jungle, just looking for a little bit of vision. They know that the Grubs are really the next objective. Neither of the teams decided to play for an early Drake in game 1, and that's the case here as well in game 2. Kalist and Targamas very happy to be in that 2v2 matchup, although Execute has his flash, Patrick has his, and they have enough summers that they should be able to survive to a possible fight attempt. What this does allow Karmine Corp to do, though, is push into this jungle, get pressure down, steal away camps. You don't really want to fight for the Krugs, it's a little deep, but you can still go for it if you're feeling adventurous.
No 6 on Malray. Nah, okay, alright, better play.
It would be really nice if you stole them, right, and stopped him from getting that level 6 before the Grub fight, but unable to do it. Targamas gets the pulverize, headbutt. Oh, Marang was just on the wrong side of that. Yike coming in as well for the knock-up. Kalist can't get close enough, but there's the Crescent Guard down, so basically no 6 on Marang.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem for Rogue, getting pushed back. And all of this comes from the winning bot lane, okay, see. The fact that they overperformed in that laning phase, and I think Execute made some pretty glaring errors there in that early lane, means that Rogue are behind in terms of their support presence on the map. They're behind then in terms of their own jungle presence, which you don't expect when you've got a Shinzao this early on, and Rogue will have harder approaches towards objectives.
It's going to be a bit of a sticky wicket for them over the next while.
A cricket thing?
Yeah. It's a sticky wicket. The ball sticks on the wicket. It's hard to play.
Oh, I thought it was like the wicket like actually stuck to the thing so it doesn't fall off.
I mean, that's also possible.
That would also be another
I have no idea where the etymology comes from. I just know it rhymes and
you
it
are the
sounds
person
funny.
of fun facts, Medic. I expect these things from you.
My facts aren't fun. They're only informative. I'm just here to educate, not entertain. But yeah, so Grub's going over to Karmine Corp. I did want to have a look at how the top lane, bot lane is going. If we get an opportunity to go down to Kana and Adam. Haven't looked at it too much. You see the exchange being made between Yike and Malrang here. Rogue will get the first dragon of the game.
Why must we kill Wildlife? Why must we kill Wildlife?
Well, Riot tell us to. That's what's happening here. Targamas coming across. Kana and Adam still trading. Dark Procession going down. Kana jumps onto Adam, but that Maiden's going to start doing a lot of work. Malrang dives forward. The follow-up from Execute as well as Kana is the first to fall. Flash over from Vladdy, but onto the wrong side. He's going to get chased down by Adam, and Malrang can't quite get close enough. The win becomes likely not going to connect. Good knock-up from Targamas. Execute dashes away. Yike in here with the cease and desist into the trample stun. There's the follow-up. Execute will fall. Vladdy almost taken down by the Maiden, but the Maiden dies in time. Yike finds another as Adam goes down. Karmine Corp come out somehow ahead in kills.
About halfway through that fight, I was very convinced Rogue had won that.
Yep, same.
Kana goes down towards the bot side, even though he takes a good trade against the Yorick initially. Grasp plus the Q spam coming through from Yorick is a lot of healing, even at this point in the game. Gets comboed out by a good follow-up from Execute and Malrang, and then Vladdy's low HP, and then suddenly you think, well, surely with this HP advantage and the damaging members of the Jace and the Akali being low, surely this is it. And then the overstep happens. Yike comes in, has levels. They even bring down Victor. How did they end up losing so much at the back end of this? Well, this should have been a clean Rogue win.
I think Adam did flash into tower range to land the last rights that didn't do enough damage to kill off Vladdy. That probably leads to you not doing quite as much damage in the exchange as you would like. Malrang will start up the dragon again, and with an extra player on this side of the map, Rogue should be able to secure it this time, but Karmine Corp have about a 1,200 gold lead, and again, it's Yike who has that early advantage on this fight, already has the Sundered Sky complete. It has been a problem champion for Karmine Corp and for Yike himself, but here he's off to a very strong early start.
Makes it a little bit easier to play out the game when you get that early windfall towards you. We'll say, though, I mean, one of the leads for Rogue is a net Yorick matchup. It's only a small one, but the fact that Kana couldn't capitalize that early few levels into something that really stuck could become a bit of an issue. I cannot stress enough how ridiculous Yorick is in a side lane situation. It will become a problem. Kana is going towards the lethality burst build to try and take short trades away from the Yorick and just don't interact with the Morning Mist, play around your Shock Blast instead. This game for Rogue, for me, really is on Adam. You must be able to get a side lane advantage. If you don't, it's a problem.
Kalist going in and won't find too much. Pops the ultimate for it, but crash down. Sorry, not crash down. What's the Zeri ultimate called? Can you
Lightning Crash.
Lightning Crash, that's the one. Thank you. Lightning Crash used. Doesn't really get much more than pushing Patrick away. But with Yike coming across as well, Patrick and Execute will have to give up at least a little bit of damage on towards this tower, so it'll be more gold going into the pockets of Kalist.
The 3 grabs really helping you push with this too. The Zeri getting this much gold is disaster for Rogue, because while you are waiting for the Yorick to get back, why is Execute walking on a turret?
Well, because he can! Because he can! He gets the quickness down!
No, he can't!
Well, no, he could. Just died.
True. Consequences of the actions he has taken. Yeah, that's a head scratcher. Goes under tower.
He's living up to his name.
Yeah, well, no, he didn't, because it wasn't even Execute. Just died.
Ah, true, actually, yeah.
We actually have a term for that in League of Legends.
What, dying?
Yeah, dying without the enemy champions.
Ah, true,
yeah,
yes,
I know.
Yes.
We have all of the technology in words nowadays.
That we do. Kalist's going to get the first tower of the game. And with it, about a 2,500 gold lead for Carmine Corp. They are in a very solid spot.
Now, for those of you who watched the start of Kalist's career down at the ERLs, you'll know this is a problem. It's a problem for any Zeri player, but this is a problem particularly in Kalist's hands as well. I don't think he's had the best split so far coming back from Korea and from First Stand. I think that even last game, there were some issues around individual play, and I think Patrick outvalued him for portions of that game. Hang on a second, Kana might be jumped on multiple people here.
Doesn't have flash. There's the Dark Possession, and he's on the wrong side of it. Gravity well there for the follow-up. Mason comes down as well, just to make sure that Kana is dead. Rogue will get their third on the board, and all of them in Adam's hands.
Victor pays Mr. Talus of Victor a visit in that top side, takes him down, and again, kill over towards that Yorick. Importantly so, that is the win condition from Rogue, especially now. You've just watched that Zeri get so far ahead. That is a huge problem. That Zeri is going to force the issue fairly soon into this game.
Yeah, he's already got the Yuntars complete. Trinity Force as well for Adam, so the power points of both the teams are well established. For Carmine Corp, Yike is strong, but he's not going to be as powerful as this Zeri when the game gets later. Adam is the power point for Rogue, and he's only about 1,500 gold ahead, but if he is left to his own devices, or his and the Maidens in a side lane, can do a lot of work. Execute here to shadow Larson. Vladdy will take a tower plate and then back away, respecting the fact doesn't really know where Rogue are on the map.
What's the next things up on the map? Next 2 minutes, we've got both objectives on both sides of the map, leading to something. Not really able to get that much on Vladdy here. Execute is getting a knocker, and forcing Vladdy to play a little bit more respectfully, I suppose. Kalist controlling this mid lane matchup. This Zeri being able to stand on their own and control mid lane on their own is a problem already in its own right. Typically, you expect a Yuntao Zeri to not be able to push in waves nearly as quickly, not have that control, and we might have a fight in the jungle. Yike, not pulling the trigger just yet, though.
Yeah, I was looking for the Vault Breaker, but decides not to go in. Kana was still pushing out bot, and Adam had just shown on mid, so they would have been outnumbered until at least the teleport could complete. And Carmine Corp realized they don't really have to force the tempo. Like, they can just scale. You have a very big Zeri, you've got the first 3 grubs, you could just wait. Like, you don't have to be incredibly proactive at this point, because you scale well as a lineup as well. There's always a little bit of temptation to like try and make really quick plays, especially into a Victor and a Kai'Sa. I can understand you being like, well, we don't want to let them get to 2-3 items, but there's no point forcing when you have a Drake and a Rift hold up in the next 30 seconds anyway.
Yeah, and you know, Kana, credit to him, is holding this bot lane matchup well enough. Do you say that? Malrang is giving a visit to bot side, see if he'll have to back off from that turret. Looks like we are having a split map. Glad using those 3 grubs top side, getting some gold for themselves. Other side, see how quickly Adam can return fire from the bot lane turret.
I can see Kana, yeah, just backs off immediately, and Adam should be able to take that tower. He's got the Triforce complete, a Sheen proc with the last rites. Not quite enough. Dark Possession coming out. Kana being very greedy here. Stepping up, and he didn't know where the enemy jungler was at all. That was good from Adam and from Malrang. Malrang staying around even after the tower was low, but a little greedy from Kana being that far forward.
little unnecessary. You've just taken mid and top lane out of turrets. You are winning on the map. The tower's going down anyway. I know it feels a little bit bad to give that advantage over towards the Yorick, but you're fine in a compositional standpoint. Herald will still be taken by KC as well. If they lose the Jace, yeah, not a great thing, but across the rest of the map, wins for them.
Kana not going to be worth too much gold right now either.
True.
So it's not the end of the world, but it was just really greedy for a wave. You're never going to keep that tower standing with Adam already pounding on it. You lose the Drake towards this bottom side as well. It's the second dragon of the game over to Rogue, but you do have the Rift Herald. You have the opportunity to try and crack through that mid-tier 2. Vault Breaker was just used into the quickness. Gravity Well going down as well as Yike will be start possession, in fact, as Gravity Well nowhere near. Larson was up towards the top side, but Yike was able to get out, steal away a couple of those minions.
Flash down on Yike though for just the ultimate of Execute. Nice, keeps your carries a little bit safer in the next few minutes of play. Execute takes a lot of damage from Canada. So what's happening on the rest of the map? Let's have a look-see, shall we? Lots of vision defensively for Rogue, because they can't really go that much further beyond the river. Waves are all pushing in towards Rogue's side of the map, so KC, good presence pretty much everywhere. See how much they can keep that up. They use the Herald now to push their advantage.
The push from Vladdy and from Yike is an easy enough tier 2 for Karma and Corp. One of the reasons like Kana might poke and prod onto Execute there is to just draw people to that point of the map. It's like, oh, hey, maybe we're fighting here. It's like, actually, we never wanted to fight here. In fact, we were always looking for bot lane tier 2. It was a ruse. I outsmarted you outsmarting. Oh.
Aha, the next level, as Papa would say.
They managed to take the tower. Lots of ghouls here going to push forward. Vladdy all on his lonesome, really needs to back away with Rogue making a beeline towards his current location. Spotted on a control ward. You can just walk away, pick up the petals on the way.
Did you ever play much Arena while I was... Oh, I say it's just
yeah, I played a bunch.
Yeah. Did you see Yorick with Minion Mancer, so it increases the size of the summons by like 60%?
Oh, it's so strong.
That's one big maiden.
Yep.
She's scary. I think one of the scary ones was Neferi, where the dogs are actually bigger than Neferi itself at that point. He doesn't have a big maiden this time, though. Gets the E onto him.
There's a maiden nearby, but she has to take the long route round, and Adam realizes he's currently maidenless. The maiden will come in after he dies, and will follow suit. You do see that sometimes when the person you love dies. Often, you follow not so shortly afterwards.
So topically, Rogue's silver lining has been a bit tarnished.
Yes. Oh my God. Just get all the Elden Ring references
I get
in
like
while we
two
go.
of them. No, it goes up towards Barrett. Let me solo them. Adam, he has to be doing a lot of work this game. Dying like that in a side lane joke side is very important. KC still have themselves the lightning crash from a very, very fed 2 items area as well.
Going in, Maomang dashing forward as well. Crescent Guard out. There's the quickness as well from Execute. Will get the knockup. Larson coming in with the Arcane Storm available, but won't pop it. Puts the Gravity Well down. Carmine Corp stealing away the red once again. Adam TP'd into the mid lane. Not as much of a champion as he'd like to be without his Maiden, although Yorick is a little bit more powerful in his own right than he used to be. You do still want the Maiden for fights.
Absolutely. It's a long cooldown. It's a big thing as well. When you do, sometimes you get a win against him just by killing that Maiden. By dying, of course, the desummons it. Anyway, and we have to see a continuation of KC just full court pressing.
Oh, Patrick! Killer Instinct onto Kalist here. Kalist pops the barrier. Yike coming in from the side as well. Vladdy then flanks. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna say the Killer Instinct was suboptimal.
Maybe feeling a little bit pressured by having every single lane pushed into them for the last, 4 or 5 minutes at this point, but that still doesn't make that play particularly high value. Adam couldn't finish off the
kill. It was high value, just for Karman Corp.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you'd like to try and avoid them if at all possible. Yeah. Rogue, much like the last game, you reach this point in the game, probably just around, 17 minutes last game, probably around that same time point here. I don't think they realize where they're at threat on the map. I don't think that cleanly placing together plays. I understand that they're under pressure. They do need to get resources somewhere. One of the biggest problems of losing all of these lane pressure is that you're also losing the jungle camps as well. So you're losing bleeding out small gold advantages over time. That doesn't make the plays they're making successful. It doesn't make them the right plays. But I understand the mindset of having to force something because it feels so bad being in this state.
Especially you're bleeding at so many different positions on bleeding goals in so many different positions on the map. Bliss has 2,500 gold lead. Yike has a 2,000 gold lead. For Rogue, obviously sitting at 2 and 5. Even if they lose this series, they're not mathematically out of playoffs. There are 8 out of a possible 1,024 scenarios in which they would get a tiebreaker game.
That's a lot of numbers.
Yeah. So Rogue can still make it technically if they lose this game. It it is incredibly unlikely that they do so. Everything would have to fall in their favor. Kliss gliding away from Execute there as he surfs across that little bit of terrain. The flank is happening here from Vladdy. Patrick spots him though as he tries to get around. Kana landing a shot blast as Karmine Corp have started up the Atakan. They'll still give you that magic and armor shred if you tank it up, so they want to be a little bit cautious. Yike goes in, punches the Maiden, the engage from Execute, but the lightning crash, and Kana's follow-up is sublime. Vladdy diving in as well, as Maurang is the second target for Karmine Corp. They find two. Oh my god, Vladdy's damage is insanity! He kills off Patrick. Larson, the one he's chasing down now. The shot blast not quite enough as Kalist will eventually kill Adam. That was, well, it was great play from Vladdy, but that was a huge DPS boost.
I mean, that's just not safe for human consumption at that point. Take it off the air. The R2 getting a huge amount of damage towards the back end of that play. I don't think Rogue make the wrong decision to push in through the bot side. Going through Tribrush was unplayable, but they don't catch the carries here. If you need to go through this choke point, you must hit the Zeri, you probably have to hit the Akali as well. You have to get some of this damage down, because they don't, the front line immediately evaporates. You have no one to protect you from the Akali, which does just, frankly, obscene amounts of damage.
Yeah, I was not expecting him to half HP. Larson in to take down Patrick.
That's how they get
quickly.
You.
Yeah, well, it's just the unexpected Akali is the deadliest apparently. An assassin for a reason. 5,000 damage in that last play. Kalist as well, topping the damage charts on this Zeri, but he has been consistently ahead this game, whereas Vladdy has kind of been even-ish, like, you know, a few hundred gold ahead. Now 1.4k in the advantage. 8,000 gold lead for Karmine Corp as they open up the map once again. Almost 3 items on Kalist.
I'm going to say that I'm going to hold Rogue fans' hands gently when I say this. I don't think the Yorick's carrying this game.
No?
He's
ahead.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think it's by enough, Medic. Just a little. I think it's a little bit teensy. We'll see if he can get anything done. But Casey, really good job managing sidelines to make sure that Adam has never managed to take over this game through a side lane. It has been about them finding the picks, punishing the front line of Rogue, and denying so many just random bits and pieces of gold from Rogue over time, bleeding them out.
Ultra Shock plays into Shock Blast, gets Patrick down to 1/3 of his HP. Karmine Corp will take another tier 2, second of the game. Kana's pushing through mid. There's a wave on its way, and you can see Karmine Corp take the quick route through the jungle to try and take down another turret. Shouldn't be too much for them to do. Execute. Oh, he's flanking. Here's the problem, Execute, my boy, my man. There's no one there to follow up. He jumps away with the grand entrance and does manage to dance away with the battle dance, but the flank was a flunk.
It reminded me of the way you said that reminded me of a very niche SpongeBob meme. Sponge boy me, Bob. That's not a flank at all. Not sure how to follow. I'm sorry.
At least we're having fun, even if Rogue perhaps are not.
Oh God! I mean,
in this game.
The thing which makes me really, it is tragic for Rogue. They've had some good series. They took a series, I think, after a very difficult start against SK, against Vitality. They were good wins in those series.
Yeah.
For the level of play that they've shown, sadly, throughout this split. They had a good start to the early game against KC. They're sadly at a point now where this really is last chance saloon. They're not mathematically eliminated if they lose this, as we've gone through many times beyond this point, but it is a team like Rogue, which has had a long legacy in the LEC. Sadly, the recent days have been hard for them.
Yeah.
I wanted to see them be more proactive. I think they have done that, but the success is just not quite followed.
It has not. But Karmine Corp's success is following them all the way from winter. Winners of the split there, went to first stand, made it to the finals. Argue however you want about the format, but they are continuing to sit atop the LEC. Fnatic the only ones ahead of them right now, but Fnatic have played a couple of extra games. Execute goes in with the quickness and immediately is chunked out. The Ignite won't be enough. Ultra Laser goes wide, so Execute is able to walk away.
Ult down, Execute not able to land that on the target. Kalist has been so hard to catch. Very good on that Zeri pick. What's happening on the rest of the map? Kana's making his way up. KC, do they smell something here? Maybe.
I mean, whatever they smelt, they decided they didn't need to investigate any further. There's a Baron in 5 seconds. They can play for that. Always the risk of getting Rogue back into the game by misplaying around a Baron, but Karmine Corp have been pretty good with their vision set up around it. You can see ward here, ward here, ward here. I mean, that ward that I initially pointed out was cleared out, but they have enough vision around it that they can see Maurang as he steps forward in the jungle. Execute goes in, and again, the grand entrance is purely ceremonial. Doesn't quite land the knockup. Maorang dashes forward. Shock Blast is going to connect. Cease and desist onto the backline. Knocks Maorang back. There's the lightning crash. And it might be done without a Baron even needing to be slain. Execute flashes away, but the rest of his team cannot escape the clutches of Vladdy. A double for the Akali. Kalist dives in onto Adam. He'll fall as well. Carmine Corp find 4. The only one still standing is Execute.
Teleport to the bot side from Canna as well. He kills threats very quickly with this build, by the way, with the lethality. And it's like Rogue just weren't even there on top side. KC starve out vision and camps and gold. And they've bled out too much now of Rogue. They try and contest for a brief moment, had no leg to stand on.
And it looks like Carmine Corp don't think they can end off this push. It is shortish. Death timer's only 26 minutes into the game, so they'll go double inhib, or at least inhib tower and a single inhib. You can see Kalist and Yike on your minimap are doing the Baron, so should be able to secure this one without any real contest from Rogue. Maorang's running down on the bottom side. It would be a mammoth task if somehow he manages to steal this. Obviously impossible. Carmine Corp will take the Baron. Rogue still chasing.
They are really trying to chase for something here. I think Larson thinks, yeah, not getting away from that guy.
Sometimes you got to get the chickens.
Sometimes, you know? Sometimes you got to, for science. Victor would approve. Yep. Science. Get something there. Yeah, like, yeah, we've been denied all our jungle camps for the last, like, 15 minutes at this point. Let's get one back. Dragon spawns. Rogue are on the bottom side of the map, but, I mean, Vladdy is back into the play. KC back in there. And, yeah, he's flanking, and that is a dangerous angle.
Unseen Vladdy is the deadliest. Maorang jumps in, double knock-up as well. The follow-up, though, from Vladdy and Patrick is Pop Trick as Execute the next target. Perfect execution here from Carmine Corp and perfect execution from Vladdy. Even manages to land the Proto Belt at the end. Carmine Corp once again find 4. Adam, I mean, you're on vision, my dude. You're spotted out. Actually, maybe hugging the wall means that he isn't seen. Kano and Vladdy will make the march to the Nexus as Carmine Corp will secure their 6th win of Spring and a spot at the top of the table.
KC came in today with a couple of worries about them. A couple of series just before the break. I felt like they weren't clean, they were falling behind in the early game. Of course, against Rogue, they wanted to show their best side, and I think they snowballed magnificently.
That they did. Game 2 much cleaner than Game 1, but still a solid performance from Carmine Corp. For Rogue, commiserations. Their hopes very much not in their hands. One more series for them to play on the last day of the split. Carmine Corp, the future is bright, the future is blue, it seems.
That's a very good slogan. I like that. The future is blue. Yeah.
I stole it from The Future is Orange.
Yeah, I did know that. Yeah.
You know, the adverts?
You know, sometimes they do a good job of them, don't they? Casey, really solid series of closing these games. I really appreciated how they shut down the win conditions of the other team. They seized the opportunities when they had them, and their objective setup when they're ahead of the game was very, very lethal.
Yeah, you can vote one of them, your key player of the series. Vote Yike, Vladdy, and Kalist are your options. Vladdy, great game 2. Yike, great game 1 and 2, in my opinion. Kalist, serviceable game 1. Good game 2. Like, great. I will give him great. We'll give him great. We'll upgrade it from good. I think Yike, personally, I think he had the better overall series.
I think on average, for sure. I mean, that Lily was such a big
it's a
carry.
player of the series. What are you doing? Just saying the one best player in the most recent game?
I was saying
you read it?
I was agreeing with you.
Oh,
I was saying that he was best in both games combined.
Yeah, I agree. On average.
The things I have to deal with.
On average, he was the best in both games combined. We are just waiting for the analyst desk and the interviews to get ready, I believe. Oh, I can see Shocks standing down on the stage. We have to stall. Have you ever learned how to drive, manual?
I did.
So we can stall if we want. We could do it deliberately.
I drove around a city called Sheffield in the UK. It's called the Rome of the North because it's built on 7 hills, like Rome, the Palatine Hill and stuff.
Doesn't look anything like it, nor is this prestigious.
No, it doesn't, and nor is the weather as good. The music's pretty good there, though.
Oh, that's true. Sheffield.
Band called Bring Me the Horizon came from there. Pretty famous. Well, they're from Rotherham, but close enough.
I mean, no, you're just claiming something that isn't from where you are.
It's close enough. It's like a town which is close to the big city. Anyway, it's a good music scene.
No. I mean, yes, in Sheffield there is a good music.
This is what happens when you ask us to stall when we don't have pre-planned.
You can't claim Bring Me the Horizon. Because they're from Rotherham.
That's close enough.
No,
it's close enough.
No, because in the grand scheme of things, everything is close enough. We're close enough to Targamas, who's standing down on the stage with Shocks, but I'm not able to interview him. It's not the same thing!
Stop bickering. Hello, I'm Shocks, joining here with Targu in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Congratulations. Didn't miss a beat. here again as well. You had some time, right, to kind of regroup. What did you work on?
Nothing. We just went on vacation.
Where'd you go?
No. I was here in Berlin, but my whole team went back to their home, and yeah, we didn't do anything.
So you were by yourself?
Yeah, I was just chilling, playing some Clair Obscur, you know, the new game. And,
Yeah, who needs to practice for the LEC?
not really. Like, we've been screaming for like 3 days, I think. And yeah, I think we picked it up where we left at, so it feels good.
I would say you picked it up and kind of came back a little bit better, because I will say, even though you're at the top of the standings, the games weren't clean, right? I think you can admit that there was a lot of back and forth. So, or do you think that's completely cleaned up or not? Or do you disagree with me?
No, I mean, game 2 was fine, right?
Yeah.
I think. And then game 1, yeah, I'm not sure. Like, it's just the jet lag, you know? Like, we didn't play on stage for 2 weeks, so we are not sure what we are doing.
I see. Were you watching Madrid and thinking, oh, I wish I was there, but then next week you do get to go to France, so.
No, I mean, I was glad that I was chilling at home, honestly. And yeah, I mean, next week it's gonna be fun, yeah. And especially against G2, maybe we can kick them out of playoff.
Yeah.
Who knows?
That's actually a storyline that exists. Now, in terms of the revenge arcs of Targamas and Mickey, it's going well. I mean, were you happy that they were able to beat G2 last week?
I don't really care, honestly. I think it was, yeah, I don't mind who wins. I think I just focus on my team. Like, we are first place, right? And we want to get the first seed as well for playoff. So, yeah.
You're backpedaling because you're like, oh, maybe we could kick G2 out of playoffs. And then you're like, oh, we only focus on our own. I get it. Yeah.
I mean, it's fun to kick them out, right? But I don't mind if they're losing to Fnatic or anyone else. Like, I'm not hate watching them, honestly.
Okay, that makes sense. How excited are you to go to Evry on the road trip in front of... I know you're Belgian, but I feel like you identify a little bit with the French-speaking French a little bit. But how excited are you to go on that KC road trip, I will say?
Yeah, this is gonna be very fun. I think like we had the show match with this team before, so we played in France before, but like it's show match, it's not the same. And it's like one of the only occasions we have this year, if not the only one, to play a competitive match in France, right, in front of our fans. So it's pretty cool.
It will be amazing. I can't wait to see it. Locked into playoffs with the blue wall. Merci beaucoup, Targu. Bien fait. And that's enough from us here on this side. We're going to kick it over to PGL with Genie, GB, and Calist.
Thank you, Shocks, and Targa as well. Let's start off with a big congratulations, because you guys have locked in playoffs. So, sigh of relief?
Thank you first. And yeah, just a bit, because we were pretty confident on locking playoff already when coming to the first game of the splits. We know we're a good team and we are pretty confident on this, but it's always good to be like, okay, we're 100% locked on playoff.
Let's start off also by announcing our Kia player of the series. It is Yike, a great performance on the Vi. Maybe not what we are usually seeing.
What do you mean by this?
I mean, his Vi has been up and down.
Okay, I will defend Yike, okay?
Okay, let's go.
Yike's Vi, it's the fault of the team.
Okay.
It's just, Yike is finding the good angles, but we are not on the screen to follow him. So, of course, he's maybe looking like a clown, but it's not his fault. It's the team's fault.
You're a good lawyer. Wow. He should hire you full-time. Like, that's pretty good. I mean, you know, since we're defending players, do you want to defend some teams? Do we want to defend some hot takes?
Yeah, so me and GB made some hot takes about, like, because, you know, the standings right now is kind of crazy. All the teams are so close. So GB's hot take was that G2 won't make playoffs. What do you think about that?
I mean, I kind of agree, I think, because...
What? Oh, I love this.
Okay, there is 2 reasons of this.
Yep.
I think it's because I personally think G2 is not in a... I don't really know how to say it, but in a good state, the way they're playing. Like, as a professional player, you can see that something is different, something is not matching.
Yeah.
I mean, I think their bot lane is doing good, though, but something is not matching overall as a team. Yeah. And also, I need to follow the... like the hot take of my CEO, Kameto also think they will not do playoff, so I'm following him.
Wow.
All right, and then we have your hot take, Jack.
Yeah.
It was about GX.
Yeah, mine is that Giant X will make playoffs because they play against BDS and they play against Team Heretics. And if they win both of those games, they most likely get a tiebreaker, which I think is like pretty doable, and they looked way better in Spain than before.
Crowd buff.
So yeah, I think they can make it.
Maybe it's a crowd buff, but I think, yeah, Giantix can make it, but I'm not sure. Who will be out then? Who do you see out of this playoff?
Rogue?
I mean, yeah, Rogue for sure. Rogue SK. Maybe we could bring up like the whole
Yeah, let's have a look at the
standings and then-
standings so that we see which teams are currently
Yeah.
towards the bottom.
Like, I'm
Rogue,
thinking
GX, SK, BDS, and Vitality.
Rogue, SK, and then BDS.
And G2. Go crazy. I mean, look, Kalista agreed, right?
BDS G2, I guess, yeah.
Okay.
Who do you think is not going to be making it to playoffs?
I mean, there is the hot take of G2, of course, but if there is another team, I would say, I guess, well, BDS, because it seems like they struggle a bit, I would say.
Okay.
Fair.
I
It's not
mean,
really
yeah.
a hot take, I guess, but...
Yeah, I don't think that's like a lukewarm,
that's
what we've
fair.
seen today, like kind of take, right? Fnatic as well, I mean, they are creeping up on you guys. You're both, I mean, you're 6-1, they're 6-2. They've had one extra game. Are you looking forward to playing them in the playoffs? Are they looking scary? Do you feel like they have evolved a lot?
To be honest, I'm most focused on us because we have a lot of small things to adjust, and I'm really focused on MSI wise. I'm really confident that we will qualify there, and of course, like the strongest teams after us are probably like Fnatic, G2, Koi, and of course I have them in my head. But the most important in my head is actually focusing on MSI and how can we lose actually, and how can we get in the best shape possible on every champs, every meta, everything. Going to MSI and being as confident as possible, because the goal is for sure to go to MSI and win it, and it's really not easy.
Yeah.
We saw it at first hand. It's like playing against top teams are not the easiest thing to do. And we are really focused on ourselves from now on, and we will see later on, I think.
How was it playing against Viper? Because Viper's, in my opinion, best ADC in the world.
I mean,
he's so good.
Yeah, when you play against him, you're like, yeah. It feels like he's the best ADC in the world. Like, well, it was pretty exciting. I'm really happy to play against good players because, well, you have to. I don't know how to say it, but you have to get your level higher because you're just you're playing against someone that's better than you, and you are trying to match him. And I think that's what happened against Jakilov and Viper. I leveled up, I guess. I don't know how to say it, but I played better. And well, when you're playing against Viper, it's pretty. Well, his key is skill checking a lot and also playing really forward, so it's pretty funny. I like it, and also it feels like he's a robot because even though he's playing aggressive, it's
like calculated.
It's like calculated. He's really good individually, so he dies. He just barely dies and plays really good. I think it's like after playing against him, I'm like really happy because I feel like you have to. For me, if you are the best, if you want to be the best, you have to like reach near perfection or perfection. And I feel like Viper is like close to the near perfection, and I'm really happy that it's like the top ADs are on this level because for me it means I have to be near perfection, and it's more motivation.
Yeah.
So it felt really good.
You've had that experience at internationals, and you guys went all the way to the finals. Felt like since you've been back in Berlin, we're seeing you guys make a couple of mistakes that we didn't necessarily see in winter. It feels like that really high that we saw in winter that we are expecting for spring hasn't necessarily been achieved, or at least not achieved consistently. What do you think has been the main pain point for that?
I mean, it's pretty easy, to be honest. In winter, we had like 2 or 3 team comps, one playstyle. We were really, really strong on it, and we just spammed it the whole split, and we were really good at it. So basically, it was like the best comp in the best environment, and we were really confident on it. But when we came back from the international event, we were like, okay, this is not enough. We need other comps. We need to try other things. We need other playstyles. We need a lot of more things, and we are just clearly trying things, trying new comps, trying new ways to play. So it might look like, I mean, it's not. it's not. It might look like we are playing worse, of course, than Winter at our highest level, but it's just because we are trying things and we are trying to be better as a team.
It's been fascinating seeing Vladdy like come back from first stand and just playing all the Seka champs, you know, Akali, Yon,
of course,
Silas.
He's popping off. Well, let's bring the discussion back to the standings, to the teams that the hot take of G2 not being in playoffs, because G2 is going up against Vitality, and that is going to be the match of the week. And you know, GB predicted, said that G2 is not going to win against Vitality.
Essentially, this is if they lose against Vitality and you guys beat them at your event, then most likely they'll either get a tiebreaker or not make playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's match of the week. Like, I think it's really a banger match because it's important also for Vitality for the run of playoff. So if there is one match where Vitality needs to be in a good shape, it's this one, and I hope they will be, because I think it could be really interesting, and I'm really hyped to see. Like, it will be crazy that, you know, nowadays you're saying G2 is out of playoffs.
Yeah.
That will be really funny. So, I mean, I'm not, no hard feeling or anything. I'm not wishing for the worst or anything. It's just, it's, I think, entertaining for the league.
Yeah, for sure.
Very PR answer. I'm not wishing anything bad on anybody, by the way. Please don't come for me. But the crazy part as well is that Rogue, after losing today, their faith really isn't in their hands anymore, because if GX loses the game against BDS, then we have our first team locked out, which is going to be Rogue. So that's another really important matchup for the stakes, I guess, for Rogue fans.
Yeah.
What do you mean, yeah? What is that smile?
I mean, yeah, for all the Rogue fans.
For all the Rogue fans out there, the team. Yeah, anything you want to say, Jack?
I mean, it's crazy to me that Rogue is still not out, to be honest, that there's still like a sliver of hope. And it just goes to show, I'm actually kind of curious to hear your thoughts on this, Chris. Like, why do you think this split has been so close standing-wise? Like, there's no clear bottom-tier team. Like, even Rogue, who's kind of our worst team, are still in contention in most games.
I mean, first, it's best of 3 and not best of 1. So I guess it's, like, longer, and also... Well, it's not like 1-0, 2-0, or 3-0. There is like, if you win 2-0 or 2-1, or you lose 0-2, and all these things. So there is a lot of scenarios that can happen. And I feel like, I'm not sure how to say it, but it's just, I feel like the level of the league is just not as high as you could expect in winter playoff. And I think it's...
Do you think it's a bad thing? That like the league is worse rather than better? It's not that every team is good, it's every team is bad kind of vibe?
Kinda, I think, because like we are not playing that good because we're trying things. I think, for example, G2 is really not in a good state. So already these two things, they change the things a bit, I would say. And I mean, it's only a regular season, so you can't say much, because I think we were not playing that good in the winter regular season, and we really showed up in playoffs. So you can't expect much for now, and I would say.
I mean, speaking of regular season, spring specifically, today was your last game in the studio for regular. I mean, there's still playoffs because you're locked that. The next one's going to be in Paris. How excited are you?
I mean, I'm really excited. First, it's in the kickoff arena, so it will be really interesting. And I think I've never played in LEC in front of like a big crowd and outside of the studio. So I'm really hyped to be able to play this, because I'm a player that lives for this kind of moments, to play on stage, just feel the moment, because it's not something that will happen every day in your life, and I know it. I'm just trying to live every day as this is the last one, and I will be really excited. Also, it's at home, it's in Paris, it's in France, so really excited.
So to rile the troops, is there anything you want to say to the fans ahead of next weekend? En français, si je veux.
I can say it in French, I guess, but I'm not sure what to say.
Come watch our games.
Juste, j'ai hâte de vous voir aux arènes. Ça va vraiment être un event de fou. Ça se trouve, on va éliminer GD des playoffs aussi, donc ça va être intéressant. Et juste hâte de vous voir. Ça va être un event de fou et je vais donner le meilleur.
Okay, merci. Donc, everybody make sure that you show up for the games of KC. You heard it from the man himself. That's it from us here at the LEC. You can head over to the LTA North, where Fly is facing Shopify Rebellion in the first series. Don't forget to get your tickets for 2025 LEC Summer Finals in Madrid. Hopefully, no blackout after that. But thank you guys so much for tuning in. We'll see you again tomorrow. Same time, same place.
I want it that way. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache.
Retreat.
Great deadly flourish. Ice just pops the ulti immediately. The curtains will call, and Mickey, can he dodge them all? You know the answer now.
I think you're fine. Grab no flash. We're playing.
We're a bit faster than.
I have ulti. You win. Tristana no flash. Very good, guys.
Okay. You got this, Ice. No flash.
Oh,
Oi.
oh shit. Korean, bro.
We have 1 minute tank here.
What the f***? Send out top 0, 0, 1, 0, 7, 1.
This is Nico. I go.
Kalista, no bridge.
Bye. Keep
Raise on top side.
Nico. Bye. I block. Sorry. Info.
We win. I told him.
Nice, good fight. Triple kill. Nice. I can go Nuri now. Okay.
We kill them all. Lol.
Lemao.
Can we end?
Whoa.
Damn it, it's good to be back. Wow, you really want to be in the World Cup.
God, that's not. Can you long me? Yeah?
We can see
Flash. Look on the canal, buddy. Benchbox no flash. Can you follow me? Yes. Look, Victor. Go for the flash. Victor no flash. Come on.